The salt got into my eyes before the pain did. 41 degrees on the training field, no shade anywhere, and a 3-meter boulder sitting on my shoulders like it paid rent there. My sweat had stopped being water about an hour ago. Every time I blinked, my own body tried to blind me. "Drop it," Chen Hao said. He was squatting next to me, holding a bag of saline over his head like a lantern, needle already taped into my arm. Somewhere in the last 3 years, keeping me topped up mid-set had quietly become his entire personality. "Ye Tian, frenzy, drop the rock." I did not drop the rock. Here is the thing about my school. Red Star High, senior year, 7 days until the martial exam. Pass it, and you got a university, a future, a life where the beasts outside the wall were somebody else's problem. Fail it, and the country still had a use for you. It was called the front. They handed you a rifle that did absolutely nothing to a tier 1 beast, and a number. The number was how they identified what came back. The cutoff for the exam was the 7th heaven of chi and blood. I was third. I had been third for 3 years. 3 years of this field, this rock, this friend telling me to quit. 3 years of instructors looking at my chart, then at me, then somewhere else. In a world where talent is a public number printed on a card, I was a rounding error with legs. The whole district knew the joke. Frenzy Ye, trains like a demon, progresses like a glacier. Kids used to time my sets for fun. 20 minutes, then 30. Then they got bored and went home, and I was still standing there. And every single one of those days, in the corner of my vision, in numbers nobody else on this planet could see, a bar had been filling. Loading progress, 99.99%. 18 years, that bar. I arrived in this body as a screaming infant with a full set of memories from somewhere else and a status window that did exactly one thing. Crawl, 0.01% a day. I did the math when I was 6 and cried about it. I did the math again when I was 9 and noticed something else. On days I trained until my hands shook, the bar moved 0.015. On a really ugly day, 0.019. So I made every day ugly. "Explain something to me," Chen Hao said, switching the bag to his other arm. "If hard work were enough, why would anyone need talent?" "Riddle me that." "Ask me in about 9 hours," I said. Then I set the rock down, pulled the needle out of my arm, and walked off the field. Chen Hao did not follow. Chen Hao stood there holding a bag of saline up in the sun with his mouth open. Because in 3 years, I had never once left before dark. The sight of me taking his advice broke something fundamental in him. "He listened to me," I heard behind my back. Oh no, he's dying." I got home, showered off 2 liters of brine, sat on the floor of my room with my back against the bed, and watched the last sliver of that bar. 99.99. There is no describing what that hour was like, so I won't. I counted down out loud like an idiot at a New Year party. 3, 2, 1. Loading complete. Divine rank personality system activated. 10 initial personality fragments granted. 18 years for 10 of something, and I didn't even know what the something did. I opened the function list. There was one function. The system could bestow a personality on anything, so long as the anything was not a human being, a skill, an object, an organ, a corpse. Whatever received the personality would be loyal to me, and this was the part that made me sit up off the floor. It would improve itself, on its own, without being asked. I have never in either of my lives moved faster on a decision. I picked the blood tempering skill, the basic body forging technique they hand out free to every citizen of Yan country, 9 levels, the one I had been grinding since I was 8, 10 fragments, all of them. Spend it all on the first spin, that's how I do things. A voice that wasn't a voice arrived in my head with the tone of a very polite houseguest. The newborn persona of the blood tempering skill is curiously exploring your inner world. Then it stopped being polite. I felt it go through me like a health inspector through a street kitchen. My breathing changed without my permission. Not deeper. Different. A rhythm I had never been taught. 6 counts in and a hold and a long, ugly push out, and my whole body picked it up like it had known it since birth. Heat came up out of my bones. Then my skin started weeping black. Not sweat. Black. Sludge. Off my forearms. Off my shins. Off my back. The smell filled the room in about 4 seconds, and I understood with total clarity why nobody had ever wanted to sit next to me. Lacking the authority to move your body, the resourceful persona located the problem inside itself instead. Technique efficiency increased 20%. Impurity expulsion increased 30%. My cultivation technique had looked at my filthy meridians, decided it could not fix me, and had therefore fixed itself so that it could fix me anyway. "Okay," I said out loud, to my own chest. "Okay, we're going to get along." That was the last thing I said before I passed out on the floor in a puddle of my own 18 years. I woke up to Chen Hao standing in my doorway with tissue paper stuffed up both nostrils. "Do you know," he said, in the voice of a man breathing exclusively through his mouth, "that your room currently smells like fermented socks? Not socks. Fermented socks." There's a process involved. I didn't answer because I was busy looking at the panel. Realm, 4th heaven. 3 years stuck at 3rd. One night. The class test was that morning, which was lucky. Because otherwise nobody would have believed me and I would have had to break something to prove it. They do it with a needle and a strip of paper. Blue means the bottom tier, purple is the middle, black is the top of the ladder. Elder Auntie Shen went down the rows with the box, calling numbers, and half the class was watching me the way you watch a car about to reverse into a pole. My strip went purple. Elder Auntie Shen looked at the strip, then at me, then at the strip. Ye Tian, she said carefully. Did you touch someone else's finger? The unbreakable 3rd heaven was a school legend. There were juniors who had never met me who knew about it. They took me to the striking plate. 450 kilograms, 453, 451. A fresh 4th heaven is supposed to put up about 400. I had been at it for one night. The numbers on that plate were the first thing in 18 years that made the room quiet in the good way. The school reward for a level was a bottle of chi and blood pills plus a bottle of solidifying pills. The second bottle is the one that cleans your impurities out. I'd like to trade, I said. Both bottles. Just give me the first kind. Nobody trades away the solidifying pills, Elder Auntie Shen said. That's how you end up as a 28-year-old with a body like a rotten pipe. I'll take my chances. She traded me 3 bottles of the first kind. She did it while giving me a look that said she would be revisiting this conversation later. I took the bottles into the corridor and swallowed one immediately. Here is what normally happens. A pill hits you like a heavy meal hits a tired man. It's a lump of concentrated essence and your body needs hours to break it down, and most of it goes out as waste, and there's a fatigue afterward that flattens you into your desk. Nothing flattened me. The persona took that pill apart on the way down. Instantly, completely, not a scrap wasted, which meant something I had to stand very still in the corridor to fully appreciate. There are masters in this world who cannot fully refine a pill. There are pills laced with medicinal toxins so heavy that no one below the Chi realm dares touch them. I could eat all of it, any of it, forever. I ate 30 pills in about 2 minutes, standing in a school corridor with my back against a locker like a man eating peanuts, and when I punched the air afterward, the dust came up off the floor tiles. The persona timidly reduced its output. One more step, and I would have broken through in the middle of a hallway. Teacher Shen, I want to challenge Ye Tian to a duel. Cao Lei, 6th heaven. They called him the arena mad dog. He had earned it. Because the school had a rule I had never had to think about before. Any reward you cannot defend, you did not deserve. Challenges can't be refused. Chen Hao stood up so fast his chair went over. You absolute leech. 1/3 of your resources came off other people's duels. Say a number. How many? Say it. The class piled on. Cao Lei stood there and took it and did not back down, and that was when I actually looked at him. Uniform worn thin at the elbows. Nobody in the seat next to him. His father died at the front. Same as most of the kids nobody visits on Parents' Day. He was 1 bottle short of the cutoff and out of time, exactly like me, except he had found a solution and the solution was standing in front of him. Elder Auntie Shen couldn't stop it. 3 o'clock, indoor arena, stakes are the 3 bottles. I sent Chen Hao to scout because he knows every roomer in the building and half the ones in the district, and I spent the interval pushing boulders, not for training, for data. I had a suspicion about where fragments came from, and 3 hours of pure suffering later, I had my answer, 3 fragments, 1 per hour, which is a terrible rate, and I filed it. Then Chen Hao came back, looking like a man delivering a diagnosis. Sudden rain spear, major achievement level, yours is proficient. Psycho, I love you, and I'm telling you as a friend, hand over the bottles. I had 12 fragments. Bestowal number 2 cost 10. I bestowed it on my spear technique. The newborn persona of the sudden rain spear was born grumbling. What insolent creature dares provoke my master? That was the actual notification. My spear technique came into the world already annoyed on my behalf. Sharing in your glory and your disgrace, it has resolved to fight for you and for itself. And then it went to work in front of me. The 7th form, Rain God's Fury, which I had never learned, arrived at major achievement. The 8th form, Continuous Rain, which I had never even seen written down, arrived at perfection. The movements poured into my head like memory instead of instruction. Not a manual, a recollection, as if I had been doing this since I was 4 and had simply been too busy to mention it. I stood in my room turning my wrist over and watching my own hand do things it had no business doing. I thought about the last 3 years. I laughed out loud for a while. The indoor arena at 3. Judge's table with Elder Auntie Shen, the yearhead, and a vice principal. Because a duel between students over resources is a formal event at Red Star and they take the paperwork seriously, the challenge party picks the format. Weapons, I said. Cao Lei's face did something complicated. He was the spear specialist. I had just walked into his one good room and closed the door behind me. They handed me a practice pole, and I wrapped one end in felt and chalked it, and one end only. Every kid on the benches got very loud about it, because wrapping one end means you intend to use it as a spear, and using it as a spear against Cao Lei was either an insult or a suicide note. 100 Wan says he doesn't last 3 exchanges. Make it 2. Cao Lei came in fast and clean, a real thrust, textbook, aim to end it early and make a point about it. Not interesting, I said. Let's settle it in 1. Then I did the thing my spear had put into my head that morning. You turn your back. That's the whole trick, and it looks insane. It is the reason the form is called the revolving horse thrust. You rotate away, and the butt of the pole comes around ahead of your own body, so the strike arrives before the turn does. The man in front of you is watching your shoulder blades when the chalk mark lands on his cheekbone. The chalk landed on his cheekbone. The arena went absolutely silent. Somewhere behind me, a phone hit the floor. The kids saw a fluke. The 3 adults at the judge's table saw something else. I watched the vice principal put his pen down very slowly, because that was not a proficient technique, and it was not major achievement either. Perfection before 18. That is not something diligence buys. Elder Auntie Shen sat there remembering. She told me much later that I had entered this school at the top of my intake, back before my old problem showed up and ate my whole adolescence. Chen Hao hit me in the shoulder hard enough to hurt on the way out. When did you become a monster? I saw you last Tuesday. You were normal. You were bad at things. I looked back once from the doorway. Cao Lei was still on the mat. Everyone else had gone. He was making a sound I had heard exactly once before in my life, out of a man being carried past me on a stretcher, and it wasn't about 3 bottles of pills. It was about the fact that a week from now the buses come, and some of us get on the one going to a university, the rest get on the other one. Elder Auntie Shen went back inside and sat down on the bench to wait him out. She didn't say anything to him. She just refused to leave. I want to be honest here, because I was not a good person about this. I felt bad for 11 seconds. Then I went and ate pills. 5th heaven that afternoon, on the 5th pill, in my seat, with the class still around me. They don't use strips past a certain point. They use a thermometer, because core temperature is the honest measurement. 38.1. A 9th heaven runs at 41, which is why you can't cross into the chi realm without technique, because at 42, your brain simply cooks in your skull. The other 25 pills went down over the next hour, 22 fragments in the bank. The duel alone had paid 20, which told me something enormous about where the real money was. And the next bestowal cost 100. 100. After 200 hours of boulder work would have gotten me 100, and I had 7 days. Fine. So I knew what I wanted to buy too. Everyone thinks about giving personality to weapons. I was thinking about my stomach, my gut, my heart, my kidneys. If a technique could optimize itself, what exactly do you think an organ would do with a promotion? That night, I took a taxi to the Southern Industrial Belt. I gave the driver the passphrase instead of an address. Meat processing plant. He looked at me in the mirror for a second longer than a driver looks at you, and then he drove. It's a real plant. Or it was. Now it's a dead factory with a fence, guards, and a pair of mastiffs that were absolutely not ordinary mastiffs, tier 1 ferocious beasts on chains thick enough to tow a car, and around all of that, in the dark, a night market, skewer smoke, beer crates, 200 people eating dinner outside a building where men kill each other for money, 300 wen to get in, 3,000 to step into the cage, 10,000 if you walk back out. Whatever the crowd throws you is yours. I knew the place well. I had a job there. My job was carrying out the ones who didn't walk back out. I went straight up to the office of the man who banks the whole operation. Lord Bao, 200 kilos of him in a folding chair, gold teeth, a fan going. The specific calm of a man who has never once had to raise his voice. 100,000, I said. 2 months. Collateral is my life. If I don't pay, you take it. He picked up my ID card, looked at it, and flicked it back across the desk at me. 5th heaven. He didn't even laugh. That's the part that stung. Kid, you couldn't beat the dogs at my gate. What use are you to me? So I walked down to Zone 9 and opened a fighter's account instead. The girl behind the counter is called Sister Ye. She has been handing out fight numbers there since before I started hauling. She stopped writing halfway through my name. Are you out of your mind? You want to get carried out too? You've seen what you carry. I've seen. Here is what I had worked out over 19 trips with a stretcher, and I'll stand behind it. The most helpless thing in the world is not having to kneel for your dinner. The most helpless thing in the world is not even being allowed to kneel. Nobody would take my life as collateral. That's what it means to have nothing. The board lit up over the cage. 5th heaven, Ye Tian, versus 7th heaven, Bang Wei. 1-3 against me. 1.2 on him. The hall made a noise like a stadium when the away team's goalkeeper falls over, and money started moving, and it was all going one direction, and it was free money, and I was the free part. Fang Wei came out to cheering. He was maybe 1.50 meters, and he carried a chainsaw. The crowd loved him. He smiled at me across the cage like a man greeting a nephew. Give up, kid. Nobody has to get hurt. I knew that line. I'd heard it through the wall while I waited with the stretcher. It's the setup. You go to say something back, and the strike is already coming at your throat. I had carried 19 men out of that exact sentence. The saw came for my neck before the last word landed. He was better than me. I want to be clear about that because it mattered later. Not stronger in any way that showed on a card, but he had done this 100 times and I had done it never. And inside 10 seconds, he had walked me backward into the corner of the cage on purpose. That's the trap. In the corner, you have 2 options and one of them is up. And if you go up, there is nothing to push off against. And that is where the saw meets you. So I did the third thing. I turned my back and let him have it. It went into my back and down to the bone. I do not recommend the experience, and while it was happening, my arm was going the other way. Blind, backward, spear reversed. The point went into his left eye and out the back of his skull. The cage got quiet, and then the quiet broke. 10,000 on you, you piece of garbage. Die. My hands were shaking, not from the wound. I had just killed a man, and my hands did not care at all about my reasoning. They had their own opinion, and they were expressing it. His right eye was still open, and it was looking directly at me. I understood in that second that this was the kind of image that sits in a martial artist's head forever, and eventually kills him from the inside. I bit through my tongue. The pain cleared my head out. Then I put my foot on him and threw him off my spear into the corner of the cage. I want to be accurate about what I threw away in that moment, and it was not Fang Wei. Something bounced off the mesh and landed at my feet. A gray token. Gray is 10,000. Green is 30, orange is 50, red is 100. I found all that out later, and at the time I just stood there holding it. Elder Jin found me in the back with a jar of ointment. 3,000. Elder Jin, I work for you. Hospital would be 5 and they'd ask you questions. He was already smearing it on. Say thank you. There was a box above the cage that I did not know existed, and there was a girl in it. I only found out about the whole thing much later when somebody who really should not have shown me the recording showed me the recording. She was maybe my age, 1.65 meters, hair in 2 braids. She was watching my fight again at quarter speed. She was watching it the way a buyer looks at a horse. Behind her stood a man with gray hair tied back, a monocle and a tailcoat in a converted slaughterhouse, Steward Tang. He gave up his back deliberately, young miss. He calculated the exchange. The gray token was on your instruction? It was. Steward Tang. She rewound it again. Will this Ye Tian do as my assistant? Perfection grade technique is rare in a place like this. Steward Tang chose his words like a man laying out cutlery. In the circles of Dragon City Base City, it is a minimum entry condition. The young Mrs. Assistant would need to have grasped a secret skill. Then arrange it. 8th heaven next, then 9th. If he takes 10 straight from 9th heavens, bring him to me. She stood up. And I've been enrolled in Class 1 of the graduating year at Red Star High. Don't make a mess of it. The Battle King's legacy is the difference between whether I can turn my situation around or not. I knew none of this. I was in a taxi with a hole in my back, going home, running the fight again in my head, because there was a lesson in it and I wanted it before I fell asleep. Fang Wei did not beat me on level. He nearly beat me on experience, on tactics, and on a lie. Halfway home, the spear chimed in. The persona of the sudden rain spear watched its master get forced into a corner, felt ashamed of its own footwork, and has added the 9th form, dodging rain steps. Understanding that its master was in a life and death fight, the considerate persona held the notification until afterward. My spear technique had been standing there during the worst 90 seconds of my life, silently taking notes, and had waited politely until I was in a taxi to tell me it had fixed the problem. For the record, the sudden rain spear only ever had 4 forms. The 5th and 6th were added 20 years ago by a woman in the army called Shui Hua, and out of that 6th form, she eventually grew the 6 Dragon God Ultimates and became a legend they named streets after. My spear had just done the 9th. In a taxi, then I looked at my fragment total because I was expecting 24, and I did the arithmetic 3 times, 104. 20,000 yen at the pharmacy bought me 6 bottles. 300 a pill, and the man behind the counter did that thing where he leaned in and told me that 10 bottles gets you an 11th free, as though I were buying laundry detergent and not the raw material of my future. Then I went home and spent 100 fragments. I had been thinking about it all day, and the idea I landed on was not the stomach. Here's the reasoning. My spear technique wasn't a physical object, it was a set of remembered movements, and the system had accepted it anyway, which meant the system did not need a thing, it could take a concept. So I didn't buy the stomach. I bought the 6 hollows. All of them, as one idea. The newborn persona of the 6 hollows is wandering through your organs. Feeling the weight of responsibility as a chief steward would, it has adjusted the working order of your organs. Accumulation of hidden injuries has ceased. Existing hidden injuries reduced by 10%. Hidden injuries are the thing that eats martial artists. Every fight, every forced breakthrough, every set past failure leaves a fraction of a percent of damage that never comes out. And at 40, you're a legend. And at 50, you're a man who can't lift his grandson. Every school in the country teaches you to manage it. Nobody in history has stopped it. My new steward stopped it in about 9 seconds and then, and I quote, "The Six Hollows persona respectfully advises that it holds no authority over the 5 viscera. It suggests that the master appoint a steward for those as well." My organs had just filed an org chart request. I did consider going further. Cells, I thought. Why not bestow personality on my cells, all of them, one purchase, done. Then I sat very still on the edge of my bed and thought about which cells are also cells, and one head does not need 2 voices in it, and I did not buy the cells. Then the notifications did something they had never done before. The Six Hollows persona has offered guidance to the blood tempering persona. The blood tempering persona listened humbly and optimized itself. Organ consumption sharply reduced. Effect increased 10%. Good grief, I said to my own torso. Are you people holding a staff meeting in there? I got a pen and wrote 4 words on a scrap of paper, because by then I had enough data points to see the shape of it. Life and death, fighting above your level, victory, kill, that's the whole economy. An hour of training is 1 fragment. A fight against someone above your level is 10. Signing the red contract, the one where the loser doesn't leave, is another 10. Winning doubles it, killing doubles it again. 10 plus 10, doubled, 80. I had been pushing rocks for 3 years at 1 an hour. In the morning, Chen Hao came over to do our usual living room spar, which historically consisted of him hitting me and me learning things. I turned on my heel once, put an elbow into his shoulder, and he sat down on the carpet. 2 fragments. 2. A whole friend, defeated. 2. That was disgusting, Chen Hao said from the floor. They don't teach that. Where does a person even learn that? They don't teach it, no. I learned it off a cartoon in my last life, if you want the truth. There's a scene where a teacher tells his student exactly what the 100th strike of a fight is going to be, before the fight, and everyone treats it as a prophecy. It isn't a prophecy, it's design. You don't predict a fight, you build one. Then you stand in it and let the other man walk through the rooms you made. You're smiling, said Chen Hao. Stop. I went to collect my reward for 5th heaven and instead got taken to a doctor. Elder Auntie Shen's office first. You broke into 5th? She said it flatly, and then her 30 years of professional composure developed a hairline crack because she was doing the same arithmetic everyone else did that week and it kept coming out wrong. Then she took my wrist and walked me to the infirmary. She did it without asking, and I understood exactly what she suspected. There are drugs. They exist, they work, and they buy you 2 levels by burning your lifespan as fuel. Every year, a few desperate seniors take them a week before the exam, and every year, a few of those seniors are dead by 25. Physician Ye Li runs the school clinic, which handles everything from a head cold to open chest surgery. Because Red Star is that kind of school. She looked far too young for the job and had the bedside manner of a customs officer. Nothing, she said after 20 minutes. No residue, no burn. Teacher Shen, look at his output curve. Meaning what? Meaning his organs are running low consumption, high yield, which is what you'd see in someone 20 years into serious cultivation. And the coordination is, she actually stopped to find the word, like an army that executes orders precisely. Nothing in this boy is arguing with anything else in this boy. I kept my face extremely neutral, and inside my chest my steward was presumably straightening its tie. So he's clean, Elder Auntie Shen said. Then what am I looking at? 2 options, a miracle drug I've never heard of, or he's awakened a special body. Dr. Ye counted them off. Overlord body, demon body, ghost body, dragon body. Given that this boy trained like an animal for 3 years and never once broke down from it, ghost body, supernatural recovery. It would explain the stagnation too. Awakening a special body eats everything you have while it happens. I want to be very clear that I said nothing at all during this. They built the entire theory themselves, brick by brick, and I stood there holding my sleeve and let them. Elder Auntie Shen decided to report it upward. She also decided, and this part I'd have preferred she hadn't, to look into what exactly I had been doing with my evenings for the past 2 weeks. The reward went down my throat in the corridor. Third pill, sixth heaven, and this one you feel. Your bones lengthen a fraction, your meridians pull like a rope taking weight. 605 kilograms, 608, 603. I ate more pills and did it again. 622, 619, 621. Afternoon was equipment class with Master Gao Ming, and Gao Ming deserves a paragraph. 1 meter 85, beach shorts, no shirt under the jacket, and a prosthetic right leg he never once covered up, worn where everyone could see it like a man walking around with his own receipt. Former captain of city defense. The kids called him Scar Gao, which is a joke about his face. They only called him that when he was at least 40 meters away. Today's topic, he said, is fighting while exhausted or under a heavy negative condition. Because that is when you will actually be fighting. Then he handed out weighted vests at twice body weight. Those things choke your circulation by about 70%. Run, he said, and don't stop. Then he called out 4 names. Sun Wen, our class president, Meteor Hammer, built like a door. Han Yue, deputy, saber and shield. Cao Lei, me. He sat us at a table in the shade with a chilled watermelon on it. 50 classmates ran past us in weighted vests while we ate cold watermelon. The looks I received during that hour will stay with me. You should know the man's reputation. The prize for finishing a 5-kilometer run under Scargao was another 5-kilometer run. After a 10-kilometer march, he once handed out energy drinks to everybody, waited for them to finish, and said, "Nice? Feeling stronger? Excellent. Now run back." So I ate 2 slices of watermelon and thought very hard. I also had a question for him. "Instructor, can the sudden rain spear be performed with a great spear?" He looked at me the way a carpenter looks at a man asking whether a hammer can be a saw. A spear is a spear. A great spear is a great spear. Balance points forward, you'll burn twice the strength for the same thrust. Also, you have an exam in 6 days. Do not change weapons 6 days before an exam. Then, because he was a decent teacher underneath all of it, he told me anyway. The school library holds a great spear technique. 5 thunder bombs, 2,000 academic credits. First 2 forms unlocked. I picked up a training great spear on the way out, and inside 10 minutes it started. The spear persona sensed the change of weapon. Like a thoughtful padded coat, it noticed that its master favors sweeping strikes over thrusts and is optimizing the 4th form, rain waterfall. Gao Ming stood at the edge of the field and watched a student who had never held a great spear before start doing something with a great spear that was not in any manual. He did not call out and he did not interrupt. He told me 2 weeks later what he thought he was watching. He thought he was watching the early stage of a man comprehending a secret skill, live, on a school field, in the afternoon. The watermelon was medicated. Of course it was. Antispasmodic, or rather the opposite of one, and about 40 minutes and Sunwin folded over the table, and Han Yue went down on one knee, and Cao Lei made a noise like a kicked cabinet. 50 exhausted classmates in weighted vests jogged past and laughed so hard that 2 of them fell over. "Be careful of people," Gao Ming told the 3 of them cheerfully. "By the time you've worked out there's poison in it, it's already too late." And then he looked at me, standing there perfectly fine, because my blood-tempering persona had flagged the taste on the second bite, and my new steward had simply switched my digestion off, and my circulation had been pushing the rest out through my skin for half an hour, which is exactly why I had spent that half hour swinging a great spear. I wanted to sweat. Gao Ming did not say a word about it. He filed it, the way he filed everything. He did tell us about the exam, though, and it's worth repeating. There is no fixed format. Every year is different and every year is worse. One year they walked the candidates across Dragon Ridge, which is a mountain range with a beast population and no roads. One year the candidates served an actual military rotation and were scored on merit. One year a city put its walls in their hands during a beast wave. The next day he had me fight 10 people. Shao Kan, 6th heaven, paired swords. I put the point of my pole at his eye, and he raised a hand. Shuibin, 6th heaven, shield and mace, and I walked around behind him and patted his shoulder. Zhu Ling, 7th heaven, spear, and that one actually took an exchange, block and counter thrust, done. And the numbers came in exactly as predicted. Equal level or below, 2 fragments. Above my level, 20. So I lost the 9th on purpose. My foot slipped. It was a very convincing slip. I've reviewed it. I took a shoulder and went down and said something regrettable about the floor. 10 fragments, which confirmed the last unknown. Fighting above your level pays 10, and winning multiplies rather than adds. Victory is not a bonus. Victory is a coefficient. The class exhaled all at once. See, I told you, there's no way he's actually that good. Gao Ming knew. Gao Ming watched me fall over, and his face did nothing at all, and he called the next name. Final tally, by the way. Sun Wen 4 wins, Han Yue 2 and a draw, and Cao Lei lost 10 in a row while still cramping from the watermelon. The spear filed a note that evening. Master thinks clearly. I enjoy this working atmosphere. 4th form, rain waterfall, raised to peak. That afternoon the whole graduating year got put in the hall to watch 5 years of exam footage, uncut. They don't clean it up. You see the betrayals. You see a boy hand another boy a canteen and then take his points 20 minutes later. Chen Hao leaned over halfway through. Serious question. If we team up, are you going to put a knife in my back? No, I said. Because I'm not going to team up with you. I hate that this is comforting. That evening, I brought him to the plant, because fighters cannot bet on themselves, and I needed somebody who could. The math was tight. 12 more bottles to reach 7th heaven. 36,000 yuan, which meant 3 wins. With betting, 2. He hung off my arm at the gate like a man being led into a courtroom. Brother, boss, master, dad, I'm begging you, listen to me. He also pushed his card into my hand. 3,000 on it. All of it. I'm 6th heaven now, I told him. Relax, just put it all on me. He went in through the spectator entrance and put down 3,276 yuan, and then, he informed me later, prayed to 4 separate deities in ascending order of desperation. There was somebody else in the stands that night. Short gray hair, glasses, sitting very upright in a crowd of men eating skewers. Elder Auntie Shen had come to find out what her student did with his evenings. The first thing she saw when she walked in was the big screen replaying last night's fight on a loop. Because the house had voted it match of the night, she watched me take a saw in the back and put a spear through a man's skull at half speed twice while a man beside her sold peanuts. She is Qi realm. She has never signed the red contract in her life. Almost nobody does. And she sat there and thought, those wounds are from last night. He is walking normally, and there is only one thing that does that. Ghost body. Confirmed, in her head, forever. The board went up. 8th heaven. Dusha. 29 straight wins in the Kangcheng circuit. She came out with streaked hair and black lipstick and an iron fan. She bowed to the crowd like an aristocrat arriving at a ball, and the crowd adored her. Then the fight started, and I could not find her. It was in the perfume, poison and a hallucinogen together, and the effect is that her voice comes from behind you no matter where she is standing. I swung at empty air, then I swung at empty air again. My skin went red and blotchy, and the hall started chanting the same 2 syllables over and over. Poison him. Poison him. She opened the fan, and the fan had an edge on it. Poison? She said, to the room, not to me. Or take his head. Up in the stands, Elder Auntie Shen was on her feet, about to do something that would have ended her career. Because a teacher cannot stop a licensed match, and she was going to try anyway. She never got the chance. The great spear came around, and the conversation ended at the neck. Here's what actually happened, since from the seats it looked like luck. The blood-tempering persona smelled it before my second breath. It shut down the heart meridian so nothing circulated. The steward switched my digestion off, and all that flailing at empty air was me sweating the rest out and waiting. Because the one thing I knew for certain about a poisoner is that eventually she has to come close enough to watch. The hall went from chanting for my death to chanting my name inside 4 seconds, which taught me more about people than the previous 18 years combined. Tokens came over the mesh like rain. A green one and a fistful of gray, 70,000 in tips. Elder Auntie Shen sat back down slowly. No antidote. He took a level 8 poisoner's mist and sweated it out. Ghost body. It has to be. Elder Jin was waiting in the back with a bottle of antidote and a price tag, because his real business is not hauling. His real business is the 1% of men carried off that ring who can still be saved, and he charges them accordingly. You didn't need it, he said, watching me not need it. Doesn't mean you won't. He was right. I was helpless against poison, and I knew it. The fix was liverwood qi, and liverwood qi meant the 5 viscera. The 5 viscera meant 1,000 fragments. The knight's accounting, 3,276 became 9,828. Total clear, 74,552 yuan. 240 fragments. Up in the box, I later learned, Steward Tang delivered his verdict. This youth will serve. He is decisive about killing. He killed for the first time last night and met it with a steady heart tonight. Only a heart like that becomes a blade in the young miss's hand. He's found something worth killing for. She was watching the replay again. Our job is to make him understand who can give it to him. 9th heaven tomorrow. If he wins, an orange token. For the record, her own weapon was an axe. 1.70 meters, absurdly light. The haft was a gun barrel, and there was a trigger where your hand naturally sat. And she had one more piece of news that evening, which is the piece that ended up rearranging my entire life. The Battle King was back from the extraterritorial battlefield. Selection of his successor would begin after the martial exam. I bought 12 bottles the next day. The pharmacist upgraded me from 10+1 to 10+2 without being asked, which is how you know you've become a regular. 7th heaven arrived about 40 seconds after the last pill. Every gram of excess on me burned off in half a minute. I watched my own face change shape in the bathroom mirror, the softness going out of it. I looked like a stranger with my haircut. The latter, in case you don't know it, 7th is muscle, 8th is bone, 9th is meridians. Only after 9th can you raise chi out of the organs and step into the chi realm. Then I went to the library. It's a courtyard with a cryptomeria in it and an old man at the desk who dozes in a patch of sunlight that is not there. 2 forms of 5 thunderbombs unlocked. The second one is officially classified as a defensive form. The entire written description amounts to aim, wind up, hit it. Defense in this technique means destroying the incoming attack. The spear persona is integrating the new approach. 10th form, overturning rain thunder. 11th form, heaven-piercing thunder. It's like writing a book and then having the book get up, walk over to the shelf, read every other book on it, and rewrite itself using the good parts. Then I found the body refining section, and I found 10,000 beasts dragon-slaying body. 100 beasts is a minor breakthrough, 1,000 is a major one, 10,000 and you have the strength to kill dragons. The blood-tempering persona has detected a new technique. It attempted to learn it, found the data insufficient, and is now circling in place and crying. Cost, 100,000 credits. I had 1,600. I checked the student forum for the credit exchange rate and found it had gone insane. Normally 100 credits trade for around 500 yuan. That week they were going for 1,000. Who is doing this? I said out loud in the library to nobody. Who is buying credits at double? Are they unwell? I did briefly consider robbing Chen Hao. Then I remembered where his credits went last spring, which was on 800 yuan and a girl who was no longer speaking to him, and I let it go. While I was standing in a library doing sums, the school was holding a meeting about me. Everyone came. The principal, who the students call Old Devil Wei. Every year head, Dr. Ye with her charts. Gao Ming in beach shorts in a boardroom. Elder Auntie Shen reported the ghost body theory. Dr. Ye presented the numbers. Gao Ming told them about a boy who ate poisoned watermelon and didn't notice, and about a boy inventing a technique on the practice field between 2 other classes. The principal hit the table. Shen Rukshu, this is a gross failure of duty, because he was not angry about a student, he was angry about a resource. A school that graduates a Chi Realm senior gets funding, allocation, priority, and a line in a ministry report, and the special quota this year had come from the Ghost Unit. Yan Country runs 5 services: Heaven Division, Earth Division, Ren Division, the Divine Character Camp, the Ghost Unit, which does not appear in recruitment material, internal cleanup, executions, intelligence, infiltration. It is the sharpest instrument the country owns, and it does not advertise. The bar for their special examination was Chi Realm Level 1, plus a distinctive skill. The vote was unanimous and took under a minute. The quota goes to Ye Tian. Elder Auntie Shen found me on the field an hour later. I didn't say anything. I just walked over to the plate and hit it 3 times. 712, 719, 715. She stood there with the printout in her hand, and I watched a very composed woman lose the thread of a sentence. The day before yesterday you were 4th, she said. Yesterday morning, 5th. Yesterday evening, 6th. Today, you are 7th. Yes. All that energy for 3 years. She was not asking me. She was assembling it out loud, and every piece she picked up was one I had not handed her. It was going into awakening the ghost body. That's where it went. That's why you couldn't move. I did not argue with my teacher. It would have been rude. Then she told me about the quota, and I turned it down. I want to explain that properly, because Elder Auntie Shen thought I had lost my mind, and she was not alone. The Ghost Unit Special Intake is the single fastest route to power available to a citizen of Yan Country. Resources, instruction, a serial number that opens doors, and a contract of at least 20 years, half your income to the service, and a clause that means you go where you are pointed. In my last life, I watched people sign that exact deal with entertainment agencies. Not the same stakes, identical shape. Use their money now, pay with your life later. If they want to build you, they build you. If they want you shelved, you sit in a room for 6 years. And if they ever need to hand somebody over to settle a problem, you were never the point. You were the piece. Better to be the one holding the blade than the blade. Do you understand what you are refusing? She said. People cut each other's throats for that intake. There are a lot of ways to get strong. That one's the worst of them. Then I asked for what I actually wanted. 10,000 beasts dragon slaying body. She laughed at me, which was fair, and then she told me why it costs pocket change. It was written 100 years ago by a king-level beast king who died before he finished it. The theory's sound. You soak in beast essence, and your cells copy what's useful. And at around 100 beasts, the malice of everything you've killed gets copied along with it, and it goes into your head, and you go mad. Not metaphorically. The Divine Character Camp has been trying to patch that hole for a century. How many people have tried it? How many do you think have wanted to? I said I'd take my chances. She said we'd see. What happened next was the best piece of negotiation I have ever watched. I only got the recording of it because Elder Auntie Shen is vain about exactly one thing. She walked into the principal's office and put my refusal on his desk as a gift. Ye Tian is not refusing, she said. Ye Tian is stepping aside for a candidate who truly suits the position. That is blackmail, said old Devil Wei, with a bow on it. It's a boy with a special body who has gone from 4th to 7th in 3 days. She looked at the window while she said the next part as though it had just occurred to her. I do wonder how many schools would want him. You wouldn't want him transferring out the week before the exam. He went to color. Because a transfer like that does not read as a student's choice. It reads as a school that cannot raise talent in a report with his name on it. He held out for about 40 seconds. Then he sat down. She poured him a glass of water and set it in front of him. There. Now we're having a conversation. The bill. 1 custom special weapon made to order. 5 thunder bombs. 10,000 beasts. Dragon slaying body. Heavy cloud skill. 3 sets of medicinal bath materials. 30 bottles of pills. Sit down, don't be shy, the principal said to me 20 minutes later, in a voice I had never once heard him use on a student, and he turned a tablet around on the desk. It was a weapon configurator. You pick a beast, you pick a mass, you pick a length, and a factory somewhere grows you a thing. I picked the sword spine beast, tier 5. It's a species that eats its own kind and gets bigger for it, and a weapon grown from its living bone cells inherits 2 properties. It develops, and it repairs itself. 1,000 kilograms, 2.61 meters. 800, said Elder Auntie Shen immediately. 1,000-kilo weapon is for Qi realm. You will look ridiculous dragging it. 1,000. Ye Tian. I'm going to have the body for it. The price came up on the screen, and the principal looked at it the way a man looks at his own hand after a bad card. Over 40 million. Elder Auntie Shen walked me out. At the gate, she stopped and said the only thing she ever said to me that I still think about. Don't thank me. Get strong faster. Kill more beasts, kill more of whatever comes down out of the sky. That's the whole of it. Back to the library, and this is where it stopped being a system and became a snowball. I read 10,000 beasts dragon slaying body properly. The method is, submerge yourself in beast essence, open your pores with a specific breathing pattern, and let it invade you. Your cells treat it as an enemy. In fighting it, they copy the parts of it that are useful. That is the entire trick, and the reason it drives men insane is that cells are stupid and copy everything, including a century of animal rage. The blood-tempering persona has merged with the new technique. It has become the 10,000 beasts blood-tempering art persona. Optimization replaced wholesale genetic copying with selective copying. Bestial traits discarded, strength and speed retained. The century-old flaw was gone in under a minute, not solved by me, solved by a technique that reads other techniques for a living. Then I opened Heavy Cloud skill on the same terminal, and my technique ate that too. The persona has absorbed the Heavy Cloud skill and become the Blood Cloud Myriad Beast Art persona. It has divided itself into an introductory chapter, a body chapter, and a chi chapter. Are you a Snorlax? I said to my own sternum in a public library. Do you just eat everything you see? Can I participate at all? The old man at the desk did not open his eyes. The chi chapter had 7 stages where the original had 4. 4 takes you to the middle of the ladder, 7 takes you to celestial human. My cultivation method had quietly rewritten its own ceiling while I was reading the introduction. To use any of it, I needed beast essence, and beast essence from a tier 1 is 30,000 yuan a barrel from a licensed supplier, which is an insulting price when the supply is standing outside the wall being free. So I registered as an apprentice martial artist, which is the license that lets a civilian leave the city, and then I called Elder Jin. There's no such thing as cost price, kid, he said, and hung up. Meteor Martial Hall is the biggest outfitter in Ju City, and it's run by Li Lin Yu, Concept Realm, 2nd stage, whose face is on the wall by the entrance because she personally held the Eastern Gate during the wave of 41. I spent 21,850 on a thin steel great spear, a combat suit, a pack, maps, antidotes, and snake powder, then another 15 on a city needle, which is what a compass evolved into. It doesn't point north, it points at the nearest human city. I also stood in front of the case of spatial rings for a while. 1 cubic meter of storage costs about what my special weapon cost. I walked away like a man walking past a car showroom in the rain. Then I rented a motorcycle and rode out through the wall. I've lived my whole life in its shadow, and I'd never been under it. 100 meters thick, over 600 meters tall. It isn't built, it's grown, cultivated out of tier 7 beast cells over a century. Every meter of it is somebody's whole career. They call it the last bastion of human civilization, which sounds like a slogan until you are standing at the base of it looking up, at which point you feel like an ant at the foot of something that is only sleeping. 15 kilometers out, there's an abandoned town in the buffer zone. I got about halfway there before the sky came at me. 3 mutated crows, 1.5 meters each, dropping like guided munitions. I put the bike sideways, burned rubber, and swung. Heaven-piercing thunder took the first one out of the air, and there was nothing left of it to identify. The second I met by coming off the seat mid-turn with rain waterfall, which if you've ever seen a certain guillotine animation, it looked roughly like that. The third one panicked and climbed, and I threw the spear. Rain God's fury, thrown. 3 for 3. I did not pull the spear out. You leave it in until you've dug your pit, or you lose the essence into the dirt. The essence was the entire reason I was out there. I made camp properly, because being clever in the wasteland is the only edge a seventh heaven has. 2 pits in the ruins of a house, bike and pack in one, essence in the other under a tarp. Then I mashed up a barrow of grass and spread it around to kill the smell, drove a ring of stakes 10 meters out, and laid snake powder in a circle. Then I put one leg into the pit. I had been told it would hurt. It did not hurt the way an injury hurts. It hurt the way an idea hurts when it is being installed. Every cell in my leg individually deciding whether to die, and then not dying, and then changing. Endure it, I said out loud, gripping the edge of the pit. He who wants to wear the crown carries the weight of it. That's the deal. That's the whole. It ended after about a minute. I sat there in the dark feeling faintly stupid, and then I checked, and my bones had gotten lighter. The crow's trait, light body, same strength, less mass to move, which is the difference between steel and titanium, and it is not a small difference. I went out again the next day and came back with a 15-meter mutated great serpent, which paid 80 fragments in one afternoon and filled half a pit. That night I went into the knees and it hurt until well past midnight, and it bought me 2 things. A sense for heat, real heat vision through my skin, and the ability to run my own temperature up by driving my circulation faster. I got carried away with the second one, obviously. Warning. The Blood Cloud persona requests that its master cease this irresponsible treatment of his own body immediately. Through the upper burner, the 6 Hollows persona reports that the heart is receiving excessive inflow. The situation is critical. I turned it off. My personas had started talking to me the way a flight engineer talks to a pilot who has just done a roll. Around midnight, the ground started shaking. There was a sound out there like a storm with an opinion. Then the whole horizon lit up, and a ball of lightning bigger than an SUV came over the ridge chasing a Jeep down the highway. Somebody in that Jeep had stolen a cub. That is the only reason a thunder tiger comes to a road. The town lost its mind. I watched grown men fight each other over a truck bed. I watched a car deliberately block the only clear lane so that nobody else could use it either, which is a thing people do. I have never forgotten the specific logic of it. If I don't get out, you don't get out. I took a farm track instead. Clever me. At the end of the farm track, there was a second tiger, 2.7 meters at the shoulder, which for the species is a child. An adult runs 5 to 6. Even a child of that species sits above 9th heaven and touches the chi realm, and it stood on the track between me and everywhere, and it looked at me, and it was not afraid at all. So I turned my heart into a drum. That's the 5th form of 5 thunder bombs. Thunderous War Drum. In its original written state, it is a suicide note with a diagram. You overdrive your own heart for a burst of impossible output, and then you die of it, which is precisely what happened to the man who wrote it, though he took 10 of them with him. I had one form of it, badly, and I hit it anyway. First beat, like sitting down to a meal. Second beat, like tightening a robe. Third beat, and the sword comes out of the sheath. The tiger put out my headlight, and then it put out the moon, or that's what it felt like. Because it swallowed its own lightning, and the world went black. Total dark, and a 500-kilo predator somewhere in it. And I could see it perfectly, in gentle orange. Because 2 nights earlier, I had stood in a pit up to my knees. Thank you, Snake. I hit it in the face with everything I had, and I broke the spikes on my own weapon. Not the tiger. The spikes. And in the dark, that thing pulled its lip back in a way that was unmistakably a smirk. And the meaning was, that's it? Then it made 5 of those lightning balls at once. So I speared my motorcycle. I put the point through the frame, lifted 80 kilograms of machine and a full tank on the end of a great spear, and threw it into them. The fireball took the dark away and took the tiger's night with it, and in the middle of the light I threw the spear, and the spear went into its mouth. I ran into the fire. My combat suit was already burning. I got my hands on the haft where it was glowing, and I drove it. I turned it. I kept turning it while a thing 4 times my weight tried to end me, and on the 5th impact against the ground it stopped moving. I coughed up something I would rather not describe, and then I stopped being able to feel my own heart. It was a 1-minute ride back to camp. It took me 10 minutes to crawl it. I got the essence into the pit, and then I fell into the pit myself, and the lights went out. The Blood Cloud persona has switched to the body chapter and is greedily consuming the essence to repair its master, transmitting the genetic material to the spear persona. The spear persona has drawn insight from the method of overloading the heart and from the tiger's genetic material. It has reworked the 5th form of 5 thunder bombs, Thunderous War Drum, into the 12th form, Peak. The persona has become the Thunder Rain 12 Forms persona. It has begun applying a bioelectric current to its master's heart. Up in the box at the plant, the girl with the braids was informed that I had not shown up. Then he's already gotten what he wanted from it, she said. A small person from a small place. We overestimated. Forge a blade out of that and it snaps on the second swing. Steward Tang also brought her the evening's news. The Battle King had formally taken command of Ren Division, and whoever inherited his legacy would inherit his merits and be made young commander of the division on the same day. All the more reason, she said, that the position is mine. I woke up at dawn choking, in a pit, in the dark, alive. The forum told me the other tiger got shot down by the wall guns at the western gate. 400 people were already arguing about compensation. My night's take, the third form had become reverse rain flying thunder at peak, and there was now a 13th form, Thunderpool Dharma Realm, also peak. The whole thing had renamed itself Thunderstorm 13 Forms, and the war drum was different now. The old version drives your heart off a cliff and there is no return trip. The new one runs a bioelectric current along it like a conductor's hand. Higher where it needs to be, lower the instant after, and if it stops entirely, the same current can start it again. My spear technique had built me a defibrillator out of a suicide technique and a dead tiger. I walked the town in the morning. There was not one intact body in it. Claw marks up the walls, drag marks out of the doorways, and the tracks of the ones who made it. I took a cold iron great spear out of a hand that had stopped needing it. Then I found an armored SUV with a dead engine and fixed it. Because at Red Star they teach you to repair anything from an infantry vehicle to a helicopter on the grounds that one day you will be somewhere with a broken thing and no adults. Then I skinned the tiger, hide and bone to sell, meat for bait, and then I hunted, and this is the part where the numbers stop being interesting individually. 80, 40, 80, 40, 840 fragments by lunchtime. A pack of 7 mutated black wolves found me in the afternoon with a mutated tiger cat riding along at the edge of it. I threw first and took the cat out of the equation, 80, because the cat was the only one that could get above me. Then I broke the wolves' arithmetic. A wolf pack kills in threes. 1 takes the leg and holds, 2 go for the throat. Break the 3 and you have 7 individual dogs. And you don't hit a wolf in the spine, you hit it in the tofu. There's a soft strip on the flank behind the ribs and it is the fastest yes in the animal kingdom. That's 1, I said. 2. 1,100 fragments in the bank, which meant I could finally afford the thing I had wanted since the beginning. 5 viscera. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. The newborn 5 viscera persona is horrified by the hidden injuries to the heart. Heavens, master, how could you treat your poor little heart this way? Having learned from the spear persona that its master is now afraid to use the thunderous war drum, it declares that there will be no accidents on its watch and would like to demonstrate. And then it showed me. I want you to understand that up to this point, I had used the war drum the way you use a fire extinguisher in your own house. What happened on that hillside was somebody else's technique. I moved and there were after images of me standing where I had been. I threw the spear and it killed a 9th heaven wolf at 300 meters. Then I called it back and threw it again, and the far edge of that throw was 800 meters. The pack broke and ran in 4 directions. 5, I said. 6, I got all of them. The 5 viscera persona and the 6 hollows persona have coordinated. Hidden injuries reduced 10%, reduced a further 10%, reduced a further 30%. Every martial artist on this planet lives with a slow leak that eventually sinks them. I closed it for 1,100 fragments and a week of my life. The next bestowal costs 10,000. In the morning, a bus convoy from Jew City Second High School rolled into the town for a spiritual toughening exercise, which is the polite phrase for taking teenagers somewhere frightening and letting them sit in it. Their teacher, Bai Long, Chi Realm 3rd Stage, had his students burning the bodies in the square. I stayed a long way off. In the wasteland, not approaching a stranger is the highest form of good manners. I also noticed something while I was tempering that night. It barely hurt, which is not a compliment, it's a warning. Mutant essence had run out of things to teach me. New traits anyway. A nose that could follow a track across 100 meters, a standing jump of 11 meters, and the plate that morning, when I found a working one in the ruins of the town's little dojo, read 902, which brought me to the actual problem. I needed a tier 1 beast, and a tier 1 beast does not walk into a pit because you asked nicely. So I didn't hunt it, I fed it. That's the whole plan, and I'm still proud of it. Day 1, you throw meat into the lair. Day 2, you throw it 500 meters from the lair. Day 3, a kilometer out, and on day 3 there's a pit under the meat. You don't catch an animal, you catch a habit. While the habit was forming, I went shopping. 19 mutated camels in one herd, and their humps are energy stores, which makes them the wasteland's answer to a battery farm. Then an owl, then 2 iron scorpions, which took longer than the camels. 1,680 fragments. That night, I went into the pit up to my chest with 4 ninth-level beasts in solution. The pain had turned into something worse. Itching. Thousands of insects under the skin, everywhere at once, for 4 hours. I would have traded it for clean pain in a heartbeat. It bought light body upgraded, which meant 10 meters straight up and 19 across. Chitin, which is a layer that forms when I tense, a natural plate under the skin, and cellular energy storage, which is exactly what it sounds like and is the reason I stopped needing to sleep like a normal person. 8 traits in 24 hours, and the striking plate barely moved. That's when I found the ceiling. The technique has stages named for how many beasts you've absorbed. 1 beast, 10 beast, 100, 1,000, myriad, 100,000. I had reached 1 beast realm, and mutant essence, which is what you get from a 9th level animal, could not push me past it. Not 1 drop more. To move up, I needed quality, and quality meant a tier 1. Meanwhile, in the town square, teacher Bai Long was having a difficult week. His students had been promised mortal danger. What they got was 3 nights of absolute silence, because I had filled the surrounding hills with bodies, and every predator inside 20 kilometers was lying down somewhere with a full stomach and no ambition. They said deadly wasteland, one of his students announced at breakfast loudly. This is camping. This is a school trip to a park. So Bai took them to a hunting ground he knew. It was a pile of bodies, every valuable part already cut out, cleanly, with a knife, by somebody who knew which parts the pharmaceutical companies pay for. He took them to a second site, same. Third site, same. By the 4th, he had stopped talking to the students and started talking to himself. Am I being followed? I am being followed. Somebody is walking 1 step ahead of me on purpose. 30 teenagers walked behind him, cursing him quietly to the 8th generation. The full picture arrived that evening when my SUV came into town. I had a bear and a tiger cat on the roof, and 4 white deer strapped along the sides. I drove past 30 students and 1 teacher at about 15 kilometers an hour because the suspension was struggling. Bai Long stood in the road with his fists closed, alone. 1 person. In 1 day, 1 person had cleared out a dozen populations. Every single animal on that vehicle had been killed with a single strike. He could tell, because he was Chi Realm, and that is the sort of thing Chi Realm can tell. If you're so great, he said to the taillights, go kill a tier 1. Why are you taking the small game off my children? At the gate, Sergeant Xiao Ye ran my card through the terminal and stared at his own screen. Same kid who went out 2 days ago on a rented motorcycle. 7th heaven, returning in an armored vehicle with 6 9th level carcasses. Genius, he said flatly, stamping it. Prodigy, what in the world? The pharmaceutical buyer's name was Manager's son, and he paid me 177,000, 80 of which was for tiger bone and 1 particular part of the tiger that gets ground up and sold to middle-aged men, and I am not going to elaborate. 60 bottles of pills, all of it, straight into 60 bottles. Then I checked into a cheap hotel instead of going home. Because if Chen Hao saw me, he would ask questions for 2 hours, and I had things to do. 7th bottle, 8th heaven. The plate in the hotel gym read over 1,050 kilograms. The cold iron great spear had started to spin between my fingers like a pen. The persona directed the breakthrough energy into the bones. Lighter, harder, tougher, light body strengthened. I ran a check on the dodging rain steps in the hotel room because I wanted to know how far that footwork had actually come. I put a full glass of water on the windowsill. Then I dropped an empty one out of my hand. I caught both. Neither spilled. And if you had been filming me from across the room, you would have sworn I never moved. Second medicinal bath after that, and the pills started giving me 5% more than they had that morning, because my marrow had been upgraded somewhere in the middle of all this and nobody had sent me a memo. 53 bottles left. About 30 to 9th heaven. 6 in the morning at the side gate of the plant, Elder Jin walked a full circle around my vehicle, clicking his tongue. Armor alone is 200,000. Engine to carry that armor, 500,000. He kicked a tire. You've come up in the world. You have my order? He had my order. 2 glass spheres, 30,000 for the pair, aerosol sedative rated for a tier 1. He held one up between 2 fingers like an egg. Glass takes 5 kilos of force. Above that it goes. 3 seconds and a tier 1 is asleep. Stand at least 10 meters back and do not throw it into the wind, because if you put yourself to sleep out there, I am not coming to get you. Then I reached into my jacket for the money. I came out with a knife first, because that is the pocket the knife lives in. Elder Jin went backward over a crate. Who pulls a blade in the middle of a transaction? He shouted from the ground. I thought you'd come to rob and murder me. Chen Hao was waiting at my garage. Psycho, he said. Slap me. No, slap me. I need to know. He walked around the SUV twice, doing exactly what Elder Jin had done, which is when I learned that every man in Ju City is secretly a vehicle appraiser. Armor and the engine to move it, that's 800,000. With the body, over 1 million. Nobody abandons a car like this. Where did you find it? In the wasteland, I held up 8 fingers. He looked at the fingers. He looked at me. He sat down on the step. We're both taking this exam for the same reason, to live somewhere quiet instead of dying at the front, and you keep driving out into the place we're trying not to die in. There's no quiet, I said, while somebody above you decides where you go. There's only the top. They jumped me that night in the alley behind the noodle place, 11 of them, drunk, and Chow lay at the back not drinking. The one in front had yellow hair and a name in this city, Long Fei, called the Firefang Long, Ninth Heaven, owns a bar, hangs around the outer edge of a real hunting team. He was also, and I only put this together later, the man who had been driving the jeep on that highway with somebody else's cub in the back. You took my resources, Cao Lei said. You took my exam. Chen Hao did 2 things at once. He got his phone up and started recording, and then he stepped in front of me. Psycho, he said, in a voice that was doing its absolute best. Run. It was a lovely gesture. It was also unnecessary, because I was already behind Long Fei with my elbow going backward into the base of his skull. He folded up on the pavement like a deck chair. 11 men. A few breaths. I'm not going to dress it up. There is no story in 11 drunks. Cao Lei ran. 10 meters is nothing to me now. I came down with a hand on the back of his head and put his face into the asphalt, gently, all things considered. Did you get all that? I asked. Chen Hao looked at his phone. I think so. Some of it's my shoe. Good. Now an interview. Student Chen Hao, what were you feeling in the moment you stepped forward for your friend? Shut up. It's embarrassing. Delete it. Delete. We laughed the whole way home. That's the thing I'd forgotten to do for about 3 years. Elder Auntie Shen noticed something on me the next morning at the gate, and it wasn't the strength. You smell like a soldier, she said. Like the ones who come back off a wall after 4 days. 8th heaven. 1050 on the plate. She took me to the plate. 1070, 1072, 1074. Standard for 8th heaven is 8 to 900. A Chi realm martial artist starts at 1000. In his office, the principal read the printout and did something with his shoulders that a kinder person would not describe as dancing. 40 million, recovered in under 24 hours on paper in a ministry report with his name at the top. 2 days before the exam, they lined up the whole graduating year in the yard, and the principal gave the speech about 3 years of sharpening one sword. Behind me, 2 boys spent the entire speech debating whether he had personally won a battle the previous night, in his home, with his wife. Then they handed out the forms, and the yard went quiet, because everyone sitting the martial exam writes a will. They're real. They get filed. Roughly 1 in 50 is opened. I wrote the word will at the top. I signed underneath it. Then I drew a single line diagonally across the rest of the page so nobody could add anything, and handed it in. Nothing to leave. Nobody to leave it to. I did think about writing Chen Hao's name, and then I imagined him reading it out loud somewhere, and I could not go through with it. That afternoon I went back out for the bird. She was called a rotten corpse strange bird, 6 meters of something between an ostrich and a pterosaur, and here is why she is worth money. Her back grows a layer of soil, actual turf, and in it grow actual plants. Because she is old and she does not bathe, and the wasteland is fertile. She walks around as a moving greenhouse. She is also the most paranoid animal I have ever met. 2 days of free meat, and she never once let me see her, so I stopped giving her meat and started taking it. I walked into the clearing in daylight, picked up the haunch I had left there, put it over my shoulder, and walked away with it. She came out of the tree line within 90 seconds, because animals have exactly the same problem as people. And here's the second half of the plan, the part I'd been building for 3 days. Everyone digs one big pit. I dug 19 small ones in a grid. You know what's easier, one enormous mousetrap or a dozen little ones scattered where the mouse walks? The fight was ugly, and I lost most of it. Her bones would not break. I hit her with everything at the top of my list, and the strikes landed and did nothing. The only thing that worked was concealed force, the kind that goes past the shell and does its work behind it. I broke a wing, then her tail caught me, and I went across the clearing and through a wall. Then she ran. Same route she came in on, exactly, because that's what animals do under stress. And with a broken wing, her stride was shorter. She put her foot into the pit she had stepped over on the way in. I threw the spear at her face, and she did what any animal does. She brought the good wing up to cover, and while she was blind behind it, I put the glass sphere into her chest at 11 meters. 3 seconds. The haul off her back. More than 30 species of medicinal herb, including a coffin mushroom, and under all of it, a Tai Sui. Flesh Lingji, a third the size of her back. That thing concentrates and refines liverwood chi to the point where poison stops being a category of problem. The spear celebrated in its usual way. Sensing its master's dissatisfaction with the 7th form, the spear persona has divided Rain God's fury into 2 branches. Dripping water, greater force, longer windup. 1,000 strikes, less force, delivered as a chain. Both peak. You, I said, driving with my knee, are my favorite. Sergeant Xiaoye saw what was on my roof at the gate and stood up out of his chair. That's intact, he said. That's a tier 1, and it's intact. Do you know that a Qi Realm Master brings 3 people to take one of these and they still ruin the hide? You people, I told him, work very conscientiously. 378,000 yuan, and the herbs came to more than the carcass. 2 barrels of essence, which I traded straight across for 30 bottles of pills. An adamantine combat suit, light as aluminum and hard as plate. And that afternoon, a courier brought a metal case to my door and made me put my palm on it. The white bone great spear. 2.61 meters of something that had been grown rather than forged. Bone white, a triangular head with hooks behind the edges. The counterweight at the butt was a hammer studded with spikes. It was breathing. I want to be precise. The surface moved slightly, in a rhythm, and the room got colder near it. I broke the seal and it fought me. It was still alive in the way that matters. It had been part of a thing that ate its own kind, and it had opinions about being handed to an 18-year-old. 2 options, I told it, holding on with both hands while my arms shook. You submit, or that energy of yours tears you apart. Choose. It took about a minute. Then it went still, and then it started giving energy back to me instead, which is when I understood we were going to be fine. I threw it into a hedge and held out my hand and called it, and it came back. Chen Hao grabbed it without asking the next morning, and 40 spikes came out of the haft in a quarter of a second. Are you unwell? I said. You don't grab a special weapon. He sucked his palm and inspected the spear from a respectful distance. That's a special weapon. An actual one. Did a rich older woman adopt you? Is that what's happening? Then he stood back and squinted at me with an expression of real pain. Your outfit doesn't go with your weapon. Do you know what you look like? A beggar holding an imperial gold bowl. I gave him the SUV to sell through Elder Jin. 800,000 to me. Anything above that is yours. Then I went home, filled the tub, and tempered on tier 1 essence. 4 hours. Everything before it had been a rehearsal. This was somebody opening my chest without anesthetic, taking my bones out one at a time, putting new ones in, sewing me up and starting again. I lost track of language. I recited sutras. I recited multiplication tables. Around hour 2, I started singing because it was the only thing left. A man should be strong. A man should be iron. The spear persona, having listened to its master singing A Man of Iron, has determined that this heroic rhythm maps perfectly onto the drumbeat of the 12th form. Thunderous war drum has been raised to the level of secret skill. The pain switched off like a breaker. What replaced it was better than adrenaline, and I sat in that tub grinning at the ceiling like a lunatic. The new war drum works on a principle I love. The longer you fight, the stronger you get. Each beat feeds the next one. It does not spike and crash, it climbs, and it keeps climbing for as long as you can stay in the fight. Traits out of that bath. Iron bone, which means a sledgehammer swung by my equal does not break me, and I kept the lightness. And Windcatcher, which lets me feel a person inside 100 meters by what they do to the air. Then I ate 2 bottles and broke into the 9th heaven. All 8 extraordinary meridians and all 12 primary channels opened at once, and my internal vision came online for the first time. I looked inward and saw 5 clouds of Qi sitting in my organs, all of them murky and none of them mine yet. I could have pushed for the Qi realm that night. I didn't. The foundation hadn't set, and I have watched what happens to people who fill a house before the concrete cures. Chen Hao hammered on the bathroom door at 6 in the morning. Psycho, are you alive in there? Come out. I physically cannot hold it any longer. Exam morning. The plate in the school gym, 1.2 tons. Military buses at the gate with paper signs in the windows for the examination halls. Phones surrendered in a box. Weapons checked into storage. Chen Hao was assigned to second high, and I was assigned to the affiliated. He hung out the window shouting advice at me until his bus turned. Round 1 was 600 points and a VR headset. I want to be honest about the questions because they are not what you'd expect from an entrance exam. Close the gate and let 1,000 civilians outside be taken, or open it and risk the city. That's the whole question. There's no correct answer, and they score you on which kind of wrong you are. I finished in 2 hours, then the siren went off. Tier 6 breach at the North Gate. Examination suspended. All candidates proceed to the shelters. Every single person in that hall got up and ran. I stood there in the middle of the aisle with my hands in my pockets. It's fake, I said. The hall came apart like a screen turning off. Round 1 cleared. Time, 9 seconds, 28. Here's why it didn't take me. That headset works by hooking your brain's own signals and letting your mind furnish the room. It's flawless against one person. There were 5 of us in here. 9 seconds and 28 was a problem for other people. 200 kilometers away, under a dead city called Desolate, there is a command room with 12 technicians in it and enough computing power to model a war. Somebody put my time on the main screen and the room immediately agreed that the hardware had glitched. Rerun it. It's a sensor fault. It isn't a sensor fault. Then it's a fault in the headset. In a chair at the back sat an old man with a white beard and shoulder boards nobody in that room could look at directly. 1 wreath, 2 stars. Meng Renji, the Battle King. Commander of Ren Division, King Realm, and the reason the northern half of this country still has a northern half. He didn't open his eyes. Tang Yu Yan, he said, or Zhu Liang. Because there are perhaps 6 people of that age on the continent who can break an illusion from inside it, and all 6 of them are the children of Dragon City families with 300-year names. Neither, sir. He's a local. Jew City. The Battle King opened his eyes. They ran the recording. No fault. A boy in a chair, 2 hours of exam, and then 9 seconds from siren to disbelief. Genius is not measured by common sense, he said. Genius is the thing that contradicts it. They brought him my file. Suspected ghost body. 3 years of no progress, now interpreted by everyone with a clipboard as an awakening period. He read it. Then he gave one order that I would have paid a great deal of money to hear in advance. Recheck Desolate City. Leave exactly 1 Tier 2 beast in the center. I ate lunch in a garrison canteen, and it was beast meat, and something wonderful happened over the tray. The 6 Hollows persona is decomposing the energy of the meal by element, wood to the liver, fire to the heart. Thunder energy belongs to wood and has been converted accordingly. My quiet steward, the one that had never once bragged about anything, had been sorting my dinner into 5 buckets this entire time. Nobody else in that canteen was getting 1% of what I was getting off the same tray. The cultural round came back at 595 out of 600. Then they made us wait for round 2 on an apron in direct sun for 3 hours, and about half the candidates spent it complaining. I spent it cultivating. That is genuinely the entire difference between people. They dropped us out of helicopters. Desolate City died 50 years ago. 6 districts, a wall that came down and was never rebuilt. The government leaves it standing because it is a very good place to find out who your children are. At 100 meters, the lieutenant hauled the door open and shouted the rules into the wind. 72 hours, a mutant is 1 point, a beast is 10. Beat another candidate, you take every point he has. And if he has 0 points, you get 100, so pray you don't look poor. Top 100 goes up in 5 minutes and the positions of the top 10 will be visible to everybody in the city. Then he took the boy nearest the door by the collar. Congratulations, you guessed right, you're first. I went out on my own. I want to be clear that I had not planned what happened next. It's just that on the way down, there were 8 other candidates in the air with me, and a man in freefall cannot change direction. I could, because I had a spear that comes when I call it. Throw the spear, kick off the shaft, call it back, repeat. I hit the ground first with 8 names already off the board behind me, and up in the helicopter the lieutenant leaned out of the door and said something into the wind that I could hear from 300 meters away. Then somebody started shooting me out of the sky. His name was He Tao, Shadow He, 2nd-ranked student of Shudu Red Star, Chi Realm. He had a special weapon called Iron Feather, which is a pair of wings. He had learned to put lung metal chi into his arrows, which turns a hunting bow into artillery. He was up in the fog above the rooftops picking off candidates like ducks in a gallery, apologizing to each of them as they fell. Don't blame me, blame your own weakness. 3 arrows came at me in a fan. I broke all 3 with 1 swing. He went up. I went after him, which surprised him, because 18-year-olds without wings do not usually chase you into the air. Then we came back down onto the rooftops and it turned into a chase across a dead city with a man in wings above me putting metal into every place I was about to be. Then he sent the black one, the special weapon arrow, from behind, which was a good decision. I caught it with my hand. That's what chitin and a rebuilt pain threshold buy you. I want to be honest, it hurt like a car door, but I caught it and snapped it in half and fed the pieces to my spear, and He Tao pulled the distress cord on his vest while still in the air. I came here to sit an exam, he said to the medics later, in a voice that came out about an octave high. I did not come here to die. 5 minutes in, the board went up over the whole city. Number 1, Ye Tian, 8th Heaven, 2,100 points. Number 2, Zhu Liang, Chi Realm 3rd Stage. Number 3, Wen Li, Chi Realm 1st Stage. You can imagine how that read to 400 candidates crouched in ruins. The man at the top of the board is below the Chi Realm. He is beneath every serious person here, and he is sitting on 2,000 points. Free money. I was free money again. The first group was 5, the second was 9, the third was 11, and by the third one, the survivors of the first 2 had spread the description far enough that they came in careful, and it made no difference whatsoever. One of them went down on his knees on the broken road with his hands out. Brother, yeah. Brother, yeah. I was blinded by greed. I was. I do not enjoy telling this part. But there were 70 hours left, and 100 more of him in that city. The fastest way to stop being hunted is to become a story people tell each other. I hit him from below, and I made sure the 2 who ran saw it. After that, the 3rd and 4th groups did not come. Meanwhile, I had discovered something disgusting and extremely useful. You do not need a pit. You do not need a tarp or a farmhouse or 4 hours. If the beast is fresh, you can put your arm into it and temper right there, standing in the street, for as long as it takes the next group to find you. My pain threshold had reached the point where the process registered as being hit with a bat. I have been hit with a bat. The Six Hollows persona is decomposing earth energy from the essence, routed to the spleen, plate equivalent that evening, by my own estimate, 1.3 tons. 3 of them came at me together on the second morning, and the 3 of them were good. So I went at them first, which is the entire answer to being outnumbered. If you wait, you fight 3. If you charge, you fight 1, then 1, then 1. The other 2 spend 4 seconds working out where to stand. Gaoxiang had iron gauntlets as her special weapon and heartfire chi to fill them, which meant her fists came at me glowing. She caught my spear on a block and held it. So I let go of the spear and hit her with my hand, bare knuckles against burning iron, and it came out even. The expression on her face through the flame is one of my favorite things I own, chitin and iron bone. I had built my hand into a weapon and then walked around pretending it wasn't one. Then I hit her left arm, which had nothing on it, 3 times. Then I called the spear back at the exact instant her gauntlets came together. Then I took both gauntlets off her. They tried to tear themselves out of my grip and rip me in half, which is what a special weapon does when a stranger holds it, so I let them pull against each other. Yuan Bo was the second one, and I never saw him at all, which was the point. His special weapon is called Shadow, and it does 2 things. It makes you invisible, and it hides your chi, and it is worth roughly a house. I stumbled. I want you to understand that I made a meal of it. I caught my foot on a curb. I went down on one knee. I let the spear drag. I breathed like a man at the end of his rope. And then, later, I got to watch the recording of a room full of technicians watching the same thing and shouting at the screen. I got to hear the Battle King say, over the top of all of it, without raising his voice, "He's faking. Watch what he's about to do." Yuanbo came in on my blind side to finish it, and I put him through a wall using the 2 stolen gauntlets, which were still trying to escape, as a hinge. That left Wen Li. Third on the board, 36 flying knives called the 36 Blossoms and a shield called Immovable Stone in the Current. He was the only one of the 3 who could actually have beaten me on paper. He made a speech. They always make a speech. Return the gauntlets and we can consider that nothing happened here. Too dumb. That was my heart. The knives came apart one at a time in the air, not deflected, came apart. A drum that gets louder every beat against 36 blades on a fixed budget is not a fight, it's a schedule. He did the thing that told me who he was at the end. He turned around and put his own back over the shield. That shield is worth more than his life, literally, on the school's books. If he failed this exam, his family owed the tuition back. I only know that because he told me, at volume, while I stood over him, "Don't touch my knives, don't listen, I'll tell you how to activate a special weapon, just don't touch my knives." And that is how I learned the thing that everybody in Dragon City is taught at 12 and nobody in Ju City knows at all. A special weapon needs a name. You give it a name and you give it your essence out of the left wrist, and until you do it is a stray dog you have been feeding. It'll come when you wave, it'll never come when you call. I gave him his knives back for a promise of 2 million in Tier 2 essence, which he paid, eventually, and which is a separate story. Then I sat down on a broken staircase in a dead city to name my spear. I went through the great spears of my old world first, every famous one I could remember. None of them fit, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to work out why, which is that the name of a weapon is not a decoration. It's a declaration of what the man holding it intends. What did I intend? I intended to stand at the top, to be the one nobody points, to reach a place where nothing above me gets a vote. Then the spear isn't a tool for enforcing heaven's will, it's the thing that overrules it. "Sky slaughter," I said. The spear hummed in my hands like a struck bell. I opened my left wrist and gave it what it wanted, and from that second on it stopped being a heavy object I owned. It flew on its own, it performed forms without me, and when I was done with it, it wrapped around my waist and became a belt, because a sword-spine beast can go from rigid to soft at will, and my weapon had inherited the whole family talent. The persona sealed the cut without a mark. Increasingly consistent with a ghost body. There is a hall in Shudu with the names of every candidate a school has entered. The names glow green while the candidate is in the exam and red when they're out. Principal Zhao Ping of Shudu Red Star had come back from the hospital, where his second-ranked student had spent 40 minutes apologizing through tears for wasting the school's investment. The other principals were enjoying it very much. Then Wen Li went red. The hall stopped enjoying it. Principal Wei of Ju City sat in the corner of that hall and said nothing at all and privately begged every deity he could name that the boy doing this had not transferred in from Dragon City under a false address. Principal Li Gang of Kangcheng laughed until he had to put his cup down. "Relax, old Su. You've still got 2 left." And then Zhu Liang came looking for me. He'd been asleep on a water tower with his special weapon posted as a sentry, which I did not know was a thing you could do. He opened up on me from 800 meters with bullets made of chi. 3 kinds, alternating. Lung metal to punch the hole. Heart fire to open it up. Kidney water to keep it open. I expected you to have 5,000 by morning, he called down, conversationally, across most of a kilometer. You disappointed me, which means I don't need you. Then he came looking, and I did 2 things I am still pleased about. First, I dropped my pulse to 2 beats a minute and let my body temperature go with it, which the snake had given me and which I had spent a week practicing in a hotel bathtub. Zhu Liang perceives the battlefield through heart fire chi. Heart fire finds heat. I turned blue and sat in a stairwell and stopped existing. Second, I caught one of the examination drones. They're everywhere over that city, tracking candidates for the scoreboard. I brought one down, tied it to a beast I had wounded but not finished, and sent that beast running through 6 districts. Zhu Liang chased a red dot around Desolate City for most of a day. When he finally caught up with it and understood, he sat down on a rooftop and laughed until he ran out of air. Sly little fox, he said. Hide well. Don't let me find you too early. While he was chasing that dot, I was in a basement 2 districts over with 20 beast carcasses and a hole in the floor. I had been saving them. All of them, every kill since the drop, dragged down a stairwell one at a time and put into a pit I'd broken open with the butt of the spear, and then I got in. The 6 Hollows persona is separating metal energy and routing it to the lungs. Wind energy belongs to wood, routed to the liver. That is what nobody in that city had. Everyone else was killing beasts for points. I was killing them for groceries. By 5 in the afternoon, all 5 of my chi had reached perfection at once. The Blood Cloud persona has switched to the chi chapter. The whole basement went quiet in the specific way a room goes quiet before a storm arrives. Then the air started moving toward me. Then I came up off the bottom of that pit and hung there with my feet off the ground and a funnel of heaven and earth chi turning slowly over my head. In the command room, somebody stood up so fast they took their chair over. Is he breaking through in the middle of the examination? That phenomenon's twice the size it should be. Because he isn't going up 1 stage, said the Battle King. He's going up 2. And a kilometer away, on a roof, a girl with 2 braids watched the same funnel and made a decision. I know her name now, Tang Yuyan. Back then she was still the person who had told a butler in a slaughterhouse to test me. A golden phoenix out of a straw nest, she said. Not while I'm here. Her axe is called Zan Yue. It's 1.70 meters at rest, absurdly light. And when she pushed her chi through it, the thing grew to 100 meters and came down on the district like a piece of falling architecture. 6 forms of annihilation. Everybody understands that a martial artist who opens his eyes in the middle of a breakthrough loses the breakthrough, the cultivation, and frequently the use of his legs. I opened my eyes. Because I wasn't the one doing it. My technique was doing it, and it did not require my attention any more than my liver requires my attention, and 2 people can do 2 different jobs in the same building without getting in each other's way. The roof came down, and I went out sideways through the wall. She was good. I need to say that plainly because of what happened afterward. She opened with a fireball, which was loud and bright and obvious, and buried inside the noise of it were 4 wind blades I only caught because of the wind catcher trait. That's what tactics actually are. The big technique is not the attack. The big technique is the curtain the attack walks in behind. Then the axe came down again, 100 meters of it. I did not dodge it so much as ride the pressure wave off the impact and let it throw me where I wanted to go. And I threw the spear at her, which was also a curtain. The spear hit her chest plate at 11 meters. I watched her face through the aerosol, and I watched her realize. I have replayed her exact expression for my own enjoyment several times since. She was thinking, quite clearly, liverwood chi neutralizes any poison in existence, you absolute rube. Correct. It does. It just doesn't do it instantly. I did not need to put her to sleep. I needed the 4 or 5 breaths it takes a Chi Realm martial artist to burn a sedative out of her lungs, and in 4 or 5 breaths my breakthrough finished. Chi Realm, 2nd level. An hour is a good time for that jump. A very good time. Mine took 2 minutes because the thing driving it had been living in my meridians for 11 days and knew the route better than I did. Fragments in the bank, 10,070. Enough for a 5th bestowal, which I did not yet know what to do with and which I filed for later. Then I finished the fight. The drum was different now that I had chi in the organs. Every beat put lightning around me, a lattice of it close to the skin. I left an afterimage standing where I had been and she committed to it. By the time she corrected, I was inside her guard. She put up a chi shield, which was correct. It's the right answer. It's the answer every instructor in the country teaches. The problem is that I had been feeding concealed force through that shield since our 2nd exchange. Not through her guard. Through it, the way damp gets through a wall, a little at a time, and it had been collecting in her for about 90 seconds while she felt entirely fine. She gathered every scrap of chi she had for one finishing strike. Burst, I said. You know what the most dangerous moment for a highway is? Not when it's empty. It's when everything on it is at maximum speed. Down in the command room, the technicians watched a Chi realm martial artist come apart from the inside. Then they watched me walk away from the crater, across the crater, on nothing. That's, sir, he's walking on air. Only King Realm can. Look at his feet, the Battle King said. The soles of my boots were black. Kidney water chi pulls water molecules out of open air and packs them into something that holds weight for about 1/5 of a second, and it will hold you if you are light enough and fast enough to be gone before it fails. You cannot stand. There isn't enough water in one place to stand on. You can only keep walking. He's the only one who could do it, the old man said. Nobody else is that light and that fast at the same time. The room worked it out for another 40 seconds and then congratulated itself loudly. Excellent hindsight, said the Battle King without opening his eyes. All of you. Zhu Liang came for me at dawn on the 3rd day, and he came riding a bird made of fire. That's not a figure of speech. Heartfire chi condensed into a vermilion bird 30 meters across. He stood on its back in a white coat with his hands behind him like a man arriving at his own wedding. His opening shot hit me in the chest and rang, not a wet sound. A metal sound, like a hammer on a boiler, and it went through my combat suit and stopped at my skin, and Zhu Liang's expression came apart for the first time in his life. Do you have a Vajra Overlord body? He came down and put a bayonet into my ribs, seriously, with intent, and left a white scratch. Then I hit him with my hands. That's the part he could not process. I had a spear on my back, and I was performing spear forms with empty fists, 1,000 rain-linked beads as a hailstorm of knuckles, because the forms were never about the weapon, and my hands had been rebuilt 11 times in 3 weeks. His clothes were a special weapon. Of course they were. Every thread of that white coat could shear off concealed force before it landed, which is a truly obnoxious thing to own. So he stopped playing and used the family technique, Chi transformation of 8 aspects. He ran Juyen and Sure at the same time, 2 separate enhancement arts stacked on one body, and his realm climbed from 3rd stage to 5th in about 4 seconds. The air around him went red, and I answered with the thing I had been building since the basement, rain-governing dragon god. A black dragon came out of my kidney water chi and wrapped itself down the length of my arm and the length of the spear, and from that moment every form I threw arrived twice, once as a strike, once as a bite, and the moisture in the whole district lifted off the rubble and hung in the air in a few thousand drops that did not fall, and when I moved my hand they all went at once. Down in the command room, a technician said the line that got repeated in 3 cities. That's not 2 people fighting anymore, that's 2 beasts arguing about territory. We wrecked 6 blocks. By the end, my adamantine suit was ash, and Zhu Liang had no points, no coat, and a smile I did not expect at all. 1 strike, Ye Tian, let's settle it in 1. His was a white tiger out of lung metal chi, the size of a house. Mine was Rain God's Wrath, the dripping water branch, with a dragon wound down the haft. Break, I said. Here's what I expected. An explosion. Here's what happened. Nothing for about 1.5 seconds. The tiger and the dragon met and started eating each other, silently, winding the air into a funnel between them and pulling the dust up off 6 streets. The silence of it was the most frightening thing I had experienced in this world or the other one. There was a 3rd person on that street which neither of us knew. Tang Yuyan had been lying in the rubble playing dead since the previous evening with the intention of collecting whatever was left of the winner. She got up and ran. Lunatics, she was saying, at a full sprint, and I've heard the audio. Both of them. Absolute lunatics. Then it went off. The crater ended up 50 meters across and 30 deep. The last thing I saw before the lights went out was a number, 6,890. Every candidate left in Desolate City heard that, and then 3 names came off the top of the board at the same moment, and 400 teenagers in ruins concluded reasonably that the world had ended somewhere to the north. In the principal's hall in Shudu, 3 lights went red in the space of 1 breath. Principal Li Gang of Kangcheng, who had been laughing 40 minutes earlier, stopped laughing. That was his last one. 9 straight years of losing to Shudu Red Star, and this was the 9th. Cheer up, old Xiao, said Zhao Ping. After the 10th, they'll be replacing you. The results took 11 hours. Martial arts top scorer, Ye Tian, Qi Realm 2nd level, 6,890 points. Final score, 610. The paper is out of 600. There are 10 bonus points written into the regulations that no candidate has been awarded in the entire history of the examination. Because they exist for a performance the examiners could not describe when they wrote the rule. Zhu Liang came 2nd with 599 and 2,420 points. Zhao Ping went and asked, personally, whether there had been an error in the conversion. He was a principal, he was allowed to ask. The answer he got is my favorite sentence anyone said about me that year. There's no error. His result exceeds the mean by such a margin that 600 plus 10 is not enough. 610 is simply where our scale ends. Like putting a 300-pound man on a scale that goes to 200. The number isn't his weight. The number is the end of the scale. Principal Wei of Ju City sat in that hall and pinched his own thigh under the table until it bruised. The combined score of Shudu Red Star's entire top 10 came to less than half of what one boy from his school had put up alone. At the same hour, in a courtyard in the capital, an old man was looking at a tree. It's a small tree. It has never really grown because it was planted badly by a 6-year-old in poor soil. The 6-year-old was told to leave it there and see what happened. The 6-year-old's name was Zhao Yuan. He was the Battle King's grandson. The tree didn't grow, Meng Renjie said to nobody, and the boy isn't here anymore. His aide came out with a folder and waited the correct number of seconds. Sir, we've been through the archive. There is no record of a ghost body that specializes in comprehension. Ghost bodies recover. They don't understand things faster. And there's this. His consumption of medicinal resources runs 8 to 10 times higher than Zhu Liang's for the same gain in realm. That is not a recovery body. That is a furnace. The old man looked at the sapling a while longer. Then stop looking for a ghost body, he said. Have the divine character camp search the oldest sections for a dragon body. I woke up in a hospital in the middle of a breakthrough. I want to describe how insulting that was. I opened my eyes and my realm was climbing without me. 3rd level of the Qi realm, and my organs were passing energy around a circle in an order I recognized from a diagram. Wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth, and my 5 viscera persona was standing in the middle of it like a foreman with a clipboard. The personas handled everything while their master was unconscious. The 5 viscera persona balanced all 5 Qi along the generating cycle. It grumbles quietly that the master had better notice this when he wakes up and say something nice. You're incredible, I said out loud, to my own chest in a hospital bed, and a nurse in the doorway backed out slowly. You're the top scorer of the entire province, Chen Hao was shouting about 4 seconds later, and you have a face like somebody sold your bike. I could not see the far wall. There were flowers stacked to shoulder height, and behind the flowers a queue. 50-odd organizations came through that room in one afternoon to wish me a speedy recovery. The wishes came with envelopes, and by evening, the consolation gifts totaled over 10 million yuan. I mentioned Elder Auntie Shen in every single interview, every one. Her name, her class, the 3 years, the fact that she traded me the pills. I did it deliberately, and I did it until the reporters started asking about her before I could bring her up, and 2 months later, she was awarded the top teaching grade in the province, which comes with a pension multiplier and a plaque. She called me and started 3 sentences and finished none of them. Chen Hao got into the Military Research Institute mechanical faculty, which he announced by kicking my door open with both arms in the air. He is going to spend his life building the machines that people like me ride into places we should not go. I told him that was the smarter half of the arrangement, and he thought I was being sarcastic. On the 4th day, the old man came to my room. Military overcoat, general's stars, white beard. He came in alone and shut the door behind him. My body went into a defensive posture before my brain got a vote. I want to be honest about that. Because it had not happened before, and it has rarely happened since. There was no part of me that considered attacking. It was the reaction of a rabbit that has noticed a lion in the room, and the rabbit does not plan. Why were you frightened? He asked. It was sudden. And why aren't you frightened now? Because I worked out that if you'd wanted me dead, I wouldn't be finishing this sentence. He laughed at that once. Then he offered me the thing that half the continent would open a vein for. Ren division, personal instruction from a king. A road that has a name and a paved surface and other people's footprints already on it. Why a king? I said. The room got very quiet. Why not an emperor? Because there are 4 kings in this country, he said, and 1 emperor, and you are 18. If I become a king, I become a royal line. I'd be worth a clan by myself. He looked at me for a long moment, and then he stood up and left without another word. And on the roof, his aide was waiting. The aide was furious in the specific way that only a very loyal subordinate can be. He's ungrateful. Sir, you could simply have told him who you were. 1 sentence. He would have been on his knees. The young are supposed to aim high and not know the size of heaven and earth. Meng Renjie was watching the traffic. Let him go out into the world. The world will teach him the dimensions. Then he gave 2 orders. Ren Division would place a covert protection detail on me, and the military district would send a set of custom armor as a gift, with no conditions attached and no name on the card. Wen Li paid his debt 3 days later, and he paid it in person, which I respected. 17 Tier 2 beasts. Alive, in cages, on flatbeds, including a golden-eyed dragon lizard and a human-faced black eagle. The eagle looked at me with something disturbingly close to a person's expression. I put my hand into the first barrel. Alarm. Your body cannot withstand energy at this level. Cease immediately. I took my hand back out. Tier 1 essence had gone from agony to a warm bath in 11 days. Tier 2 essence was a category error. I filed that as a problem to solve rather than a wall to respect, because that is the difference between those two words. While I was doing that, Wen Li was reading the card that had fallen out of my jacket. A fighter's registration card from a place with no name on the front, only a serial number and a stamped weight class. He put it back on the table without saying anything about it. 2 months later, I found out he had spent those 2 months in the equivalent establishment in his own city, going out 4 nights a week under a false name. His explanation, when I eventually asked, "The one with more talent than me also works harder than me." What exactly was I supposed to do with that information? Sleep? I spent the next half-month outside the wall. Rain God's Wrath grew a 3rd branch. Water Dragon's Roar, and the classification came back as secret skill, and it does something I still find slightly obscene. The dragon passes through a beast, not into, through. There is not a mark on the outside, and everything on the inside has stopped, and about 30 seconds later, the essence comes up through the pores like sweat, and the tempering changed character. Up to then, every new trait was an addition. Now the personas started replacing. The chitin I had off a mutant scorpion got taken out and thrown away, and a blue blood purple crystal scorpion's chitin got put in instead, and then that got upgraded twice more. My cells had stopped collecting and started curating. Standing jump, 50 to 60 meters. Striking plate, 5.1 tons. I looked that up against something from my old life for scale, because I could not make 5 tons mean anything on its own. There's a staff in an old story that weighs 6.75 tons and belongs to a monkey who can knock the roof off heaven. I was nearly able to pick it up. Realm. Chi Realm, 4th level, 35,130 fragments. And the body chapter had jammed. 50 Beasts Realm and no further, because Tier 1 Essence had run out of things to teach me exactly the way Mutant Essence had. I now had 17 barrels of the next tier sitting in a warehouse that my body would not survive touching. I came back into 200 missed calls. Where have you been? Chen Hao at the gate, vibrating. There is a hotel. In the hotel there are the admissions boards of all 10 Martial universities, also 10 clubs from the Glory Alliance. Also the highest official in this province. They've been sitting there for 4 days. Psycho, listen to me carefully. You are merchandise. The banquet had a red carpet and photographers, which is a strange thing to walk down when 4 days earlier you were standing in a hole full of beast essence. Principal Wei pushed me into a side room and put a suit on me himself and whispered instructions the entire time. Whatever they offer you, whatever, not one flicker of eagerness. If you look eager, the price goes down. If you look bored, it goes up. Can you look bored? I have been described as looking bored at my own duels, so yes. Then they auctioned me. The clubs went first, because the clubs are shameless. An S-tier contract, 100 million a year, and 3 advertising deals inside the first week. The man saying it did not blink once. Then the universities, an armored vehicle and an apartment in the center, and 10 million in cash and a 1-to-1 mentor. 3 techniques taught by celestial human masters. 1 month per semester inside a private secret realm. Then the army, and the army does not bother with cars. Rank of major on the day you sign. A mentor at general grade. And a martial technique designed for you personally, from nothing, by people whose names you would recognize. I'll think about it, I said. Somebody at the next table made a noise like he had been kicked. The province's own gift came without conditions, which is how you know who has actually read a room. A set of special armor, and a spatial ring with 10 cubic meters inside it, which costs about what an advanced special weapon costs, and which I had stood in front of a display case wanting 3 weeks earlier like a kid outside a bakery. Zhu Liang found me by the window with a glass in his hand. Congratulations, he said. Successor to the Battle King. I had not known. I want that on the record. It took me about 2 seconds of hearing him describe an old man with a white beard and shoulder boards to work out who had been sitting on the end of my hospital bed telling me the world would teach me the dimensions. You're mistaken, I said. I'm not his successor. Stop performing. I'm not going to expose you. He was smiling. It's fine. Everyone with a brain guessed. I turned it down. Zhu Liang's voice left him. It came back about half an octave higher than it had been. You actually refused? Yes. Do you understand what that was? He put his glass down before he broke it. That is not an offer. That is a guaranteed road to King Realm. The merits, the division, the instruction, all of it. There are 4 kings in this country. 4. People spend 100 years and die at the second turning of that road, and you. My aspiration lies somewhere else. Where? To be the strongest. He stared at me. That's nonsense. That's a line from a cartoon. That is a thing children say. The Battle King deserves respect, I said. I mean that, but answer me one question. If he had a real chance at the Emperor realm, would he be shopping for a successor? Zhu Liang stopped. He'd be in seclusion, I said. He wouldn't be at an exam. He wouldn't be in a hospital room in a provincial city looking at a teenager. A man goes looking for someone to carry his road when he already knows he isn't getting to the end of it. So if I walk that road, I'm walking a road that has been surveyed all the way to a wall. 99 times out of 100 you stop at King and you stop there forever. He was quiet for a long time. Then he laughed, and it was not a happy laugh. Do you know what this is like? Two rich men beat each other unconscious in the street over a bar of gold. The bar rolls into the gutter at the feet of a beggar, and the beggar kicks it further down the drain and complains that he's hurt his foot and lost his place at the good corner. That's a very good description. I'm not complimenting you. The armor came in a case like the spear had. Same beast, same living bone cells of the sword spine, which caused an incident. Because the moment I opened the case, my spear started making a sound I had never heard it make. The sound meant, unmistakably, "Can I eat it?" "No," I said, and cuffed it. "That's your sister. Behave." 9 dragons worked across it. Helmet, pauldrons, breastplate, belt, 10 kilograms of it, total. Growth and self-repair, same as the spear, and 2 things the spear does not have. The first is possession. It goes into the skin as a pattern and lives there and comes back out when I think about it, which meant I stopped needing to carry armor and started needing to explain the tattoos. The second is dragon guarding protective chi, which banks the kinetic energy of anything that hits me and hands it back when I ask for it. Getting punched became a form of saving. If the name of a weapon is the will of its owner, the name of armor is the line you have decided not to let anything cross. It should mean, let the star burst. This will stand between it and him. Sun devouring, I said, and opened my left wrist again, and 9 dragons swam up my forearms and settled into my skin. Then I picked a university, and I picked 9th out of 10. Haidu is 2nd tier, and everyone told me so. It also sits on the coast, and past that coast there is an ocean, and in that ocean there is an inexhaustible supply of things that need killing. The state pays merit for every single one of them. Everyone else was choosing a mentor. I was choosing a supply line, because there was a thing I had been avoiding thinking about since the hospital. My system had 5 bestowals in it, and every one of them had been a piece of my own body or my own technique. Somewhere above that ceiling there was a 6th. I had no idea what it was supposed to be, and I had a strong suspicion that when I found out, the price would not be measured in fragments. I gave them 3 conditions: a ship, available to me at any hour, no request forms, total non-interference in how I cultivate, and access to the Tianshu Library, which is the 2nd largest collection in the country after the Divine Character Camps, because I had 10,000 fragments burning a hole in my pocket and a question about what to buy with them. The admissions officer who took the call was named Gao Yuji, and she did not sleep that night. She told me so twice in writing. Before I left, I bought 100 cold iron short spears, 3 million yuan, and the man at the counter asked me twice whether I understood they were consumables. I did. That's what they were for. The 1,000 strikes branch of Rain God's Wrath throws, and a thrown weapon does not come back on schedule, and cold iron happens to be the finest conductor of kidney water chi in commercial production. Here's the logic, and I stand by it. Pure chi is flame. Chi inside a weapon is lava. Put them against each other and the lava wins every time. And the reason is not temperature. It's that lava has a body. Then I went and lay down in 17 barrels of Tier 2 essence for 40 days. I do not have good words for the first week. The Tier 1 baths had been surgery. This was being poured full of something that burned from the inside out continuously, and my distraction techniques stopped working on day 3. Sutras, multiplication, singing, none of it. The 6 Hollows persona has isolated a special energy. It can be converted into a trait the master does not currently possess or transferred to the 5 viscera. Master must decide. I took the trait. Golden eyes. I can see in absolute darkness in full color. I can count the pores in a plastered wall across a room. I can hold a target at a kilometer, in fog, at night. And on day 8, when distraction had failed completely, I changed tactics. I stopped hiding from the pain and went at it, head on, with my attention, deliberately, the way you meet a charge instead of turning your back on it. Steel against steel. It hurt more. It also broke, eventually, and what came out the other side was not a trait. My mental strength and my will took a step up that I could feel, and it never went back down. Outside the barracks on day 40, Chen Hao was screaming at the facility manager. 40 days! Have you looked in? Once? Has one person looked in? Wen Li had him by the collar. He's not the type to put himself under a real blow. Let go of the man. Then the roof came off the building. A column of red went up into the sky and stayed there for about 4 seconds, and out of the middle of it walked a figure in white bone armor. Chi Realm, 7th level. While I had been in that hole, the world had changed shape. A new spatial gate had opened, and I need to explain what that means. Because it is the axis, everything after this turns on. A gate leads to a secret realm. Inside every secret realm of sufficient grade, there is a key. The key contains the chance, not the promise, the chance, of breaking into King Realm. Once a realm is used up, it stops being a realm and becomes an extraterritorial battlefield, which is a polite name for a place where our species and theirs have been killing each other for 800 years. The supreme commander of Yan country is named Zhao Changfeng, and he issued 3 orders that month. Ghost Unit. Kill the young martial artists of Baron Star wherever they are found. Ren Division. Clear the spies inside our own borders. Glory Alliance. Move the tournament up by a month and open the Dragon Ascent Arena in the capital. 8,000 spies were executed in 30 days. They published the lists at noon on the news with names, and the third-place finisher of my examination, a girl called Yang Yuan, was killed on a highway between 2 cities on a Tuesday afternoon. They evacuated the entire top 100 within 6 hours. Which brings me to the temple. I got an address by message. Number 15, Miao Street, Jun District, which is a night market with a city god temple at the end of it. The message came through a channel I had every reason to trust. I got there at 9 in the evening, and the market was full and the temple was not. My golden eyes, which can see in absolute darkness, looked into the doorway of that temple and reported absolute darkness. And my nose, which had been upgraded by a wolf, told me there was a human smell in there that had no business belonging to a human. I turned around. Then the doorway took hold of me and pulled me in. Across the city, Wen Li was at a table with 4 other people from the exam list when the roll call started going round, and somebody said my name, and nobody answered. Ye Tian? Has anyone got Ye Tian? And Wen Li went white, because he had received the same address 10 minutes earlier from the same trusted channel, and there is only one thing that means. There is a mole. Inside. High enough to send that message. Inside the temple was a formation, and formations are the part of this world I understood least at the time. It ate light. It ate perception. It ate the sense of direction I had built out of 4 different animals. Then it started showing me things. I was on a street in Ju City. I was killing a fruit seller. Then a man with a child on his shoulders. Then an old woman who was on her knees. And the highest official in my province was standing at the end of the street pointing at me and shouting the word villain. I looked at him for about 2 seconds. Then I hit a completely empty patch of air 11 meters to the left of him. I told you, I said, not to play with me. There were 29 of them in there. Under the skin they were green and red and blue in the way that a face is a face right up until the light hits it wrong. The one impersonating the provincial secretary's own assistant had been wearing 10 faces, one over the other, and not one of them had ever been his. The formation was the real problem, and I solved it with the short spears. I threw them into the dark, not at anything, into it, in a spread, 20 of them. Then I ran Thunderpool Dharma Realm and pushed Chi out in a sphere. Every one of those cold iron shafts caught the pulse and sang it back to me. Antennas. I had built myself a radar out of 3 million wen of consumables. After that, the dark was an image with edges. The formation also had living foundations, meaning it was being held up by people standing in specific places, which is a design with an obvious flaw. Kill everyone. The formation is a building. People are load-bearing. 2 of them swallowed something at the end. It's banned in every country on this planet, and it jumped both of them straight to Art Realm, which is 2 whole realms above me, and for about 40 seconds they were genuinely going to win, so I let them hit me. Not out of nobility. My armor bank's kinetic energy, and I wanted a full tank. And the whole time they were beating on me, I was leaking kidney water chi into the air around them. Thin, ambient, nothing you would notice, and it was soaking into them the way damp soaks into a wall. They gathered everything they had for a finishing technique. Burst. 5 minutes, start to finish. 29 bodies. The army arrived at minute 6 and put about 40 rifles on me, which I consider fair. Secretary Wen came in 20 minutes after that, and Secretary Wen had spent the afternoon learning that his own assistant of 6 years had never been his assistant. He apologized to me in front of his own soldiers, which is not a thing provincial secretaries do. The bounty is 1,000 merit per confirmed spy, 29,000. Then he added 11,000 out of his personal account to round it to 40. He did it about 90 seconds after taking a phone call. The phone call had been an aide in the capital saying 11 quiet words. The Battle King is very displeased with your province's work. He also handed me the rank of Honorary Major, which is a real rank with real access and no duties, and which is the single most useful thing anybody gave me that year. There was a sniper from Ren Division on a roof 2 kilometers away for that entire fight. I did not know he existed until much later. His statement is in the file. 3 times his finger was on the trigger. Every time, I was sure the boy was finished, and then a moment later the enemy would simply not be there anymore. Haidu Bay City is built like a double boiler. The wall doesn't just enclose the land, it goes out and takes a bite of the bay, so that half the city looks at water that belongs to us, and the other half looks at water that does not. 4 times the size of Shudu. The university takes up a third of a district on its own. There is a stone slab at the main gate. The first rector of Haidu carved it, and what he carved into it is not a motto. It is the concept underneath every school of combat he had ever studied, compressed. The regulation is that you may look at it once you have reached the 9th stage of Art Realm, because below that it does nothing, and above that it does something that has a Q. I was Chi Realm 7th. I was 6 full stages under the floor. I looked at it because it was on the way in, and it was interesting. Then I looked at it a second time, and I fell into it. What I saw was a dragon made of thunder taking 4 steps. On the first step, the ground gave way. On the second, the mountains came down. On the third, the rivers ran dry. On the fourth, the sky tore. Overturning rain thunder has become the raging dragon claw. Secret skill. Then I noticed people shouting. The slab was glowing, which I learned over the following week it had not done for 3 years, and which the senior students of that university had been coming to stand in front of every semester in the hope of causing, and which had just been done in a total of 9 seconds by a freshman who had walked over to it while looking for the registration desk. I did not stay for the conversation. The dormitory allocation was being run by upperclassmen on a folding table with a sign. Take 3 of my strikes, you get a 16-bed room, 5, an 8-bed, 10, a 4-bed. Beat me, and you get a single. Fail to take 3, and you sleep outside. The one at the table smiled at the cue. Don't complain. Our seniors did the exact same thing to us. It's tradition. A second one got up when he saw me walk to the front. Look at this. Brave. What's your name, Junior? I'm Xiao Hao, and I never hit anyone without. He went 10 meters, through most of a gate. 4 ribs and a punctured lung, which I did feel slightly bad about, and which the medical office in that university treats as a Tuesday. The first one made eye contact with me for approximately 1/3 of a second, sat back down, and began reciting the room numbers of every available single unit in a clear and helpful voice. The single I ended up with was not a room. It was a suite with a hot spring in the floor and a lawn planted with first-rank medicinal herbs. The air in it was so thick with heaven and earth chi that I gained 2% of a realm overnight without taking a single pill or doing a single thing. Then I found the canteen. 9 windows with queues, 1 window with no queue at all, and a small brass sign, rations, honorary officers. Behind it, meat from Tier 2 sea beasts. A portion of the premium cut costs 2 merit, and 2 merit is what you get for killing 40 Tier 2 sea beasts, which is why the window was empty and the other 9 were 40 deep. Honorary officers get 3 portions free. I took 6. The entire canteen stopped eating to watch a first-year spend merit on lunch. I want to defend myself here, because from the outside it looks like a man buying a sports car on his first paycheck. I gained 22% of a realm off that breakfast. 22, in one sitting, against 2% for a full night in a room made of medicine. My 6 Hollows persona takes a plate of food apart into 5 elements and puts each one where it belongs, and there is not another person on this planet for whom eating is a cultivation technique. Somebody sat down opposite me while I was on plate 4, 3rd year, Heart Realm. They call her Sun Meiying, and behind her back they call her the Fiendess Sun. She runs a society with a name like a wine label, and she is the strongest student in her year. Can I buy you something, Junior? Behind me, the display above the service window was still showing my transaction. Ye Tian, rank, honorary major, merit balance, 40,000. The man behind the counter came to attention and saluted. Sun Meiying looked at the board. Sun Meiying's own balance, accumulated over 3 years of hard, genuine, dangerous work, was 3,001. She got up very politely and left, and to her enormous credit she never once held it against me. Deng Wei was less graceful. He came over that evening with 4 others. He was the champion of his own province, Qi Realm 4th, and he had a proposal. The enthronement this year is a free-for-all. 18,000 people, 1 hour, no rules. 1 man alone cannot hold anything in that, so either you're with us or we're on opposite sides, and I'd rather you thought about which. I stood up. That's all. I put my hands on the table and stood up out of the chair, and all 5 of them went back a step, and one of them knocked over a bench. I asked him later what that had felt like, and he was embarrassed to answer. He said it was like watching a mountain come up out of the ground on the other side of a dinner table. Are you threatening me? No, no, no. They left. On the way out, Deng Wei said the thing that shaped my entire first week. Get everyone who hasn't got a faction. Promise them we split his privileges evenly. If we bring 100, mass wins. The enthronement is Haidu's oldest tradition, and it is a genuinely nasty piece of institutional design. 18,092 first-year students, 30,000 in the stands, 9 stone seats on a platform in the middle of an arena the size of a district. The lowest of the 9 seats triples your resource allocation for the year. The central throne triples that tripling 3 times over, which if you do the arithmetic is a multiplier of 8. 1 hour. No restrictions on method. The tradition, everyone told me, is that nothing happens for the first 30 minutes. Nobody wants to be the first person on a chair, because the first person on a chair is a target with an address. I sat down on the central throne in the first second, then I found the loudest place to stand on it and I addressed 18,000 people. I'm told a man named Deng Wei intends to build a reputation on me. Don't hide at the back, Deng Wei. Bring everyone, all at once, please. I have things to do this afternoon. Whoever gets me out of this chair has won. The arena was making a sound like a kettle. And to save you doing sums, my privileges come to 30 million in resources. Whoever beats me takes all of it. I turned to the official's box. Rector He. Is that challenge formally accepted? The vice-rector went a shade of green I have not seen on a person before or since. The rector said, into a microphone, in front of 30,000 people, accepted. Then nobody moved. 18,000 people, and nobody moved. What's this? I said. 20,000 of you, and you're afraid to come up the steps? Then when you see me in a corridor, tuck your tail in and go sit at the children's table where you belong. I called 18,000 people trash in a stadium. They came, and this is the moment I had been saving 10,000 fragments for. The idea came out of the Zhu Liang fight, and it had been turning over in my head for a month. The same qi produces completely different effects in different hands, and that should not be possible unless qi has 2 faces. Yang, which is the body, the visible, the measurable, and yin, which is the spirit, the soul, the thing that follows you around all day attached to your heels, and that nobody has ever thought about twice. I had searched the Tianshu library for yin qi in my first week. Insufficient permissions to view this record, which is the single most encouraging sentence in any library. Because you do not lock a door on an empty room. 5th bestowal. My shadow. The shadow persona has been born. What happened next took under 2 seconds, and I still do not have language for it. My shadow came off me. It spread across the ground of that arena like spider lilies opening in fast motion, out and out and out, and where it touched another person's shadow, it did not stop. It stitched. 18,000 shadows, all of them, sewn to mine along the floor of an arena in bright afternoon sun. The world stopped moving. Then my heart beat once, and it was not a war drum anymore. It was a funeral bell. The black dragon of Water Dragon's roar went out through the entire charging crowd and came back and vanished. 2 seconds. 18,000 people, and nothing happened. They patted themselves down, they looked at their hands, not a mark on any one of them, and somebody at the front laughed out loud with relief, and the whole formation surged forward again. I snapped my fingers. 18,000 people went down onto their knees at the same instant. I have watched the footage more times than I should admit. From above it looks like a field of wheat going over under one gust. The sound is the part the cameras never get right. Because 18,000 people breathing out at once does not sound like a crowd, it sounds like weather. Is that it? I said. About a third of them managed to bring up a second mouthful, purely out of rage. They knelt there for 1 hour, under a clear sky in the sun, unable to stand up, while the university deliberately did not stop the match, because the university had decided this was a lesson worth the sunburn. Up in the box, the rector of Haidu was a king. His name is Duan Xuan, and they call him the Azure Wave King. He had followed every part of the concealed force mechanism with no difficulty at all, because a king can see that sort of thing the way you can see a man loading a truck. What he could not see was the shadows. I don't know that, he said. Not the technique, the category. I don't know what category that is. The prize was 30 million times 8, 240 million in resources. They paid it as a voucher, which sounds like a downgrade until you think about it for 4 seconds. A voucher means the university does not hand me a warehouse. It means the university now has a standing obligation to go and acquire whatever I ask for, and Haidu has ships and licenses and buyers in 4 countries. I had just put an entire university on my payroll. Rector, he handed me the certificate the following morning and then added the original 30 million on top of it, unprompted. The faster you grow, he said, the better for the country. I'm not being generous, I'm being efficient. Then he asked if there was anything else. Put a cook on my ship. He blinked. A cook. A good one. He wrote it down without asking a second question, which is how I knew I had picked the right university, and then he made his own request. Every year, the 10 Marshall universities hold a ranking tournament. First years only. Haidu has finished 9th for 4 consecutive years, and the joke in the commentary booths has become a fixture. Represent us. What's the prize? For the winning school, a viewing of the original weapons registry. I made him repeat it. The weapons registry is one of those books that sounds like a myth until somebody with a security clearance tells you it isn't. Anyone who reads it draws insight from it. I mean anyone, from a king down to a boy who has held a spear for a year. The insight is different for every reader. The Tianshu library holds a rubbing of it, a copy taken off the original. The rubbing produces less than half the effect. I'll do it, I said. They put me in a villa at Genhai Mountain Manor with third-rank herbs growing in the courtyard and a full training hall in the basement. They assigned a housekeeper called Ye Min, who is an ordinary young woman at the third heaven and who signed a long contract and asked no questions about anything, ever, including the parcel. The parcel came from Secretary Wen with a note that faded off the paper while I was reading it. Inside were 3 pieces of skin, taken off 3 of the 29, and each one carried part of a formation diagram. I laid them out on the floor of the training hall until the lines met and formed one continuous pattern. Then I hung the whole thing in the center of a formation plate and sat down in front of it, and my organs went to work. The 5 viscera persona has comprehended a secret technique, everlasting circulation. It is a great formation built inside the body in which the 5 viscera themselves serve as the foundations. What that means in practice is the best purchase I ever made. Normally you have 5 reservoirs and you use one at a time. With the circulation running, when I draw on 1 chi, the other 4 temporarily become it. 5 buckets of 2 liters each or 1 bucket of 10, same water, entirely different day. The first thing I did with it was refine liverwood chi through a piece of that Tai Sui I had taken off the bird, and what came out the other side was not liverwood anymore. Quake thunder chi. I stood in my own basement with lightning coming out of my forearms and laughed like an idiot for a while, and Ye Min knocked on the door and asked, very carefully, whether the house was on fire. The ship was called out of the naval yard on a Tuesday. Lieutenant He Ching commanded it, Chi Realm 9th, hair cropped short. She was the vice-rector's niece, which meant she had been given this posting as a punishment and knew it. Her executive officer was Chen Guoji. And the cook was a man named Elder, he who turned out to be Chi Realm himself, which is an absurd thing to find in a galley, and which I later discovered had cost the university a genuine negotiation. I inspected the crew personally, by smell. I walked down a line of 41 sailors and stood in front of each one for 2 seconds, and He Ching watched me do it with an expression that got progressively more concerned, and I did not explain, because I am checking whether any of you are wearing somebody else's face is not a sentence that improves morale. They were clean. The ship also had a virtual battlefield simulator in the aft compartment, which is a full immersion combat sandbox that the military uses for training and that everyone under 25 uses as a video game. I ran an infiltration scenario. Objective: reach the dock without being detected. I got detected at the second checkpoint, so I killed everyone who had detected me. The mission completed. The results screen congratulated me on a flawless infiltration. I sat in that chair for a good 30 seconds thinking about it. If nobody who noticed you is still available to mention it, then technically nobody noticed you. He Ching's first real crisis came about 6 hours out. Do not, she said, throw the carcass into the water. Sir. Honorary Major. The essence goes into the current and every predator within 9 kilometers comes to see about it. That is the single most dangerous thing a person can do at sea. That is, I had already thrown it in. Then I jumped in after it. The first thing that came was a 1,000-eyed octopus, which is exactly what it sounds like. The suckers are eyes, all of them, and it releases a gas that convinces your brain that up is a suggestion. I hit it into the air, tens of tons of sea animal, off the surface. Then I hit it again before it came down. I did that standing on the water, because kidney water chi against an entire ocean is not a fifth of a second of purchase, it's a trampoline. Then 100 blood sharks arrived, which is what the essence had actually been an invitation to. Thunderpool Dharma Realm goes through seawater the way it goes through nothing else. The whole school came out of the water at once, into the air, into direct sunlight, where they had shadows. Manhwa blossoms. 100 sharks hung in the air like a photograph somebody had left on a table, and then the black dragon went through all of them. 431 Tier 2 sea beasts in one day, 21 merit. For scale, that ship earns about 21 merit on a 2-week patrol with a full ammunition load and no casualties. He Ching stood on the deck with her cap in her hand and did not say anything for a long time. I got a trait out of it that I did not expect. Gills of a sort. I breathe through the pores of my skin now, and it filters energy straight out of the air, which means I am cultivating at all times, including while asleep, including while having this conversation. Body chapter, 100 Beasts Realm, striking plate equivalent, 12.9 tons. And that evening, Elder he put 50 portions of premium cut in front of me on the mess table, one after another, without comment. Because I had asked for a good cook and Haidu had sent me a professional. Chi Realm, 8th level, before dessert. On the 9th day, we picked up a distress signal. I want to state clearly that we went toward it on my order and not hers. So that if anyone ever assigns blame, it goes to the correct address. The water turned red about 4 kilometers out. Not stained. red, all the way down, and above it hung a mist the color of a bruise that the instruments could not measure and the crew could not stop looking at. The mist works on the mind. That's its entire function. Within 20 minutes, my helmsman had put his hands on the throat of a man he had served with for 6 years. The deck officer was screaming at a bulkhead, and He-Ching had drawn her sidearm and was pointing it at her own executive officer with an expression of complete calm. I went through all 41 of them one at a time, knocked each one out, laid them in rows, then poured liverwood chi into each of them and chased it with quake thunder, because liverwood is what neutralizes a poison and thunder is what wakes a room up, and it turns out that when you invent a medicine at sea in 9 minutes you get to name it whatever you like. They came around. Most of them were fine. Elder. He came around, looked at the mist, and went below to start cooking, which I have thought about many times since. The distress signal did not get out. We sent it 3 ways. Then Chen Guoji put a drone up and we watched it climb to 400 meters and hit something. Not turbulence. Something. It came apart against a surface that was not there. The pieces fell back into the red water. Every one of us on that deck understood at the same moment that the reason no one had come for the ship that sent the original signal was not that no one had heard. The zone was sealed, not by a wall, by a rule. Then the crabs came. They're called bone crabs, and they are hermit crabs with an unpleasant habit. They wear skulls. Whatever died biggest nearby, that's the shell. And the biggest thing that had died nearby was substantial. There were 40,000 of them, and every time you hit one, it did not break. It divided. I killed the first 1,000 in about 4 minutes and finished with 2,000 crabs in front of me. That is the exact moment in my life when I first understood the phrase negative progress. Then my shadow spoke up. The shadow persona proposes the following. Let it absorb the dark aspect of the mist. A servant cannot harm its master. Therefore, harm taken into the servant cannot reach the master. There was an argument about this. An actual argument inside my own body between 5 of my own organs and 2 of my own techniques. I stood on the deck of a warship in a red fog listening to my internal staff debate risk management. The thunderstorm persona supports the proposal. The shadow is the yin aspect of the master. The harm within the mist is the yin aspect of the mist. Duan absorbs yin. We tried it. It worked. My shadow lay out on that deck and drank the mist off it in an expanding circle, and 41 sailors got their minds back. I got something I did not expect at all, which I'll come to. Outside the barrier, 2 kings were failing. I have the recording of this because Duan Xuan gave it to me himself afterward. He did not enjoy giving it to me. The Azure Wave King and the Genhai King, whose name is He Tianqi and who has held the eastern seaboard for 30 years, spent 9 hours attacking that barrier from outside. Both of them. Nothing. And then they discovered the truly filthy part of the design. Every beast they killed in the water surrounding the zone made the mist inside the zone stronger. The rule fed on it. So the 2 most powerful men on that coast stopped killing anything at all and began instead to build a fence around a thing they could not open and hated every minute of it. Meanwhile, in a room under the capital, the Supreme Commander was going down a staircase. At the bottom of that staircase, in a chamber that has no lights because it has no need of them, there is a soul. They call him the Spirit Dragon Emperor. He was an emperor of this country 800 years ago. He is the 2nd confirmed dragon body in recorded history. He has been dead for a very long time in every sense except the one that matters. He had paper figures laid out in front of him, and he was tearing them one at a time. This one is finished, he said, of a girl named Fang Lei. Her mind has already been eaten. There is nothing in there to bring out. Then he stopped, and he picked up a second figure, and he turned it over. Interesting. Your Majesty? My connection to the boy has severed, not been broken, severed itself. He was quiet for a moment. Could a youth of that age cut a link of mine? Perhaps he isn't a ghost body at all. Perhaps somebody should be considering a dragon body. Zhao Changfeng did not answer that immediately. And the zone? He said instead. There are civilians inside it. History is written by the victors. The Spirit Dragon Emperor set the figure down. Extraordinary times permit extraordinary measures. Do what the situation requires and let the record be written afterward by whoever is left to write it. Fang Lei found me on the 3rd night. She was a 4th year of my own university. Heart Realm. Ghost body, actually confirmed. The real thing, the kind everyone had been guessing at with me. She had come into that zone on the ship that sent the original signal, and she had been breathing that mist for 11 days. There was nothing left of her but the fighting. Her movement art is called Shadow Step, and it is genuinely superb, and against anyone else in that university, it would have been the end of the conversation. She was not there when you swung. She was behind you at the exact moment your weight committed. Unfortunately for her, I had recently gone into business. Shadow Blink, my body and my shadow trade places. Shadow Puppet. My shadow puts on my armor and picks up my spear and fights on its own, which is exactly as unsettling to face as it sounds, and which I have never once had to explain to an opponent. Because none of them had the time. Shadow Flash. She was fighting one person. There were 3 of me, and in the middle of that, the ocean lifted, and the real problem arrived. The main body of the bone crabs was 20 meters across, and it was wearing the skull of a golden-horned sword dragon, which is a tier 5 beast, which is a thing that kings go out in groups to handle. It put the horn of that skull through my ship below the waterline in one movement, but it had made a mistake 3 days earlier, and I had noticed. Killing the clones had never paid me a single fragment. That's the tell. My system pays on a kill. If 40,000 deaths pay nothing, then nothing has died. And if nothing has died, then the main body has been sitting somewhere the entire time holding all of it together like a man holding 40,000 strings. So I stopped trying to kill the clones and started forcing it to make more of them. Every division costs it, every division thins it. I beat that thing until it had spent itself into a few thousand pieces of what it used to be, and out of every piece I broke, a little of the red mist came out, because the mist was never in the water, it was in them. Manhwa blossoms detonates a shadow, and a body is attached to its shadow whether it likes the arrangement or not. I hit Fang Lei exactly once at the end. I want to be precise about it because I spent a lot of that fight working out how. Hard enough to drive the mist out of her, not hard enough to drive anything else out. It took me 4 attempts to set up, and it is the single most careful thing I've ever done with my hands. She woke up 2 days later in a bunk on a broken ship and asked what year it was. Then the water did something none of us had a category for. All of it, every trace of essence from 40,000 things, and there had been a great deal, came together. It came up out of the sea in a spiral and became a dragon 100 meters long, red as the inside of a furnace, and it hung over what was left of my deck and looked at me. Then it came down and went into my chest. It shrank on the way. By the time it settled, it was the size of my palm, and it lay across my hand like a piece of jewelry, and it told me things. In half a year, out in the distant sea, a secret realm would open, and it, personally, could open a door into it. It was a key. I looked up from my hand at that point, because the barrier had come down when the main body died, and 2 kings were standing on the water about 60 meters away. Neither of them said anything for a while. I have been looked at with hostility, contempt, professional interest, and open murder. That was the first time I was looked at with hunger by men who were being extremely careful not to look hungry, and I understood the arithmetic instantly. A key of 10th grade or above contains a chance at King Realm. Both of them were already kings, which meant they were doing the sum for their children, their students, and their own successors, and coming up with an answer that had my name in it. The debrief was in the rector's office, and the supreme commander came in person. Zhao Changfeng is Emperor Realm. He did not do anything. He walked in, and he looked at me, and my back went cold and wet under my shirt, and Sky Slaughter began to shake on its own at my waist. The 9 dragons in my skin tried to come out and stand between us without being asked, so I put everything on the table. All of it, immediately, without being asked twice. 1/5 of a key. That's what I had, and there were 4 more fifths somewhere. A key can be taken, beat the holder, and it changes hands. A key holder's power is not suppressed inside the realm, and everyone else's is, and the small realms open a full day before the main one. Now, I did not volunteer all that out of patriotism. I said so out loud, which I think is the reason they believed me. Either the country goes and collects the other 4/5, in which case I am no longer the only target on the board, and I get to sleep. Or the country cannot, in which case I am the only hope anyone has, and a country that has exactly one hope feeds it everything it owns. Either my problem is solved, I said, or I get raised at state expense. I don't see the losing branch. Rector Duan put his hand over his eyes. The Supreme Commander made me an honorary lieutenant colonel and credited me 100,000 merit. Then he asked one question on the way out. In half a year, what level will you reach? I'm not afraid to say it. Power realm. That is 4 major realms. I heard the rector make a small sound behind me, like a man watching a waiter carry too many plates. The internet found out about me around then, and the internet had opinions. The loudest of them belonged to a man named Guo Zhang of Xinhuo Martial Arts University, who possesses a devouring demon body, which is a body that eats treasures and converts them directly into mass. He is enormous. He is also, and I say this without malice, extremely good at video. His position was that I was a manufactured product, a provincial nobody inflated by a media cycle, an empty package with a bow on it. He was not saying this out of jealousy, you understand. He was saying it out of concern for the health of the cultivation world. I only wish to correct an unhealthy trend, he said, to 9 million viewers. And if I'm wrong, I'll kowtow 3 times, on camera. Half a dozen other special body holders lined up behind him. Because there is nothing a special body enjoys more than another special body being taken down a rank. Haidu sent a legal letter and then did absolutely nothing else, on the rector's explicit instruction. Because a loud public argument about a teenager's reputation is an excellent thing to have on every screen in the country while a team of kings quietly stops appearing in public. The first person to defend me was Zhu Liang, which I did not see coming. You wanted to build a name on the royal scion, he wrote, and when he didn't notice you existed, you switched to Ye Tian. Let me help. You would not last 3 exchanges. Then the Jin family posted, then Murong, then Ye, then Tang, then Lan, and at that point it stopped being an argument and became a seating chart. Zhu Liang's older sister told him to do it, as it turns out. Her name is Zhu Qin, and she reached celestial phenomenon at an age that makes people put their cups down, and her instruction to her brother was one line: be his friend. In 10 years, he will be the most sought-after new noble in this country, and you will want to have been early. And then she added something that got back to me eventually, and that I liked more than I expected to. I liked his reasoning about the Battle King. If the old man had a real chance at Emperor, would he be looking for a successor? My own goal was never King Realm either. Then I got into a pit of Tier 3 bone marrow for 40 days. Tier 3, not Tier 2, which had nearly finished me at 17 barrels. Marrow, not essence, which is roughly the difference between wine and the thing they distill wine into. Official policy on Tier 3 marrow is that it is unfit for direct absorption by any human being of any realm. They dilute it into soldiers' rations at a ratio you need scientific notation to write. I had a way around the pain, and it is so stupid that I am still pleased with it. I put a virtual battlefield rig in the pit with me. My consciousness was in a simulator killing digital soldiers. My body was in a vat being taken apart and rebuilt. And pain is a signal that requires an audience, and the audience had gone out. The shadow persona is absorbing the malice of the slain beasts. Mental strength increased. My shadow had found a second job. All that accumulated animal rage, the exact substance that had driven the original technique's users insane for 100 years, was being eaten by the part of me that lives on the floor, and it was getting stronger on it. 6 kings stood guard over that pit in rotation for 40 days. I have been told what those 40 days were like for them, and I would pay money for the footage. The annual Tier 3 marrow allocation for an army of 10,000 men went into that pit and was consumed in 3 hours. Then they brought more, then more, and the absorption rate did not level off, it went up in steps. Because my personas were treating my own body as a production line with a quarterly target. 20 days in, 9 minor realms and 2 major ones. Chi realm 9th, then heart realm, and full refinement of all 5 chi, which most kings never manage, and which 2 of the men guarding my pit had not managed. I spent the second half of that time getting beaten up by a dead boy. The virtual battlefield holds the archive of every Glory Alliance tournament. The 86th Novice Tournament contains a digital copy of Zhao Yuan, the Battle King's grandson. Everyone in that generation agrees he was the best of them, and everyone stops talking shortly afterward because of what happened to him. I fought his copy several hundred times and lost several hundred times. The thing that beat me was a technique called 4 Spirits Protection, which looks so simple that watching it makes you angry. It took me 3 weeks to understand why. It looks simple because it has been simplified out of something enormously complicated. That's not the same as being simple. A folded map is not a small country, and the answer was never in the movements. It was in the chi. 4 spirit beasts, 4 chi. And the 5th, spleen earth, does not attack at all. It fills the hole in the middle and holds the other 4 in balance, and without it the whole thing comes apart in about 2 seconds, which is precisely what had been happening to me several hundred times. There are 3 stages to it. First, the beasts become extensions of your arms. Second, the 5-colored shield, where you release chi and recover it in the same motion so that defending costs you nothing. Discharging while charging. Third, the 5-colored halo, which is a circulation of energy out to 20 meters in every direction, and which is, functionally, a very small version of what an emperor does to a battlefield by standing in it. My 5 Viscera persona cracked it in 3 fights once I gave it the chi diagram, and then, because it cannot help itself, it went back and raised everlasting circulation to secret skill on the way past. I had just learned the technique that no living person in this country had managed to learn off a recording of a dead teenager while lying in a vat. The night before the tournament, Haidu published its roster. Ye Tian, first on the list, which in that format means captain. Guozhong posted within 4 minutes. There he is. He's finally shown his face. Don't worry everyone, I'll wake him up. Somewhere else entirely, in a building that does not appear on maps, the Supreme Commander was reading a folder that had taken a century to assemble. The Ghost Unit had pulled it out of an archive of material collected by human agents on Barren Star, not recent material. Agents who had been dead for over 100 years, heavenly weeping dragon body. The dragon body among dragon bodies. Cultivation speed beyond measurement. Comprehension beyond measurement. The indestructibility of an overlord body. The recovery of a ghost body. The fury of a demon body, and one property listed separately from the others in a line the translator had annotated 3 times with question marks. The capacity to refine all things into obedient instruments, objects, beasts, techniques, worlds. Zhao Changfeng read the checklist against my file line by line and had to sit down. Because if a single human being could refine Baron Star itself into an obedient thing, then a war that had been running for 800 years would end, and it would end during his tenure. Then he made one telephone call. Old Meng, the Rakshasa king of India, he holds the second-fifth of the key. He's second in the world, said the battle king. He's a poisoner. What are you asking me? Kill him. Odds? 30%. And if the requirement is at any cost with no trace left and no rules at all? There was a pause on that line. 100, said the battle king. The tournament had 3 commentators. One was a girl called Xiao Xiao with a rabbit motif whose job was enthusiasm. One was a guest, and the guest was Zhu Qin, which made the entire broadcast a considerably more dangerous place to be wrong. And one was a man in a gold jacket whose actual name I have never learned, because for 11 years the caption under his face has read, Master Sharp Tongue. He is paid to talk. That is the whole job. He is paid by the word in the sense that his entire professional value is his ability to describe a fight faster and more cruelly than the fight can happen. Remember that. It becomes important. The format is that the visiting schools call out whoever they like from the top 10. Hunter Martial Arts University went first, chose Haidu, and requested a single duel against our captain. Their man was Chen Jing, and he had spent a full year studying the Quicksand River map, which is the map they had drawn, and which he knew better than the people who built it. I accept, I said. Make it quick. I'm in a hurry. The board came up with both realms on it. Chen Jing, Art Realm, first stage. Ye Tian, Heart Realm, first heaven. The chat did not explode. The chat died completely for about a minute, which I am told has never happened before or since. The all-time record for that tournament, held by the strongest royal scion of his generation, is Art Realm's 7th. Heart Realm is the realm after Art. The fight took under a tenth of a second. A black shape crossed the arena, and that was the end of it. And 30,000 people in the stands and 9 million on the stream saw exactly nothing at all. Replay, said Poison Tongue in a voice that was still doing its job. Give me the replay. They ran it at half speed, same flash. They ran it at a quarter, same flash. They ran it at a tenth, same flash. They ended up going frame by frame, and what you can see, if you go frame by frame, is Chen Jing leaving the ground with an expression of polite confusion, as though somebody had asked him a question in a language he had studied for a year, and did not, in the event, speak. Zhu Qin was the only one who caught the thing that mattered. She said it quietly over the top of 2 people shouting. He stopped instantly. Look, no deceleration at all. He's killing his own inertia with micro-adjustments in the muscle, and there is exactly one thing that lets you do that, and it's a body refinement art at major achievement or above. The Haidu Forum came apart at the seams that night. 4 years of 9th place, and by midnight they had settled on a name for me, and it stuck for the rest of my life. Tyrant, yeah. The forum spent that night arguing about what to call me, which tells you everything about how a university actually works. Inside the school, he's Tyrant Yi. Outside the school, he's God Yi. You're a 3rd year and you don't understand this? They also wanted a list of everybody who had piled on during the smear campaign and discovered that all of those accounts had quietly stopped existing sometime during my first match. He Lei, who runs the student council, read the whole thread and laughed out loud in an empty office. Haidu's rule is old, and it is the only reason that university has stayed in the top 10 through 4 bad decades. Inside, you may bite each other as hard as you like. Outside, 5 fingers make 1 fist. The only thing He Lei could not work out was why the rector had forbidden the school to do anything at all beyond a lawyer's letter. I was not going to be the one to tell him. Fang Lei woke up in the university infirmary 2 days later, and instead of a hot drink and a counselor, she got a non-disclosure agreement about me, presented by a deputy head with an apologetic face. She signed it. Then she asked for a screen. She had spent 11 days as a passenger inside her own body. She remembers all of it. She had also, before that, held the opinion that I was a provincial upstart with a marketing budget. She had held it with confidence, because she was a 4th year, the champion of her cohort, and a candidate for the provincial squad. Then she watched the recording and did arithmetic instead of feelings, which is why I respect her. Concept realm, 1st stage. That was her. Heart realm. 1st, that was me. She was a full major realm above me, and my raw speed was higher than hers, and then she caught the thing almost nobody caught. The virtual battlefield reproduces about 99% of a real body. 99, not 100. The last percent is the part it cannot model. So whatever I had shown on that stream, it was not the whole of it. New waves push the old ones forward, she told her ceiling, and the old ones die on the beach. 2 people had tea together that week for the first time in 3 years. Sun Meiying runs the White Dragon Society. Zhou Fan runs the Mad Wolves. Those 2 societies have hated each other since before either of them enrolled, over a matter neither could explain to me when I asked. They sat at the same table because both of them had been flattened by the same event and the feud had stopped meaning anything. He's a first year, Sun Meiying said. He's already standing where we are. What exactly have we been doing for 3 years? Zhou Fan stood up halfway through the second cup. Stop watching it, he said. If I keep watching that recording for motivation, I am going to quit the martial path entirely. They both went and trained, which I suppose is the correct outcome. Every locker room in the tournament had a bad night. At Han Tian, that Guo Zhong is an idiot. Yi Tian isn't anything like the man he described. At Tianshu, which was ranked 3rd in the country, the captain logged out of the simulation entirely to go and speak to his own principal in person and came back with one instruction. Record every detail of his fight, all of it. And his team looked at him, and one of them said the only sane thing available. Captain, how do you record a fight that can only be seen frame by frame? They did it anyway. Tianshu has its own computing array, roughly the equal of the virtual battlefield. They fed everything into it and built a digital copy of me and ordered the team to fight it until they found something. At Divine Might, they went and begged their principal for the Shenwei battle formation, which takes about 8 months to learn properly, and which they had 4 days for. And at Xinhuo, the strongest royal scion of the generation put his phone down and turned to Zhu Liang. Jin Chen is Art Realm 7th himself, which is to say he holds the tournament record I had just made irrelevant. You lied to me, he said. You told me he was about the level of a mid-strength royal scion. He's on Zhu Qin's level. He might be on Zhao Yuan's. 2 months ago, said Zhu Liang, and I am told his voice was doing the falsetto thing again. He was Qi Realm 3 or 4. 2 months. What pill has he been eating? Where do you even buy that pill? Li Yu settled it, and I have come to like Li Yu a great deal. This is why we come to academies, he said, to meet the prodigy of our generation. The prodigy has arrived. What exactly is there to think about? All 6 royal scions agreed to fight me at full strength. Guo Zhong had gone into a corner and become very quiet. I feel, he said to nobody in particular, as though my entire team has defected. While all of that was happening, 7 kings were walking along the bottom of the sea toward my city. I want to describe this properly because it is the part of the story where I stopped being the biggest thing in it. 7 of them, on foot, on the seabed, and the water around them did not move. Not a current, not a ripple. The beasts in that trench did not notice them go past, and beasts notice everything. Their leader is called the White Elephant King. 3 meters tall, green in the face, tusked, and shaped like a hill. The thing you need to know about him is that his mass is not decoration. Every gram of it is stored energy. He is a man-shaped munition, and he was walking to my school. The one in front, guiding them, was the Ape Demon King. He was trying very hard to slow the column down. Ahead of us is Yan Country's monitored zone. The Kanglin King watches that water. The Genhai King watches that coast. We are 2 men short of what this needs. Are you a deserter? The Ape Demon King stopped talking. The order had come from their great priest personally, in the form that does not have a second option in it, and there is a specific way that men behave under that kind of order which I have since learned to recognize instantly. They got in using the Ape Demon King's ultimate skill, which disguises the living as the inanimate. That is how 7 kings crossed a monitored border without setting off a single instrument. It has a price, and the price is paid by him. Used on himself, it costs him 1 minor level. Used on another, 2. Used on someone stronger than he is, 3. There were 6 of them, and all 6 were stronger, 18 minor levels. He would come out of that water having fallen from King Realm's 2nd stage down to Celestial Phenomenon, which is not a demotion, it is an amputation. I refuse, he said. Then let me help you serve India, the White Elephant King said, and put a hand on his shoulder. I'll send you to God right now. He did it. Of course he did it. Meanwhile, I was doing an interview. The Martial Artist News is not a newspaper. It is an institution with a masthead. The only body in this country that outranks its opinion is Central Command. Its editor-in-chief came to interview me personally, which he had done perhaps 9 times in his career. I'll need about 40 minutes of your... Make it quick. I have been told his face did something remarkable. Nobody had said that to him in 11 years, and inside he went off like a kettle, and outside he smiled and opened his notebook. Very well. What are your thoughts on Guo Zhong's challenge? Guo Zhong? I said. Who's that? There was a pause of exactly the right length. Then the editor's professional soul woke up and realized that this 18-year-old had just handed him a headline for free. He is a student of Xinhuo Martial Arts University. He possesses the devouring demon body. He has issued a public challenge to you. Oh, I said. Right. Somebody did mention that some kind of demonic body or other wanted to challenge me. 9 million people saw that sentence. Guo Zhong's response video was filmed at what appeared to be very close range. I am a devouring demon body, he said. Devouring. It's not a generic. And the editor, being a professional, had already asked the follow-up. So you decline? Not at all. If he genuinely wants to challenge me, his university can contact mine. That was the line that finished him. Not an insult, a procedure. I put a public challenge from a nationally famous martial artist into an administrative queue. The royal scions watched it together, and I have this on good authority from 3 separate sources. A clown, said Jin Chen, is a clown. Li Yu disagreed slightly. In his position, any of us would have performed some respect for that newspaper. He didn't even pretend. You cannot raise that in 3 generations. And Jin Lei spent the rest of the evening quietly wondering whether I might be a lost child of his clan before checking the naming convention. The Ye clan names its sons along the cycle of the 5 elements. Mine does not follow it. He dropped the theory, though he told me later that somebody turns up at their gate claiming kinship roughly once a month. 7 kings under the ocean watched that same interview. The Lionheart King held a phone out to the White Elephant King, and the 7 of them sat on the seabed and put together a chain of reasoning that was, I have to admit, almost entirely correct. Yan country's abnormal sea zone dispersed several hours after India's did. The Kanglan King and the Genhai King were both present when it happened. Immediately afterward, both of them disappeared and did not return to the extraterritorial battlefield where they are required to be, and Haidu University, whose rector is the Kanglan King, swallowed a national smear campaign against its own star student and responded with a lawyer's letter. The key is with the Kanglan King, said the White Elephant King, and he has gone to ground. Then he gave the Ape Demon King his next task. Find the boy. Take him alive. Because a student is not a target. A student is a handle you use to turn a rector. And the White Elephant King, who thinks in more than one layer, had a backup. If we can't find him, we take the city. All of it? How do we leave afterward? That, he said, is precisely why we want Ye Tian. The draw for the first match of the top 10 came up as Tianshu against Haidu, 3rd in the country against 9th. Mode, arena, which means the loser is replaced and the winner stays on. Map, the Iron Bridge, which is 2 cliffs with 7 chains strung between them and nothing at all underneath. Fall off and you have lost. The chat had opinions immediately. That map is one of the broken ones. There is a whole school of thought that says the correct play is to stand still and refuse to move, since anyone who commits to a chain is committed, and there is another school that says you simply cut the chain under the other man. In the Tianshu locker room, the mood was gray because their computer had come back with nothing, no weakness. Their array had fought me several thousand times and produced a report that amounted to a shrug. Losing to a man who beats 7 of us in a row, their captain said, is more shameful than conceding. Then their vice captain found the loophole, and it was a genuinely good one. The rules permit a competitor to simulate a specialized weapon that he actually possesses and can actually use, which meant that if a school could get its hands on flight-capable and long-range gear in the next 20 hours and get its students licensed on it, that gear could be brought into the arena. Tianshu is 3rd in the country. Tianshu made some calls. He is fast, the vice captain said. Wonderful. If he cannot touch us, what is his speed for? The theory was sound. I want to be fair to them. The theory was completely sound, and I have thought about it since. Their first man was Xiao Feng, and he did not get his wings open. A black shape, a strike to the body, and a long fall into nothing. Their second man had thought about it. He waited on the timer, and at 0 he went straight up, vertically. 1 second, and he was airborne with a rifle charging and a full wingspan deployed. He was proud of one specific thing about himself, which was his eyes. He had eagle traits. He did not expect to see me. He expected to see the shadow of me and to shoot at that. There was no shadow, not a blur, not a streak, nothing at all. He had about 1/3 of a second to be confused about it. He accelerated, but then there should be residual images, then black. Poison Tongue had to ask for the replay again. He asked for it in a voice that had lost some of its gold. Slow it down. Slow it further. Sir, I am being paid to describe this, and I would like very much to describe it. Frame by frame, this is what happened. The Tianshu man went up 50 meters. My shadow crossed 4/5 of a chain, stopped, looked up, briefly, and then went up and arrived at 50 meters, and a descending palm strike ended the match. Poison Tongue sat with that for a moment and then did the thing he is actually good at. I have seen 50-meter jumps before, he said. I have seen a great many of them. They are horizontal. You run, you convert speed into a parabola, and you land somewhere impressive. What we have just watched is a vertical jump of 50 meters from a standing start on a chain. There is one realm where that becomes routine, and it is well above intent. So either the boy is above intent realm or his bones weigh what a bird's bones weigh. He was right on the second one. Hollow. Light as a bird's, hard as alloy. Built out of a mutant crow's trait and a thunder tiger's leaping trait, and then run through several hundred baths until both of them stopped being animal traits and became mine. What I was thinking up there was less flattering to them. The distance and sniping idea is theoretically correct. A power realm marksman would ruin me with it, but what I was putting out on that bridge was raw body speed with no chi enhancement at all, because chi is expensive and they were not worth the expense. Their vice captain, a woman called Feng Yue, changed the plan after the third loss. Above 50 meters, all of you, forget attacking. I do not care about attacking, just do not die instantly. Their third man died instantly. Their fourth man died instantly. Their fifth man reached 52 meters, which I want to note as a genuine improvement, and died instantly. Then their captain came back on and put his hand up. We concede. Concede? Captain, we've lost 5 in a row. What about our what? Our face? He was already unbuckling. We play Haidu once this tournament. Once. Every point we spend here is a point we do not have for the other 8 matches. Save the strength. Take the top 3 somewhere else. That was the first time in the history of that tournament that a top 3 school conceded to a 9th place school. The broadcast went quiet enough that you could hear Poison Tongue exhale into a live microphone. Well, he said, a good match is a match without Ye Tian in it. What happened over the next 2 days is the closest thing to a natural disaster I have ever personally caused. I did almost none of it on purpose. Han Tian lost to Xing Chong, who were 10th. Poison Tongue was audibly delighted about it, a real match with mistakes in it and momentum changing hands twice, and a man on the microphone finally allowed to earn his salary. Then Haidu drew Hu Qing, and Hu Qing conceded before the map loaded. Then Haidu drew Blood Battle, and their vice captain started to argue that an octagonal cage would limit my mobility, and got a slap across the back of the head from his own captain. In a box that size, there's nowhere to hide either, you idiot. They conceded. Then Tian Shu, having spent nothing against us, went and lost to Divine Might anyway, because Divine Might had spent 4 days learning a battle formation designed for 8 months and had discovered that 2 men inside it are worth considerably more than 2 men. Tian Shu now had 2 losses, and the top 3 was gone for them. The chat worked it out before the analyst did. Every single one of those results traces back to one bridge. Then came the 6th match, and the 6th match found the one hole in my entire existence. Han Tian against Haidu, mode 2, then 3. Nobody may compete twice, which means that in a match of 7 bouts, I can appear in exactly one of them. Map. The lava arena, which is a circle that shrinks. The floor fills from the outside in, and by the end there is a patch left about the size of a dinner table. Everybody assumed Han Tian would concede like the other 3, their emblem lit up instead. The chat's first reaction was that they had shut their brains in a door. Their second reaction, roughly 40 seconds later, arrived in capital letters. 2-2-3. He can only play once. That means 2 matches are winnable, and the mood of 9 million people flipped inside a minute, because they had finally found the shape of a story where I could lose. Zhu Qin said the thing on air that I have thought about for a long time since. That's the price of a team built around one carry. He can only stand in one place at a time. The format has just told everybody which place it is. In our locker room, at that exact moment, my status icon went gray. Liu Gang had joined that team, by his own admission, in order to stand quietly in the background of the interviews. He had spent 2 weeks perfecting an expression of modest competence, and now he was in a format that would require him personally to answer for something. Why is Lin Xiao offline? I was offline because I was in a vat, and the vat was about to become the second most interesting thing on that hillside. Deng Wei took command, and I want to give him full credit here, because the plan he produced in 90 seconds is better than anything I would have come up with. We can't win, he said. We don't need to. We need to not lose. Which means we need to take them down with us. The lava arena shrinks. That is not a hazard, that is a tool. Play weak, play badly, survive to the last 30 seconds, and when the floor is a dinner table, grab your opponent and jump. 2 draws, plus 1 guaranteed win from me, is a high-do victory. Nobody actually dies in there, he finished. Liu Gang looked at him for a second. If this were real, he said, your plan would be sending your brothers to their deaths. Yes, let's do it. The reason I was offline is that a king had come to my house. The Ape Demon King had been walking Haidu for 2 days looking for a Heart Realm student in a city of 9 million, which is a hopeless assignment. Then he caught an anomaly in the heaven and earth chi. There are exactly 3 things that bend ambient chi that hard. A king drawing on it, somebody crossing a major realm, or somebody comprehending power. He followed it, and then it vanished, cleanly, in a way that ambient chi does not do on its own, which told him something better than the anomaly had. The Genhai King was here. He Tianqi is the only man on that coast who can erase a trace like that, using a thing he built out of formations taken off enemy corpses and calls a chessboard. So the Ape Demon King went up onto a hill and looked down at a walled compound in the mountains and counted auras. The entire Kanglan squad, 5 kings, and inside the building, faint and steady, 1 heart realm signature. The White Elephant King was so pleased that he put both hands on the smaller man's shoulders. Ape Demon, you are my lucky star. Then he assigned him the next job. You'll handle Ye Tian. And the Ape Demon King understood the whole shape of it in about 1 second, which is why he had been trying to turn the column around since the seabed. The boy is a detonator. 5 kings are the charge. The moment anyone touches the boy, all 5 go off at once, and the man touching him is standing closest. He also understood that saying no had stopped being available 200 kilometers offshore. 6 kings stepped off that hillside and hung in the air over my house. Lao Zuo, Duan Xuan did not turn his head. Stay with the boy. Everyone else, with me. 5 against 6, and the first thing Duan Xuan did was talk because he wanted the clock. Boss? That was Li Yan, quietly, on their channel. The signal's being jammed. Nothing's getting out. He did not hesitate for even a beat after hearing that. The vast sea golden bell came down out of nothing and landed on the weakest man in their formation, the Snake King, and sealed him where he stood. Duan Xuan is the strongest controller on this planet. When his bell drops on you, getting out is not a matter of strength. It is a matter of him deciding to stop. -1. 5 against 5. The 10-headed king answered by dividing himself, which is a thing I have watched the recording of 11 times and still do not enjoy. He tears himself into copies. 2, then 4, then 8. 10 heads, 10 lives, and any one of the copies can be the real body. The catch is arithmetic. 2 copies and each is half strength. 10 copies and each is a tenth. Li Yanran took the substitution apart with a single shot before it finished, because Li Yanran is a sniper and her entire discipline is noticing which one of 10 identical things is breathing wrong. I should introduce the Kanglan squad properly because I owe them. Yulong is called the Mad King, and he does not have a special constitution at all. His body is simply harder than a diamond body, achieved the long way. Blows that other kings raise armor against, he takes on his forearms as a matter of preference. He went into the Baoxiang King like a man walking through a door that happened to be closed. Li Yan is called the Ghost Artisan King, and what he did that night is the single most absurd thing I have ever seen a human being do. He spread his hands, and a golden statue of a bodhisattva 27 meters high unfolded out of the air behind him, with the serene face of a deity and the torso of an industrial machine. The 9 halos arranged around it turned out on closer inspection to be ordnance, bullets, grenades, shells, incendiaries. The specialized weapon is called the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, and it turns 3,600 rotations in the time it takes a man to breathe in. Su Linglong is the Lunar Eclipse King, and she poured out a bag of pale sand. Hundreds of millions of grains, and each individual grain lets her borrow authority over the earth immediately around it. She raised 10 clay golems, which are soft when you hit them and stone when they hit you, and one 10-meter clay giant to go and argue with the Galan King and his 3-headed 18-armed Dharma form. Then she took what was left of the sand and built a fortress of packed earth around my house, without being asked, while fighting. And in the middle of it, the 2 captains simply stood there. The White Elephant King did not attack, and Duan Xuan did not attack, and both of them were running the same clock from opposite ends. The Indian's reasoning, holding that bell costs energy continuously, and he was fresh. Whoever runs out first loses the whole engagement, and more importantly, the Genhai King had not appeared, which meant the Genhai King was guarding something, which meant the key was here. Duan Xuan's reasoning, this is home water. Reinforcements are half an hour out at the worst, and every minute is free. But his actual fear was narrower than that, and he told me about it afterward, standing in my ruined courtyard. He is a nuclear device that walks. If he decides to trade, he does not break my bell. The energy release erases everything within a kilometer, and you were inside that kilometer. I could not have moved you in time, which is the entire reason He Tianchi was left standing in my basement instead of in the sky where he was needed. I surfaced out of Tier 4 Marrow at about that point. Tier 4, incidentally. I had gone up a grade during the smear campaign and nobody outside the university knew. The virtual battlefield trick had let me skip the entire pain adaptation period again, which is the closest thing to cheating that exists in this world. I say that as a man with a system. Senior Zuo, I said, hauling myself over the lip of the pit. Why has my connection dropped? He Tianchi turned around and stopped moving. He told me later what he saw. He had put me in that vat a bit over an hour before. And in a bit over an hour, I had gone from newly heart realm to standing with 1 foot in the second stage of it. That was not the part that got him. Coming off me, faint and unmistakable, were stances. Rain, formed and stable. Thunder, embryonic. Wind, flickering in and out. Power is comprehended at the 9th stage of concept realm. That is not a guideline. It is a floor, and it has been the floor for as long as anyone has kept records. Your heart realm, he said. Brother, you are heart realm. Out loud, he only said, "Some hooligans turned up. Senior Duan is handling it. There'll be noise." And I want to be honest about my reaction, because it is not flattering. I was not frightened for myself. I was not worried about 5 kings in the sky over my roof, because I had reasoned correctly that anyone who wanted me dead would have simply killed me, and anyone who wanted me alive was not going to be careless. I was furious because the network was down, which meant the Tianshu library was down, which meant my Thunder Rain persona was sitting on the edge of an insight it could not verify and was going to lose it. Tianchi watched my face and concluded kindly that the boy was upset about missing his tournament. The first bout went out live to 9 million people, and it was a public execution. Ling Yang and Du Biao took a beating, not a competitive one. They let strikes through that a second year would have slipped. They declined counters that were sitting there in the open. They backed up in a straight line for 4 minutes. The chat turned savage inside 90 seconds. Disgrace of the top 10, punching bags, decorative charms with a Haidu logo on them, and poison tongue suffered visibly, which delighted me when I finally watched it. "I want to be clear," he said at one point, "that describing a one-sided beating is harder than describing a one-shot. In a one-shot, I can at least be surprised." Then the lava closed to about 10 square meters, and both of those men, who had been playing dead for 4 minutes, woke up, took hold of an opponent each, and jumped. The screen stayed dark noticeably longer than usual. Draw. They ran the replay, and on the replay, you can see it in every exchange. Because once you know it is a performance, it stops being a performance and starts being choreography. The whole beating was the setup. "Formally, that's a draw," said Juqin. "Functionally, that's a win for whoever wrote it." Du Biao and Ling Yang came out of the pods, and the first question in that locker room was the one I would have asked. "What's it like, dying?" "Extremely hot at first," said Du Biao, "and then it stops hurting and just goes numb, and you burn for about 10 seconds, and the dying part comes after all of that, in that order. I would like everyone here to know that I did it for this school. Dengwei should have to die at least once." "Agreed. Dengwei dies next." "I'd be delighted," said Dengwei, "except that it won't work twice. They've watched it now. Next bout they come out to kill fast, and they don't stop, and they don't wait." He was right, so he stopped trying to win the second bout and started trying to make it unwatchable. Dengwei and Lu Gang went in. Han Tian's captain came off the line at the timer with his partner beside him. Both of them aimed at Lu Gang, both of them intending to finish it inside 8 seconds. Lu Gang hit the floor with both fists, not the men, the floor. He hit it again, and the volcanic ash on that map came up in a column and then in a wall, and inside about 20 seconds half, the arena was a gray nothing with 2 people somewhere in it. Then the sound started. Impacts, in the fog, at irregular intervals, from directions that did not stay put. Han Tian's captain would not go in. That is the correct decision, and I want that on the record. He was standing in clear air, and the enemy was standing in cover, and walking into that is how people die in real places, not just simulated ones. But he could not wait either, because a draw was fatal to them, and the lava was already climbing. Juqin laid the trap out on air while it was still closing. "Which is why she is worth what they pay her." "He isn't hiding," she said. "He's separating. Watch the fog line. There are 2 of them in there, and only one of them is making noise." The captain finally committed. He went toward the sound, clearing his path with a palm technique, and shouted at his partner to do the same on the other side, and the sound stopped. He turned around, and his partner was not there. Lu Gang had never been the target. Lu Gang had been a metronome. The target had always been the second man, isolated by the fog and taken by 2 people at once in the 4 seconds between one instruction and the next. The captain of Han Tian raised his hand without saying anything. Haidu won a match in the top 10 of the national tournament in a format designed specifically to neutralize me while I was face down in a vat of tier 4 marrow and had not logged in at all. Nobody in that locker room celebrated for longer than about 11 seconds. "He still hasn't come back," somebody said. The next draw came up as Haidu against Hongri, mode 223 again, map Babylon Tower. Hongri conceded. Everyone exhaled a second time, and then Dengwei said the thing that got him shouted at by 5 people simultaneously. "We've cleared over half the top 10. We haven't met Divine Might. We haven't met Jinhuo. Shut up." He went off to find a deputy head and ask quietly what exactly had happened to me. What had happened to me was that the fight above my house had turned. The Kanglan squad tightened up, not into a line, into a knot. Yulong dragged the Baoxian king inward. Then Li Yan pulled the Lionheart King into the same volume of air and on paper that made it 4 against 4. The Indians describe it differently. Every one of them, in the debrief they never got to file, would have said the same thing. Each of us was fighting 4 men at once. That is what a real squad is. 4 against 4 produced the effect of 16 against 4, and it did it because those 5 people have stood in the same formation for 11 years on a battlefield that is not on this planet. The White Elephant King watched his people start to come apart and abandoned the waiting game. He hit my house. He Tianchi met it, and this is the first time I saw what my babysitter actually did for a living. Space over that mountain became a board, an actual board, black and white, laid across the sky in squares, and pieces fell onto it and stood up as soldiers in black and white armor. He set a formation called 2 dragons in dispute, and a black dragon and a white dragon came up out of the board. Ultimate skill. Star-scattered chessboard, dragon traps, dragon kills. And the White Elephant King answered by taking his own arms off. His hands and forearms went to the color of iron in a forge, and 2 elephants the color of arterial red formed above them. Then he tore both arms off at the shoulder and threw them. Sacred elephant collapses, heaven. The mass is the explosive. The limbs grow back at his convenience. He has been fighting this way for 60 years, and there is no defense against it that anybody has published. He Tianchi caught the blast and shunted it into a tear in space, and when the light went out, there was a crater several hundred meters across on that mountainside with a single intact building standing on an island in the middle of it. I was in the basement of that building, in a vat. I did not wake up, because my personas had decided the marrow was more important and had not consulted me. Then He Tianchi did the thing that made me want to learn to play chess. A guillotine appeared above the White Elephant King, silently, fully formed, enormous, and the block underneath it was already occupied by his neck, and there had been no visible moment when either of those things arrived. Ultimate skill. Dragon-slaying technique, guillotine. The dragons had been bait. The whole formation, both dragons, the entire board, existed to buy 9 seconds for the actual killing move. On a chessboard, He Tianchi said, everyone except the player is a piece. It came down, it worked, and the body went transparent about half a second later. Because the real White Elephant King, who had burned a third of his own reserves to shed the mass and come back 3 sizes smaller, was already coming up from underneath at the most fragile person on that field. Li Yanran is a sniper. Snipers are made of paper. The vast sea golden bell arrived over her a fraction before the palm did, and the impact made a sound like a door closing in a large house. The bell did not even ring, but there is only one bell. To put it over Li Yanran, Duan Xuan had to take it off the Snake King. The Snake King stepped out of it and stretched. That was the entire point. That was the whole play, from the fake death onward. Hit the place where they are obliged to save, and take the cost out of somewhere else. And it kept going, because the White Elephant King thinks in layers. 6 against 5 means the Kanglan squad cannot hold. If they cannot hold, the Genhai King has to come up out of my basement, or watch his people die. And the moment he comes up, the Ape Demon King walks in the front door and takes me. There was a second reason too, and it was the more important one to him. He needed to know whether He Tianchi was the one carrying the thing from the abnormal sea. The fastest way to find that out was to see what he refused to leave. 6 kings went at Duan Xuan at once. He Tianchi came up. He had to, and he had exactly one move to justify it, and it was a beautiful one. He cannot move an enemy piece. He can move his own, instantly, anywhere on the board, provided the piece does not resist. Duan Xuan was standing in the middle of 6 kings, and then he was 100 meters away. Then the whole board reshuffled in one breath. Li Yan onto the Lionheart King, Su Linglong onto the Galan King, Yu Long onto the Bioxiang King. Duan Xuan back into the fight from a direction nobody had budgeted for. The 10-headed king and the Snake King, left with nothing to hit, went for He Tianchi himself, which was reasonable and which was also exactly where the 100 meters had gone. Li Yanran had just been handed a firing lane 100 meters long. Her rifle does not fire ammunition. It fires heaven and earth chi compressed to the point where it behaves like a solid, and what it does to a Dharma form is not a whole, it is a subtraction. Most of the Snake King's Dharma form stopped being present. 10 minutes, Duan Xuan called across the sky. Reinforcements are 10 minutes out. Surrender now. We treat prisoners well, and you know we do. The White Elephant King smiled at him. Duan Xuan told me afterward that the smile was the single worst moment of his professional life, because he had just been told, without a word being spoken, that the man opposite him had already accepted his own death and was now working on the price. "Ape Demon!" the White Elephant King shouted, at the ground. "What are you waiting for? Let me tell you about the Ape Demon King, because I did not know any of this at the time, and I am glad I did not. 6 years ago, the Eagle Empire's squad went in to remove an Emperor-grade specialist of the aliens and failed and lost most of a squad doing it. The Ape Demon King had been lying under that specialist's feet for half a year, disguised as terrain, waiting for exactly one opening. He finished the job that 8 kings could not. That is the man who came through my wall. And what everybody in the sky heard, about 4 seconds after the White Elephant King shouted, was a sound like a bank vault being dropped down a stairwell, followed by a continuous ringing of metal. 2 auras in the building, 1 king, 1 heart realm. All 6 kings on the Kanglan side tried to break off and could not. The 10-headed king came apart into hundreds of flying hands and heads. The Galen king split his Dharma form into 3. The Snake king shed his skin instead of dying, which is a thing he can do roughly as often as he likes. And the noise from my house did not stop. The White Elephant King started to frown, and his confusion is documented because he said it out loud. Why is a fallen celestial phenomenon taking this long with a Heart Realm boy? Here is what was happening in my basement. My spear had changed color. 40 days in Tier 4 marrow had taken Sky Slaughter from bone white to a deep arterial red and pushed it to the edge of the highest grade a specialized weapon can reach. I had not had a chance to use it on anything yet. His staff was dark gold, and it broke my spear in the first exchange. Then my spear repaired itself because that is what it does, and because a house that had been soaking in Tier 4 marrow for 6 weeks had energy lying around the way a bakery has flour. He broke it again. It repaired again. From the outside, I looked like a boy in a panic. I was running, I was retreating, I was throwing things. I want to be clear that the panic was 70% real. Because a king's aura landed on me in the first half second, and it is the physical sensation of being told to stop existing by something with the authority to say it. It did not put me on the floor, and there is a reason for that. The reason is that 6 weeks earlier, I had stood 4 meters from Zhao Changfeng. A man who has seen a tiger does not lose his nerve at a cat. And while I was running, I was measuring. First, a king does not need a weapon to kill something below king realm. He does not need a technique either. He walks over and it is finished. This man had drawn a staff in the first second, which meant he was not a king, whatever his aura was writing on the walls. Second, he broke my spear 4 times and my spear kept coming back, and a genuine king would not have broken it. He would have killed it, down at the level where the cells decide whether to keep being cells. He did not have the strength for that. Third, I had a jade token from the Supreme Commander in my pocket and a fortress of packed sand over my head, which meant somebody had already decided I was worth defending. So I stopped running. The Ape Demon King's own account of the next 10 minutes was recovered later, and it is a masterpiece of a very smart man reasoning his way to precisely the wrong conclusion. The boy does not freeze under a king's aura. The boy's footwork has no system in it. Every step is a different technique. And when the boy strikes, there is power in the blow, actual stance, which is not available below the 9th stage of concept realm. Therefore, he concluded, this is not a heart realm martial artist at all. This is another fallen one, somebody who used to be power realm and came down, the same as me. And so, being careful, he took his time. I was doing the same arithmetic in the opposite direction, and mine happened to be right. He is weaker than Deputy Head He, who is peak celestial human. He has not drawn a single thread of heaven and earth chi, not once, and a celestial human draws on it the way you and I use our lungs, which put him at celestial phenomenon at the very most. And I had spent 40 days in a simulator getting beaten to pieces several thousand times by celestial phenomenon opponents specifically. A whetstone had walked into my house on its own legs. I turned the war drum on and put the dragon down my arm and went forward. Raging Dragon Claw. 4 of them in a row, and the technique describes itself. On the first, the ground gives. On the second, the mountains come down. On the third, the rivers tear open. On the fourth, the sky splits. The first one broke his advance. The other 3 hit nothing at all, because he was already somewhere else, and that told me more about the gap between us than any number ever has. We both called armor at the same moment. His was Indian work, gold, layered, beautiful. Mine came up out of my skin in 9 pieces, and mine had also spent 40 days in that vat, and sun devouring had gone the same deep red as the spear. I caught my own reflection in a piece of broken wall, a humanoid dragon that had climbed out of a sea of something and had not bothered to wash. The single most useful thing I learned in that simulator applies to fighting anyone 3 levels above you, and I will give it away for free. Do not react. You cannot. By the time you have perceived what he is doing, the thing he is doing has finished. So do not look at him at all. Look at yourself. Decide what you are going to do, and then do it, and let him deal with it. Then I hit him with Rain God's Wrath, the Water Dragon's Roar Branch, my secret skill, out of the purest con water chi I have ever produced. He broke it with a poke. 1 hand. Not a technique, not a stance. A gesture like a man testing whether paint is dry. That was the first time in this life that something I had built did not work at all. Then it became a very long 10 minutes. Dodging rain steps have advanced slightly. Note from your persona, the pressure of a genuine deathmatch exceeds anything available in the simulator. Recommend prolonging the engagement. The boundary between life and death remains the finest condition for a breakthrough. My own cultivation technique was advising me to stay in the fight longer. I put my back against a load-bearing wall because Su Linglong's sand had turned that building into something a king had failed to flatten. Then I stepped half a meter sideways and went forward instead of back. Gale Fist, fourth movement. Riding the wind to chase the wild goose. Thrown with the elbow, which I had learned in a living room from a boy who wanted to be an engineer. It landed. My body chapter had reached 752 beast levels by then, which is a number I had stopped mentioning to people because of the way they looked at me. The Ape Demon King took that elbow on his forearm, and his internal monologue recovered afterward says, "The boy's physical strength is comparable to a mid-grade specialized weapon." Then he stopped being polite. He broke his staff into 100 staves and put all of them in the air at once. Then he removed every wall in the building. After that, there was nowhere in that basement to be. I caught the next few dozen, then a few dozen more. Sun Devouring cracked across in a web pattern and came off me in about 2 seconds, plate by plate, and what was left was one vambrace on my right forearm. After that came the part that hurt, more than 10 clean hits, then tens of them. The bruises came up through the skin faster than my recovery could take them down, which had not happened to me since a chainsaw in a cage. One of them caught me on the temple and my 4 spirits scattered and I went down onto one knee, and the Ape Demon King relaxed. I heard it happen. There is a specific change in a man's breathing when he stops fighting and starts concluding. "You have been a great deal of trouble," he said. "Judging by all of this, before your fall, you were at least celestial human. I'm not going to kill you. Alive, you are a safe conduct pass, and I intend to hold one when the Battle King comes looking. And the White Elephant King," he added privately, "could die out there with my blessing." And then, instead of walking 4 steps and putting a hand on me, he did the thing that saved my life. He used his strongest technique, 100 staves compressed into needles. Tens of thousands of them, and the skill is called Fine Hair Heavenly Rain, and what it does is seal every point on a human body at once. He has used it to cut actual kings off from heaven and earth chi, and once you are cut off, you are furniture. The needles went through me, and then I went transparent because the thing they had gone through was a phantom. What hit him in the back arrived before the sound of it did. His armor was king-grade equipment, and it behaved like wet paper. He went several hundred meters across that mountainside without touching anything, and then went several tens of meters more along the ground. And at that exact moment, up above, Su Linglong dropped the earthen dome off my house to see whether there was anything left of me to protect. 12 kings turned and saw a body flying out of the wreckage. Every single one of them had the same thought at the same instant. I have heard it from 4 of them independently. We were too late. Then their perception caught up with their eyes. It was not me flying. There is a silence in that recording that lasts about 2.5 seconds, and I would not trade it for a title. 12 kings, hanging in the air, absolutely still, with the expressions of people watching a chair walk out of a room. The White Elephant King's smile stayed exactly where it was on his face, while his mouth went cold around it. Duan Xuan recovered first, because he is a professional. The golden bell came down over me about 1/10 of a second ahead of a hand that would have finished the argument permanently, and then, from inside a sealed bell, something got out. Duan Xuan felt it happen, and could not explain it, and it bothered him more than losing the Snake King had. His bell is not a barrier, it is an enclosure. Nothing crosses it in either direction, including sound, including light, including intent. The shadow of the bell got darker. Then it came away from the bell and split into 4 threads and reached across a battlefield. I need to explain what the Vast Sea Golden Bell is, because I did not understand it either until he explained it to me over the phone the next day. It is king-grade equipment, not super-grade, which is what my spear is. King-grade sits above that, and if its owner ever breaks into the Emperor realm, the weapon comes with him and becomes Emperor-grade. In a real sense, a king-grade weapon is a second king standing behind the first one, and its shadow was now taking instructions from an 18-year-old lying unconscious underneath it. 4 threads reached 4 surviving Indians. The Snake King hung for 1/10 of a second, 2 of the others for less. The White Elephant King barely registered it at all, and the thread on him snapped almost immediately. 1/10 of a second is nothing. Between kings, 100th of a second is a hole in a wall. The Galen King opened up for exactly that long, and Li Yan put a burst through the gap from the palms of a 27-meter bodhisattva. Grenades, and the fragmentation in those grenades is grown from the cells of 8th-level beasts, which means every individual piece of it hits with roughly the authority of a king. After that, it stopped being a battle. Yulong put on armor for the first time in 11 years. I have watched this part more than any other part. He is the Mad King. He fights barehanded and bare-bodied, and everyone on 2 continents knows it. The rumor exists because of a very simple mechanism. Everybody who has seen Yulong in armor is dead. Shadowblood Calamity armor. Black helm, black plate, and it multiplies his speed by 10, and the tank became something else entirely. He did not let the Byaxian King return to the ground. He kept him in the air, in the way a child keeps a ball in the air, for 11 seconds. Li Yanran finished it from 900 meters, and the Byaoxian king stopped being a factor in anybody's plan. The 10-headed king tried to leave in 10 directions at once, which is the correct play for him and has worked before. Li Yanran opened her ultimate heavenly eye vision. A pair of enormous eyes opened in the sky. Then a second pair opened above each of her teammates, because what she does is not see, it is give sight. She once handed her eyes to 30,000 soldiers at the same time and exposed several thousand concealed enemy formations in a night. Under that gaze, Su Linglong sealed all 10 bodies. Then she sealed every loose piece of them, individually, because Su Linglong reads the manual. The Snake King went into the ground, which was intelligent everywhere on this planet except that particular hillside, since the ground was Su Linglong's domain and had been for an hour. She pushed him back out of it and made him shed his skin 3 times to survive it, 9 heads down to 3, 3 down to 2, and then she closed her fist. "You cling to life well," she said. "You're still not the 10-headed king." The White Elephant King watched all of that and understood that his intelligence briefing had been a work of fiction. He had been told the Kanglan squad's capabilities. Every one of them had held something back, for years, on purpose, for exactly this. He threw a decoy so dense that Yu Long hit it and felt the impact land, which cost half a second. He reached into the ground for the Ape Demon King and found Su Linglong's domain instead, and he felt them coming from every direction. 6 kings, then 7, then 10, then 13. So he stopped. He stood still in the middle of the sky and began to inflate, and his skin went to the color of iron in a forge. Every king on that field knew instantly what was happening, and he was not aiming it at the squad. He turned, while he swelled, toward one specific building on one specific mountainside. "How," he said, "should a king die without a funeral offering?" Duan Xuan took his last card off the table. For 11 years I had assumed, like everyone else, that the Kanglan king was named for that bell. Kanglan means rising waves, and the bell makes a wave when it lands. It is not named for the bell. 18 golden instruments unfolded around him. The bell, gongs, a drum, cymbals, chimes, things I do not have names for. Played together, at the same instant, the vibration pulls water molecules out of open air and stacks them, and Duan Xuan can raise a wave in the middle of a desert. Specialized weapon, 18 music immortal officials. Ultimate skill, 9 heavens, 18 movements. It is absolute control. It can hold an emperor still for about 1 second. Its only drawback is that it empties him completely and instantly, which is why he had spent the entire engagement holding a bell over people instead. 18 ghostly musicians closed around the White Elephant King and spun him like a top. Then the squad did the thing they had been drilling for 11 years in 4 seconds without speaking. Li Yan came down from above with both palms of the Bodhisattva. Su Linglong dropped the ground under him 100 meters. Duan Shen, with a face the color of gold leaf, put the bell over him. Su Linglong sealed the bell inside a sphere of moon sand. He Tianqi wrapped the sphere in a spatial seal, and Li Yan closed the statue's hands around all of it. The detonation lasted less than a second and went nowhere at all. The cost, the arms of the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva went to powder. The Genhai chessboard split in half and came apart like chalk. The vast sea golden bell and every grain of the moon sand simply ceased to exist. 2 weapons for a king's self-detonation, Duan Xuan said afterward, is cheap. Li Yan did not agree out loud. He Tianqi agreed even less, and he had reason, since half the material in that board was taken off Baron Star by the Ghost Unit at a price nobody wrote down. Yu Long came back a few minutes later from a chase and dropped something at Duan Xuan's feet. Done. The Lionheart King had run in the direction of the heaviest reinforcements, which is either very brave or a man who has decided how the day ends, and had met 8 kings coming the other way, and had fought 1 against 9. 23 more kings of Yan country arrived over that mountain in the following 4 minutes, which is more concentrated power than has stood in one place in this country since the war started, and Su Linglong pushed a body up out of the ground and laid it out on the rubble, and everyone looked at it. Then, everyone looked at me. I was sitting on a broken wall with 1 vambrace left, spitting grit. I genuinely did not understand what the fuss was about. "Well, yes," I said. "A Heart Realm martial artist killed a celestial phenomenon. That's unusual. It isn't that unusual." Duan Xuan silently asked Su Linglong a question with his eyebrows, which was, roughly, "Did you do this and are being modest?" Su Linglong rolled her eyes at him. "Have you ever met a king you could smother with dirt? Their hearts grow back." "Fine." He turned to me. "Explain how you did it." "I won using a property of my specialized weapon." I said that with a completely straight face because it was true, and Duan Xuan nearly came apart, because he was already drafting the merit report in his head and had just been handed a sentence that would be laughed out of the first office it reached. A Heart Realm martial artist killed a king using a property of a 5th grade weapon. Nobody signs that. Nobody forwards that. So let me explain it properly, since I have never had the chance. The sun-devouring armor was a gift from Wen Yu, the senior official of Shudu province, and it has 4 properties: advancement, self-healing, possession, and dragon-guarding protective chi. That last one absorbs the kinetic energy of anything that hits me and stores it, and gives it back when I ask. I did not run for Spirit's protection for defense. I ran it as a regulator. Every incoming blow came through the halo first and arrived damped down to a level the armor could swallow cleanly, over and over without overloading. 1,000 strikes is 1,000 deposits. The armor did not shatter because it failed. It shattered because it filled up, and I let the pieces fall off, every one of them except the vambrace on my right forearm, because a man who believes your armor is gone stops walking toward you and starts using techniques at range. If the opening does not come, you build the opening. And the last piece of it arrived on a delay from a library I had been cut off from for 2 hours. Dodging rain steps have advanced. New designation: Flash Thunder. Dodging rain steps, secret skill, lightning, plus the rain stance, plus heaven chi. Where there is a gap, there is a translation. So I left a phantom standing in a storm of needles, crossed the distance inside it, and emptied 1,000 deposits into his back at once. Now, I want to say the honest part out loud, because I have heard people tell this story for me and they always leave it out. That was not genius. That was luck. He never took me seriously for 1 second of that fight, and if he had walked in intending to kill me on arrival, the entire thing would have lasted about as long as it takes to say so. A refined body buys you the right to fight above your level. It does not delete the gap. The gap is real and it is arithmetic, and the only way to close it is to go up. That is the day I stopped thinking of levels as a scoreboard. They ran the checks in front of me because Duan Xuan wanted it on record. What king? He fought like a celestial phenomenon. Did you feel a king's aura off him? I felt it. But he never once drew heaven and earth chi, not when he was winning, not when he was dying. Deputy Head, He Lei's techniques hit harder. Li Yanren checked the face for cosmetics and found none. Li Yan drew a sample and ran it, and the King Realm factor was there, diluted almost to nothing, which is the signature of a fall. Formally, Duan Xuan said, and I watched him decide to enjoy it. He is registered as a king. Strictly speaking, you have dropped a king. His debut, said Su Linglong, came out a little loud. And that is when the cold arrived, about 10 minutes late, the way it always does. A fallen king is not the same animal as a genuine celestial phenomenon. His body had come down. His experience had not. His control of chi had not. He had spent 60 years learning to do things I have not thought of yet. The only reason I am telling you this story is that he decided I was a colleague instead of a target. Su Linglong stamped her foot on the rubble. A house came up out of the ground. The same layout, the same courtyard, the same 10-meter pit in the basement, and at the bottom of the pit, already excavated, already upright, already powered, my virtual battlefield capsule. Somebody in the squad had a saying about her. Give her enough chi and enough sand and she will build you a moon. I stood in the doorway of a house that had not existed 90 seconds earlier, and I wanted King Realm properly for the first time in my life. Not as a rank, as a category, a level where making a thing and unmaking a thing are the same size of decision. A new king landed in the courtyard while I was still standing there, a bent old man with a walking stick, which is what the mountain sovereign constitution looks like in its idle state, and which becomes a mountain when it stops idling. Wei Yong of the Duan Mountain Squad. Kanglan, he said, your squad owes mine one. Then he gave them the news that changed the shape of the next 6 months. Every first-tier squad in existence had been recalled to Blue Star. There are only 4, not counting the Battle King's own. Duan Xuan looked at the sky for a while. Then the Supreme Commander is putting everything on the distant sea. I was back in the capsule within the hour. 5 kings watched me climb into it, and one of them said, out loud, have you done enough today? And I did not hear it because the lid had already closed. Duan Xuan did not pull me out. He got my number off He Lei and called me instead, which I have always appreciated. He opened with a compliment I have kept. Every minute of yours is expensive. I'll be quick. He wanted to know how a shadow crossed a sealed bell, because he now had to have that bell forged again from nothing, and would very much like to know whether it had a flaw in it. I told him I had no reason not to. Your bell is yang, its shadow is yin. It covered my yang side, which it did perfectly. It never touched my yin side because it does not have a mechanism for that, because nobody has ever needed one. So I connected my yin to your bell's yin and walked out through the part of it that wasn't there. There was a long pause. In a world where nobody cultivates mental energy, I added, I'm probably the only person who can do that, so I wouldn't redesign anything. He thanked me and hung up and slept properly for the first time in 3 days. Meanwhile, my school had won 7 matches and had been required to fight in exactly one of them. The commentary booth had a name for it by then. the Haidu curse. It is not superstition, it is a straightforward cost calculation. Any school that spends itself against us has nothing left for the 8 schools that matter to its ranking, so the rational play is to concede and keep the reserves. Ju Qin put the knife in gently, as she does. 2 schools remain who cannot make that calculation. Divine Might, because a formation team has to be used or it decays, and Xinhuo, because Xinhuo is where the royal scions go, and a royal scion who concedes explains it to his family. The wheel turned that evening. First name out, Haidu. Second, Xinhuo. Mode, team battle, all 7 at once. Map, Mist Forest. Our locker room stopped breathing. Over 80% of the age-eligible royal scions in this country are enrolled at that one university. They have never conceded a match in the history of the tournament. Deng Wei stood up and gave the speech. Whether you stick your head out or tuck it in, the blade falls the same. We have 7 wins. 3rd place is ours even with 2 losses, so losing this is not a disgrace. He let that sit. Losing it badly is a disgrace. Nobody gets to say that Haidu without Ye Tian falls over the first time it's touched. The plan was scatter, avoid contact, and burn clock. He told them I was being repaired and that a deputy head had confirmed it, which was a lie he had assembled out of 2 true sentences. Mist Forest is the right map for it. Visibility under 1 meter, no monsters, nothing to do but find each other. In the other locker room, the mood was the opposite. Jin Chen wanted it. Hearing about a thing is not seeing it. Seeing it is not standing in front of it. Zhu Liang had wanted a rematch for 2 months, and now that it had arrived, he found the date inconvenient, which he was honest enough to say out loud. Ye Jingming was the only cautious one. For me, losing is not a disgrace to the school, it's a disgrace to the family. Li Yu settled it again. The meeting is unavoidable, so we do calmly what we can do. And in the corner sat Guo Zhong, and nobody was bullying him. That was the problem. Nobody was doing anything to him at all. He had become a piece of furniture in his own team. He had spent 2 days working out how to stop being one. His plan was actually decent. All 6 royal scions would fixate on me, which left 6 Haidu players unattended. 6 against 1 for him, 6 against 1 for me. If I lost and he won, the highlight reel had his name on it. The map loaded and both teams scattered. The audience was given the flat overhead view with red dots and blue dots, and somebody in the chat did the counting. Doesn't Haidu have 7? The count came back 6. Xiao Xiao had to read it out on air. She read it in the voice of a young woman who has just been handed a card she does not want. Player Ye Tian shows an abnormal entry state. Player Ye Tian, disconnected 2 hours ago. Haidu, do you wish to substitute? The chat did not explode with outrage. The chat exploded with laughter because 9 million people did the subtraction at the same moment. 2 hours ago was the middle of the Han Tian match, which meant Han Tian had conceded their 3rd bout to a man who was not there, which meant Hong Ri had conceded to a Haidu with no Ye Tian and no hidden cards at all, which meant Ming Huang had forfeited a 7 versus 7 team battle that would have been 7 against 6. Han Tian's captain went a color on camera. He said one sentence that got clipped and reposted 400,000 times. That's the empty fort. That's Zhuge Liang's empty fort, and I didn't just retreat from it. I went back to my room and felt clever about it. Hong Ri's captain hit himself in the chest with the flat of his hand. Haidu declined the substitution. They kept my slot empty in a 7-man team battle against the strongest school in the country and bet the entire match on a man who had not been online since lunchtime. Then the fog closed and it went quiet. Xinhuo's red dots spread out and moved alone, because a royal scion can afford to walk a map alone. Haidu's blue dots barely moved at all, and 1 gray dot sat in a corner of the map and did nothing whatsoever. Mist Forest gives you less than a meter of visibility, and it does not clear. Fire does not clear it. Wind does not clear it. Every viewer who has played that map remembers the thing the veterans say about it, which is that time inside it does not run at the speed you expect, and that 3 minutes in there feels like a great deal longer. The first contact came when Deng Wei and Guo Zhong walked to within 10 paces of each other without either one knowing. Deng Wei heard him first and took out a bow, silently. The arrow went into the fog, and Guo Zhong caught it out of the air. He had been standing still on purpose. His entire doctrine is to answer all changes with no change, which sounds like a joke until a man catches an arrow he never saw with a hand he never moved. Then he threw it back, and behind the arrow came a palm strike shaped like an opening fan, which is the whole idea. Dodge the arrow, and the palm has you. Take the palm, and the arrow has you. Deng Wei dropped the bow and pulled a round shield with a beast pattern on it out of the air. That ring of his holds all 18 classical weapons and 36 of the rare ones, and his own description of himself is the most honest self-assessment I have heard from anyone in that university. I'm good at very little. I know about a great deal. The shield turned the combination, and Deng Wei went 10 meters backward into the fog with his right arm broken. The virtual battlefield reproduces both the pain and the specific bone, which is a design decision I would like to discuss with somebody one day. While retreating, he seeded the ground behind him. Caltrops saw wire between the trunks. Guozhong accelerated and hit wire. He slowed down and found nothing. He accelerated again and hit wire again. The chat, which had spent the whole tournament being wrong about everything, finally produced one genuinely good line. A trap isn't a pit with branches over it. A trap is the wrong moment in the wrong place. And then 10 arrows came down out of the branches at once, from positions Deng Wei had set before the match found him, and pushed Guozhong back 40 meters. By the time he had picked himself up, the chase was gone. Guozhong got up, saw nothing, and stamped his foot. 10 more arrows came out of the fog. The chat lost its mind over that one, because the arrows had been set for the stamp specifically. Deng Wei had gambled on a man's temper and laid a trigger under it. Zhu Qin explained the school on air, and I learned something about my own teammate that night. That's trap style. It's about 700 years old. It was folded into the 10 foundation skills every recruit learns. Every army sapper on this planet is downstream of it. Easy to learn, extremely hard to master. Most people abandon it in the first month because it produces nothing you can show off. Somebody in the chat wrote the line that I think Deng Wei has framed. Honestly, I've stopped waiting for Ye Tian. I want to see whether Deng Wei can carry 6. Then Haidu got wiped in 1 minute. Haidu, Lu Gang, eliminated. Zhu Liang took him through 3 kilometers of fog with a single shot. And if you run that footage at a 10th speed, you cannot see the trajectory, only the result. Then, almost on top of each other, Zhao Zihang, Du Biao, Ling Yang. 4 gone in 60 seconds, and here is the genuinely funny part, which I only appreciated when I watched the other locker rooms recording. The Royal Scions were as confused as anybody. Each of them had found one Haidu player in the fog and dealt with him, then heard 4 announcements in a row, and Ye Jingming spent a full minute believing that he had somehow caught an entire ambush in a single area strike. It was 1 strike, at 1 man. And Guozhong, who had built his whole afternoon around 6 unattended opponents, was standing alone in a forest hitting a tree. They're taking my kills, he said. I planned this. I planned 1 against 6 and I have 0. That left Deng Wei, 1 man, broken right arm, against 7. His scatter and stall plan had failed for a reason that has nothing to do with the plan. An ordinary martial artist facing a royal scion does not get outfought. He does not get the chance to run. Zhu Liang stopped waiting by the tree and started walking the map. His perception radius is 5 kilometers. He described it once as being a spider that is also the web, which is unbearable and also accurate. He turned, brought the rifle up, and fired. The chat, which had spent the last 2 days being wrong, produced its second good line of the tournament. Serious question. Over 5 kilometers, who's faster, Ye Tian or the bullet? The argument that followed took about 40 seconds and cited real numbers. An ordinary sniper needs 2.5 seconds at that range. Zhu Qin does it in half a second. Zhu Liang does it in 1. Then the announcement came. Xinhuo, Zhu Liang, eliminated. The whole broadcast stopped, and in the corner of the map, a gray dot turned blue. Lin Zhao is online. The blue dot went across that map like a brush across paper. Jin Chen, eliminated. Li Yu, eliminated. Pang, Xiao did not finish the name, because she had run out of the time it takes to say a name. Under 3 minutes, all 7 of Xinhuo. And then the chat went empty, not slow, empty. 9 million people, and the message rate on that stream dropped to nothing and stayed there for a long time, which the platform's engineers apparently investigated as a fault. In the Xinhuo room, they came back one at a time and stood around looking at each other, and not one of them could say what had happened to him. In our room, Ling Yang kept asking the same question in the same tone. We won? Did we actually win? Did we win? Deng Wei came back last, and Deng Wei had not seen anything either. I felt lethal intent, he said. Then something pulled me, from behind. Then there was a click in the fog somewhere, and a while after that, the sound of a shot. The bullet had arrived before its own sound. Something had removed him from its path in between. He went back into the map afterward in a free session and found the hole in the tree trunk where it had gone. Poison Tongue asked for the replay, and it is my favorite thing he has ever said on air. Director, please give me the replay from the moment Zhu Liang was eliminated. I would like to state professionally that I saw none of it, and I am being paid by the word. Reconstructed. It goes like this. At the instant Zhu Liang's finger closed, my dot turned blue. I arrived beside him and struck the side of his neck. Then I overtook a bullet that was already in flight and took Deng Wei off its line. Then I touched 6 red dots, one after another, in the order they happened to be standing. He fights royal scions, somebody wrote, the way a father handles a son. And Zhu Qin, on live television, revised a public assessment. My earlier evaluation of Ye Tian was too low. What was your earlier evaluation? King Realm within 10 years. Poison Tongue, who has been doing this for 11 years, understood immediately that in about 10 minutes, that sentence would be the top search result in the country. He did the professional thing, which was to say nothing at all and let it stand. The Xinhuo debrief was brutal, and I have a transcript. Tell me how each of you went out, Jin Chen said. Zhu Liang answered first. My old rival took care of me. If he had been 1 second later, it would have been over for our whole side. He could not make it fit. Bloodline, family inheritance, a specialized weapon that cost more than a district. He had been removed from a match by a commoner from a provincial city before he could finish pulling a trigger. Then Li Yu said the thing nobody says out loud. The surname Yi does not only belong to the king-ranked clan, there is also the Ye Imperial clan. The room went quiet in a specific way. A hidden family carrying an emperor's line, the kind of house that does not produce kings occasionally, the kind that can stamp them. Nobody picked it up, nobody argued either. And Guozhong sat in the corner, not understanding a single word, because that is a conversation between people from a different world, and he had wandered into it by buying advertising. The Kings watched the same recording that evening, in my basement, and had a different conversation entirely. He didn't use a single technique, Li Yanren said. Not one. Watch it again. Pure speed and pure targeting. Heart, side of the neck, base of the skull, throat. An ordinary strike carrying the force of a technique, said Li Yan. That's the simplification of complexity. There are 7 rungs to owning a martial technique. Entry, proficiency, major achievement, perfection, peak, secret skill. And, at the top, the God-given unique skill, which means you have stopped using techniques and started being one. He is Heart Realm, Li Yanran said, and he has started laying the groundwork for the 7th rung. The second question was the fog, and they never did get the answer, so I will give it here. My golden eyes see past the visible range, which means the fog was thin to me rather than opaque. On top of that, I had Wind Catcher, which reads air currents, and a wolf's sense of smell, and 40 days in a marrow vat, during which my blood cloud persona had driven all 3 of them down below thought and made them reflexes. He never relies on one trait, Tianqi said, which is the closest anyone got. He runs all of them at once and lets them argue. While a university was winning a tournament, 2 men were meeting over an ocean. I need to slow down here, because this is the part of the story I did not learn until much later, and it is the part that costs. The Rakshasa king is called Teshmir. Nearly 2 meters, scarred across the face and body, and people who meet him describe the same impression, which is of a demon that stopped halfway through becoming one and could not be bothered to finish. His aura is silence, not quiet. Silence. Microorganisms 3 paces from him stop being alive, continuously, without him thinking about it. He was there because he had been told there was a poison sac from a 9th-level venomous dragon beast to be had. He needed it, because with it, he could replace the foundation of his own body and buy himself a chance at the Emperor realm. 1 chance in 10,000. That is the actual figure, and he considered it worth crossing an ocean for. The tip had been fed to him through an agent of our ghost unit by Meng Renjie personally 4 weeks earlier. The Battle King closed the space around them first. Space lock. No exit, no reinforcement, no retreat. 1 man walks out of a space lock and everybody in it knows the terms on arrival. Then he put his armor on, and his armor is 800 years out of date and he has never once updated it. Boots of lotus silk, a crown with phoenix wings, gold mail, a gold staff. The staff became a pillar, holding up the sky. The technique has a name I will not try to translate properly. Breaking evil, manifesting truth, toppling heaven in a single strike. Teshmir did not block it. Teshmir came apart into poison mist because he has reached the stage where a man and his element stop being 2 things, and then he climbed the pillar. So Meng Renjie pulled out one of his own hairs and threw it. I want to describe this weapon because it is the most frightening thing in this entire story, and it is not a sword, it is a hair. It is grown from mirror shadow beast cells and his own, and it produces for 1 minute a second Meng Renjie, not an illusion, a copy at full strength for 60 seconds. The success rate on manufacture is about 1 in 10. And every single hair costs him a year of weakness afterward, which is why there are perhaps 4 of them in existence, and why he had never used one in public. 2 Battle Kings brought 2 gold staves together with the poison mist caught between them. Teshmir unfolded into a 3-headed, 18-armed venomous dharma form the size of a mountain. The copy dived straight into it, holding a sealed jar. The jar is made of 9th-level beast cells, and mixed into the material are substances that weaken the King Realm factor specifically. It is not a weapon. It is a container built for one purpose, by people who had been told exactly whom it was for. It drew the second-ranked king on this planet in through the opening, entirely, in about 4 seconds. The essence of combat, Meng Renjie said afterward, to nobody, is deception. Then he took the jar out of his copy's hand. The copy went out like a candle, and the minute ended, and on the back of his hand, coming up through the pores, there was a thread of pale green. He did not notice it. Haidu took the championship 2 days early. Shenwei conceded, which made it 9 straight wins, which took a school from 9th place to 1st in one tournament, and which ended a myth about Xinhuo that had stood for as long as the tournament had existed. He Lei was alone in his office when the result posted. The recording of it exists because his office camera is always on. He stood up and shouted the word good 3 times. Then he sat down and admitted something to the empty room, which is why I like him. I didn't believe. I told everyone I believed, and I didn't. Not after the exam, not after the enthronement. I believed after the abnormal C, and even then, when Deng Wei came in and told me Ye Tian was offline, my heart went straight through the floor. The campus did not sleep. The students found Guo Zhong's account and filled it, and within 6 hours, even the accounts he had personally hired to attack me had gone silent. Because there is no money in a story with no argument left in it. Sun Meiying came out of a 5-day cultivation session and found out from a corridor screen. We won? We won 9? We won 9? Fang Lei watched the replays from a hospital bed, 1 year ahead of me and 1 full realm above me, and caught herself in the middle of an unpleasant thought. Would I actually beat him? Right now? Then more quietly. It's a good thing I'm not in his year. And Gao Yuji, who took my admissions call and did not sleep that night, walked across campus that afternoon accepting congratulations with a fixed, slightly baffled smile. Because she had been in an examination hall all day and did not know what had happened, her friend messaged her the results. 2 minutes later, the personnel system messaged her about a promotion. 12 years of service, she wrote to that friend. And the thing that did it was 1 enrollment form. Chen Hao found out last because Chen Hao had not looked at a phone in 5 days. He was in a workshop at the Military Research Institute, unshaven, with 2 assistants trailing him, running a section of a project called Heavenly Soldier, which is a humanoid weapons platform, and which is roughly the most important thing anybody in that building is doing. He checked his messages. Nothing from me. Not one. Son of a, he said, and I was building him nice things. There was a call from Wen Li, and, unexpectedly, one from Zhu Liang. Somebody was throwing dirt at Brother Ye, Wen Li told him. It's handled. Also, you should know, the man who stood up for him first was Zhu Liang. Chen Hao opened the trending topics from the previous month and read them in order. Then he sat down on a crate in the middle of his own workshop. 2 months ago, his neighbor had been at the 3rd heaven and could not pass a school entrance exam. Now his neighbor had removed 7 royal scions from a national tournament in under 3 minutes. And here is the part of Chen Hao that I did not expect and that I think about more than any compliment I have ever received. He did not feel small. Machines are the mass upgrade of the species, he told me later. One of our platforms handles a 4th-level beast, and a martial artist spends his entire life getting to that. He's climbing to the top of the martial path. I want to build the thing that makes the martial path optional. Then he wrote it down properly, because he is that sort of person. I was wrong from the start. Ye Tian was never an ordinary person, and I spent 3 years telling him to be one. But my road is still right. He is going to the summit. I am trying to make the summit unnecessary. His supervisor, Master Song, dropped a 2nd project on his desk that same week. Communications inside a secret realm. Nobody has solved it. Not in a century, not for want of trying. Every expedition that has ever gone into one has gone in deaf. Solve it before the distant sea realm opens, Master Song said, and your name goes into the history of Blue Star, and go and test it at Haidu. Their coastal ecology is stripped bare. There's nothing alive out there to interfere. He did not know why the ecology was stripped bare. He pulled in every favor he had to get me the prize in person, and the prize was the original. The weapons registry, 18 weapons and 36 rare ones, in the hand of whoever first wrote it down. I have never found out who that was. 5 kings found out about it roughly 9 seconds after I did, and their reaction was not dignified. 6 of them had once petitioned, formally, through channels, for 1 hour with that book. They got the hour. Li Yan did not finish reading his section. So, Duan Xuan said, in the tone of a man about to commit a crime, while Ye Tian is in the marrow, he isn't using it. He is not. And a book left lying around might be picked up. It might. 3 hours each, rotating, 1 condition. He looked around at 4 of the most dangerous people in the country. The moment he surfaces, you put it down. Mid-insight, mid-sentence, mid-anything, you put it down. I love you, Captain, said Yulong. I knew about it the whole time. I never said anything. Occasionally, I would surface deliberately, and there is footage of a King Realm martial artist putting a priceless book behind his back like a schoolboy with a comic. My marrow consumption went vertical that week. I had crossed into the 2nd stage of Heart Realm during the tournament match, which I did not notice at the time because I was busy, and I was climbing toward the 3rd. Does it not bother anyone, Itianchi said, in the middle of a hand of cards, that he picked up stance in passing? Nobody answered him. Duan Xuan put his cards down and looked at He Tianqi for a long moment, and He Tianqi told me later that the look meant, I have been deliberately not thinking about that for 6 days, you enormous idiot, and now I have to. Stance is comprehended at the 9th stage of intent realm. That is the floor. It has been the floor for as long as this country has kept records. I was heart realm. And it was not one stance. The first time it came out of the pit properly, 5 kings were standing in a dry basement and it started to rain on them. Large drops first, spaced out, the kind that hit your shoulder one at a time, then a drizzle, then a proper rain, then a downpour, and then a flood, and Su Linglong put her hand out and watched water that was not there collect in her palm. That is a complete rain stance, not an approximation of one. And then something crude and enormous shoved wind and thunder into it. The whole thing went out of tune like an orchestra hit with a chair. He Tianqi lost his composure entirely and shouted at a hole in the floor. Is he fusing stances? Fusion of stances is a power realm 9th stage skill. Some of them do not manage it until celestial phenomenon. Li Yanran was the only one who could actually see it. She described it to the others as it happened, because her eyes are the reason she is on that squad. There's a field forming on him, a chi field. It's fragile. It's newborn. It is absolutely there. Yu Long turned around and said, to his own captain, the sentence that got engraved on a plaque in that squad's mess hall about a year later. Oldest brother, what exactly did you bring home? And then, mercifully for all of them, I started failing. 12 times in a row. I would set the fusion up, run it, and watch the whole structure collapse into noise. And by the 8th attempt, I was audibly irritated, and by the 12th, I was talking to myself. 5 kings sat around the edge of that pit, and I have never seen a group of people so happy. There it is, said Li Yan. There is finally something he is bad at. Don't jinx it. I'm serious. I feel better. I feel like a person again. Li Yanran got up. I'm going to give him a hint, she announced. As a senior. It's the responsible thing. You, said Li Yan without looking up, want your self-esteem back. That is a separate matter, and it is also true. Her explanation, when she gave it, was genuinely good, and I have used the image ever since. Fusing stances is not mixing. It is painting. You decide the picture first, and then you choose the paints, and the proportions are the whole art. A lot of rain and a little thunder gives you a storm front. A lot of rain and a lot of thunder gives you a thunderstorm, and they are not the same weather, and they do not do the same job. And then she stopped talking, deliberately. She left out the part that actually matters, which is balance, because she wanted me to come back to her and ask for the rest of it, and there is no shame in that. I would probably have done the same. 4 kings sat around a pit watching a woman set a trap for a teenager and said nothing whatsoever because they wanted to watch. I did not come back to ask. What I did instead was slow down, and Li Yanran saw the exact moment I did it and made a small noise. Because the problem was never proportion on the canvas, the problem is how much paint you have on the palette. If your rain is a bucket and your thunder is a teaspoon, no proportion you choose will hold, and you will spend a week believing you are bad at painting. So I stopped fusing and started filling. I brought thunder up until it matched rain exactly, then wind, until all 3 sat at identical volume, and only then did I run it again. We hadn't even got into position, Su Linglong said afterward. We were still deciding who would tell him. He'd already finished. Yu Long turned to Li Yanran with enormous satisfaction. You knew his comprehension was inhuman. You knew, and you tried to be clever anyway. Serves you right. Then it cascaded, and the cascade is the part that brought the Supreme Commander into my basement. Wind knocks a candle onto dry brush. The brush becomes a grass fire. The grass fire becomes a sea of fire. The sea of fire becomes a burning planet. The burning planet collapses inward and detonates. And out of the fire comes light. And light, at its absolute peak, goes out. And what is on the other side of that is dark. Fire, light, dark. And then a voice behind 5 kings said conversationally, he derived light from fire and darkness from the waning of light. The boy is a genuine prodigy. 5 kings came off the floor and turned around in the same motion, and Zhao Changfeng was standing in the doorway of my basement with his hands behind his back. Rain, he said, counting. Thunder, wind, fire, light, dark. He looked at my rector. Duan Xuan, your report is inaccurate. He decided to wait, because in his words, the fusion was proceeding too smoothly to interrupt, and while he waited, I did 2 more. Rain thickens and cools into freezing rain. Freezing rain becomes snow. Snow packs and hardens and comes down as hail, and hail is not weather anymore. Hail is artillery, freeze stance, and then, directly out of the far end of it, because extremes turn into their opposites if you push them far enough heat. He came back out of cold into heat, Zhao Changfeng said. He hasn't skipped one. 8 stances. Now let me tell you what was really happening. Because from the outside, it looked like genius, and from the inside, it was an office dispute. My thunder rain. 13 forms persona had hit a wall. It had been improving techniques for a year, and it had finally reached the point where the best technique it could design, the Raging Dragon Claw, was stronger than anything I could actually carry. There was no point building me a better hammer. I was already the limiting factor, so it stopped working on form and started working on quality. It had comprehended rain out of the sudden rain spear. It had comprehended thunder out of the 5 thunder bombs. It had a weak partial wind, because the only wind technique in my inventory was a fist style a boy taught me in a living room. And in the fight against the Ape Demon King, in a genuine panic, it had jammed thunder into rain to save my life and produced the flash thunder dodging rain steps. It worked. And because it worked, my persona wrote down the wrong lesson. That fusion is something you force. Then Li Yanren gave her lecture out loud, next to a pit. The persona that needed it was not the only one listening. The Blood Cloud persona heard it. The 5 Viscera heard it. The 6 Hollows heard it. And they held one of their little meetings. The 5 Viscera persona pulled the principle of mutual transformation out of the everlasting circulation, because that formation is built entirely on things becoming other things. The 6 Hollows supplied the energy, because that is what a steward does, and the Blood Cloud persona supplied the operating logic, because it has been rewriting techniques since I was 18 years old and had nothing. Fire came out of that, then light, then dark, then freeze, then heat. My spear technique had climbed as high as it could and stopped. The rest of my staff stood on its shoulders and went higher than it did. I have never once heard the Thunder Rain persona complain about it. Zhao Changfeng waited another half hour, and then he got suspicious because it was going too smoothly, so he let out 1 drop of an emperor's aura. Duan Xuan and He Tianqi went across that basement and hit the door frame and lay there working their mouths like fish on a dock, and these are 2 men who have held a coastline for 30 years. I did not react at all, not stoically, not bravely. The fusion did not so much as stutter, because I did not notice. He increased it, doubled it, tripled it. And then, by his own admission afterward, he frightened himself, because he ran out of explanations that did not involve 2 kings lying on a floor pretending for no reason. The answer is unglamorous, and he never learned it, so here it is. My shadow persona had spent 5 weeks eating the negative energy out of Tier 4 marrow and had gotten very good at it. I was sitting inside a fountain. As long as an incoming effect did not remove the whole bar in one hit, it simply did not register as a problem worth surfacing for. "You have 1 minute," the Supreme Commander said to the room. "Get him out." Nobody moved, because nobody wanted to be the man who interrupted somebody else's comprehension, which in that culture is roughly the etiquette of putting your hand into another man's chest. He Tianqi left the room for 5 seconds and came back and said nothing. Half a minute later, I climbed out of the pit on my own. "What did you do?" Duan Xuan asked him. I told Li Yan the Supreme Commander had ordered the signal jammed. Network down. Virtual battlefield disconnected. Occupant surfaces. And if anyone asks, Li Yan did it, and Li Yan was following an order. "You son of a," said Duan Xuan with real admiration. Zhao Changfeng did not explain anything. He handed me a sealed jar. "Turn the mechanism on the bottom." I turned it. There was a click, and then a hum you could feel in the teeth. "Open it." I broke the seal, and the jar came apart into dust in my hands, and what was lying on my basement floor a second later was the second strongest man on this planet. "Well?" said the Supreme Commander. "Well what?" "That is the Rakshasa King." He was carrying the 2/5 of the key. "Has it transferred?" I stood there with my hand open and felt for it, the way you feel for a phone in a coat you have already checked twice. "I feel nothing at all," I said. Which means one of 2 things. Either he was never carrying it, or he isn't dead. He put that aside and gave me something else instead, and it looked like a hair. From the Spirit Dragon Emperor, Emperor Realm Factor, diluted to the absolute limit of what dilution means, and then diluted further, because otherwise handing it to a Heart Realm martial artist would be handing him a lit road flare to hold in his mouth. My personas started howling like dogs at a butcher's back door, all 5 of them at once, and I could feel the 6 Hollows persona physically leaning toward my own hand. The hair went into my fingertip, and every cell in my body cheered. "Sorry, Commander," I said. "I need to go and cultivate." And I got back into the pit, in front of the Supreme Commander of Yan Country, mid-sentence, while he was still talking. Under the capital, the Spirit Dragon Emperor tore a strip of paper with Meng Renji's birth date on it into a figure, and whispered over it, and then his face changed color. "In a certain sense," he said, "Meng Renji is currently the Rakshasa King. There is an Indian art of dividing the body. It does not require much, less than a drop of essence, planted in an opponent during a fight, and Teshmir had planted his in the one exchange where 2 gold staves came together with poison caught between them. The Emperor put it plainly, and I have never been able to unhear it. If I remove your kidney and put it into another man and then kill you, then you are dead and your kidney is not. That is why the key did not transfer. The Rakshasa king was inside that jar and also inside the battle king, and a thing that is still partly alive does not hand over its property. Zhao Changfeng refused before it was even proposed. Don't. I had not said it. You were going to. Don't. Then listen. The emperor set the figure down. A feigned death is also a death. Killing counts as victory. Victory does not count as killing. If Meng Renjie simply loses a fight, then Meng Renjie has lost and the passenger has not, and nothing moves. But if Meng Renjie dies, the passenger is obliged to die with him. The key goes to whoever did the killing. And how does a man die without dying? Cold. Only cold. Strangulation stops a man and does not stop his cells. Drugs stop the signals and not the machinery. Ice stops everything at once and can be undone, which meant one person, Xuehua, the 8th dragon body in the history of Yan country, Frost Moon dragon body, half a step into the Emperor realm. The woman who created the 5th and 6th forms of the sudden rain spear 20 years ago, and out of the 6th grew the dragon god's 6 absolutes, and out of that grew a legend that provincial schoolboys read about in library annexes, including, once, me. Across the ocean, in a hall with no walls that anybody has ever found, a man as thin as a coat rack sat among oil lamps arranged where stars would be. Duan, the great offering of India, watched 6 lamps that had gone out. Galen, Baoxiang, Lionheart, Snake, Ape Demon, White Elephant, and one more, the Rakshasa Kings, which had no flame at all but still carried one bright point on the wick. He sat looking at that for a long time. Dead, he said, and a trace of him remains in the world. Then he noticed the other thing, and the other thing frightened him considerably more. There had been unusual spatial fluctuations off the Yan country coast weeks ago. He had known about them, and he had, for reasons he could not reconstruct, simply not thought about them again. Somebody had been inside his mind and moved the furniture, and there are perhaps 2 beings on this planet who could do that to him. We have lost this exchange, he told the room. The keys of Europe, the Sioux Alliance, and the Eagle Empire are still unclaimed. Instruct every agent. Take one at any cost, and if you cannot take one, ensure Yan country does not. Xuehua was on the extraterritorial battlefield when the recall reached her. I have seen the footage from that outpost. It is not a battlefield in any sense I understood before. It is a plain with 3 colors of bodies on it, and a divine hall forward post at the end, and an emperor-grade specialist of theirs kneeling in it, praying into an empty sky. She arrived on foot, hair like ice down past her calves, and around her, forming out of clear air as she walked, small flowers that were also butterflies and were also neither. 10,000 of them came at her at once, all of them self-detonating, screaming the name of their hall. She smiled at them. It is a very pleasant smile. Going all in? Then she snapped her fingers. 1 second. The entire outpost is a sculpture. Every posture preserved exactly as it was, mid-stride, mid-scream, mid-prayer. It is still there, because nobody has worked out how to take it down, and nobody particularly wants to. And only then did she finish the sentence. If going all in worked, what would strength be for? Search everything, said her vice captain, a woman with a crew cut called Jiang Ying. Take the documents. Leave nobody alive. Jiang Ying, that's incorrect. Xuehua was already walking. Under heavenly cold, there is no such thing as alive. The Frost Moon Emperor squad has never lost a member. Not one, in its entire history. They were talking about her successor when the captured documents came in, because she was about to cross into the Emperor realm and leave. The squad would need a new commander, and Jiang Ying had put forward Zhu Qin's name. Then somebody brought over the fresh assassination list, the aliens' own, the one they update and distribute. Every member of the Kanglan King squad had gone up between 1 and 3 stars. Every member of the Rakshasa King squad had 2, posthumously, which is a strange courtesy. And at the very bottom of the sheet, added in a different hand, Ye Tian, Heart Realm, First Heaven, 10 stars. Xuehua read that twice. 10 stars has been awarded exactly twice before in the history of that list. Once to Meng Renji, once to her. Is he a dragon body as well? Then a courier arrived, and on that battlefield, the couriers are kings. Because no signal technology works out there, and a message has to be carried by something that can survive the trip. The envelope was from home, and the envelope was empty. 2 words were written on the inside of the flap. Come back now. The briefing was short. I need you to make the Battle King feignedly dead. How large is this? Short version, the future of Blue Star and the standing of Yan country. Long version, whether the war between the species ends in our generation, and whether Baron Star ends up working for us. She stood up. It began, Zhao Changfeng said, with a young man named Ye Tian. Ye Tian again? And she put the alien assassination list on his desk. That is the only recorded instance of Zhao Changfeng's eyes widening in a briefing. Not because of the 10 stars. Because every scrap of information about me had been classified by him personally at a level that fits in one room. There is a mole, inside, above. He made a call before she had finished sitting back down. The ghost unit was to place covert surveillance on every single person who had been anywhere near the abnormal sea. He Lei, Zhao He, He Tianqi, Duan Xuan, Fang Lei, who had spent 11 days as a passenger in her own head and was still in a hospital bed. Nobody accepted. Nobody informed. Shui Hua had one condition, and it was a good one. I can freeze him, but if I do it, then Meng Renji loses to me, and so does his passenger, and your key goes into my pocket and nothing is solved, so I cannot be the one who does it. Then what? Then the boy does it, and I hand him a compressed piece of heavenly cold like a grenade, and that is worse. Too little, and the passenger survives, and the old man was frozen for nothing. Too much, and the old man does not come back at all. She picked up her coat. Take me to him. I need to see whether he can hold heavenly cold at all, and whether he has the control to meter it. What she walked into was a disaster area. 5 days had gone past in my basement, in which absolutely nothing happened. The kings got bored. He Tianqi learned 3 card games. Li Yanran read most of a priceless book. And then, in half an hour, I went from the 3rd stage of Heart Realm to the 4th, 5th, and 6th. 10 minutes after that, the 9th. 20 minutes after that, I broke into the Concept Realm. The marrow was going down like water into sand. He Tianqi, a King Realm martial artist, could not physically pour it in fast enough. He would tip a barrel of Tier 5 marrow into that pit, and it would go clear before it hit the bottom, in flight, in 2 breaths. Don't stand there, he was shouting, at 4 of the most powerful people in the country. Help me. They emptied the entire Tier 5 supply, every barrel in the province. Here is why the first 5 days were quiet. My 6 Hollows persona had spent them taking the Emperor Realm factor apart. All 5 personas stopped everything else and stood around it like mechanics around an engine nobody in the shop has seen before. And when they finished, they did not eat it. They copied the schematic, the circulation of life at the Emperor level, the actual layout of it. Then they went through my body and rebuilt it to match. My life level came out infinitely close to King Realm. Not my strength. My life. A genuine transformation, incomplete but real. The metaphor my own persona used was a fuel tank. The tank is now enormous, and there is 1 cup of water in it. Keep pouring. And there was a footnote that I did not enjoy. Probability approaching certainty that the owner of this factor possesses a soul dozens of times stronger than an ordinary emperor's. The shadow persona has searched the master's memories of a former world for an appropriate term, ghostly immortal. So my soul attacks, I said out loud, in an empty pit, are not as much of an ace as I thought. Zhao Changfeng stepped out of a portal into a room with a wet floor, several dozen empty barrels, and a pit full of something that had been Tier 5 marrow that morning and was now clearer than tap water. You were asked to look after him, he said. This is looking after him? Then somebody told him I had reached Concept Realm in 5 days, and he forgave everybody in the room individually at speed. Then he asked me the question that mattered. How did you know it was an Emperor's factor? I guessed. Something that small produced a significant transformation in my life level. Nothing below Emperor does that. I want to be honest about what I did next, because it is the single most useful skill I have and it has nothing to do with fighting. I said that sentence in a way that pointed his mind at special constitutions. Then I stopped talking and let him walk the rest of the way himself. I never said a word about a system. He built the whole theory out of my silences, exactly like Elder Auntie Shen in a school infirmary. Then he believed it more than he would have believed me, because people always believe their own conclusions. He was genuinely shaken by the readings though. Combat strength, concept realm, 1st stage, life level, very nearly king. Those 2 numbers do not go together. Those 2 numbers have never gone together in a recorded human being, and I will tell you exactly why I was working so hard to be impressive in that basement, because it was not pride. Once you have eaten from the state ration, you do not go back to feeding yourself. Tier 5 marrow by the barrel, an emperor's own factor handed over in a corridor, a King Realm babysitter, a university that buys whatever I ask for. The bowl stays in front of you for exactly as long as you look worth the bowl. Shui Hua, said the Supreme Commander, Frost Moon Dragon Body. Incidentally, the final form of your spear technique is hers, and you are from the same province. Hello, senior. Hello, Yetian. She looked at me the way a buyer looks at a horse, which by then had happened to me enough times that I found it comforting. How would you like to join my squad? Zhao Changfeng's expression, according to the man himself, was, Is that why you dragged me here? He agreed anyway, and his reasoning was cold and correct. The Kanglin squad could protect me for a while. Shui Hua's people are Emperor-grade specialists who have already successfully raised 1 dragon body to adulthood without breaking it. Then she held up her hand, and there was a snowflake turning slowly above her fingertip. It was not snow, it was heavenly cold given a shape. The moment it appeared, everything in me that had ever been alive tried to move away from it at once. My circulation shied like a horse, my hands went wooden. You're not used to it, she observed. Senior, I said. Can you give it to me? There is a particular silence that happens when a teenager asks a half-step emperor for her signature technique as a keepsake. I got to enjoy it for about 3 seconds. That isn't a gift, it's a loan. Without my spiritual force sustaining it, it disperses in about a minute. I have a way to make it obey me. She did not like the word obey. She told me later exactly why, and it is the best description of a martial artist's relationship with her own art that I have heard. That is like telling a woman you will arrange for her heart to beat on your schedule. And then I asked for the second thing. I also need to kill 5th-level beasts, personally, by my own hand, and the more of them the better. Because my ledger read 95,912 fragments, the 6th bestowal costs 100,000. The 7th will cost 1 million, and the 8th 10 million. Good steel goes into the edge, not the handle, not the guard, the edge. Zhao Changfeng took 1 step and the 3 of us were standing over an ocean, not above it in an aircraft. On it, at about 40 meters, on nothing, the way I had learned to walk in Desolate City, except that he was not walking, and had no intention of ever needing to. Then he stamped his foot on the empty air. A ring went out across that water and the sea began to boil, and from every direction at once, 5th-level marine beasts came in, not hunting. Summoned, in the sense that a thing which has heard an emperor's foot come down has stopped having its own plans. Within a minute there were several thousand of them, and they had started fighting each other over the space. Well, said the Supreme Commander. I put Sun Devouring on and sent my shadow out. Shadow Puppet took a spear and started clearing. Because every beast that killed another beast was a kill that did not pay me, I have never in my life been able to watch money go past. Zhao Changfeng watched me struggle to keep up and then, deliberately, brought in more. The puppet fell behind, the number climbed, tens of thousands, and I did not move. Both of them, an emperor and a half-step emperor, stood there for 4 minutes watching a concept realm boy hover over an ocean full of beasts doing absolutely nothing and worked through their own theories about what I was waiting for. I was laying thread, a shadow filament, to every single animal in that water, one at a time, thin enough that nothing above the surface could sense it, and by the end, there were tens of thousands of them running back to me like the guy lines of an enormous tent. Then I asked him to press. He put out 1 pulse of aura across the whole area, which took every beast in it down to nearly nothing at once without killing any of them. Secret skill. Pieris Japonica Bloom. Spirit guide. Every animal in that ocean turned over at the same instant. The silence afterward went on for some time. Here is the arithmetic that mattered to me. Fighting above your level is 10. Victory doubles. A kill doubles again. 40 fragments per beast, and there were tens of thousands of them. 1.2 million, minimum. Zhao Changfeng, Emperor Realm, Supreme Commander of Yan Country, stood on the sea and could not manage his own face. How, he said. Did. You. Then in a completely different voice. Do you want more? I can bring more. That's enough, thank you. I can bring a great deal more. Genuinely, it's fine. Then I turned to Shuihua. Senior, may I have the snowflake? Of course you may, she said. It was prepared for you. And that sentence was the whole operation, because a bestowal only works on something that belongs to me. The moment she said it, it did. I closed my eyes. Shuihua went the color of paper. Her connection to a piece of her own art, a thing she had grown out of her own dragon body, had been cut without warning, from the outside, by a boy standing 3 meters away with his hands at his sides. You, she said. You. The snowflake came off her fingertip, floated the 3 meters between us, and settled into my palm like something that had been badly treated in a previous home. And the cold did not touch me at all. I flicked it at the ocean. The sound it made going in was a camera shutter. 10 meters of sea went solid in every direction, every carcass in it caught where it floated. Then I closed my fist and all of it, ice and bodies together, went to powder. Zhu Hua recognized the technique immediately because it was hers, executed exactly with the snap of the fingers she had been doing since before I was born, and then tens of thousands of organs floated up out of the powder, whole, undamaged, 1 perfect specimen from each animal, selected before the fist closed. Breaking glass is easy, I said. Breaking glass and leaving the 1 piece you meant to keep is a craft. I want to be clear that I did none of that. I gave 1 instruction to a newborn persona. The Heavenly Cold did the work, and the Heavenly Cold has been Shuihua's art for 20 years and knows the job better than she does. That is the entire secret of everything I have ever accomplished. Zhao Changfeng stopped hedging that afternoon. Heavenly Weeping Dragon Body, confirmed, no further discussion. 3 decisions came out of it. I was moved to Central Command, under Shuihua's supervision. The Kanglin King squad was taken off my house and sent after the European key with an instruction to minimize the diplomatic incident and a rider making it clear which of those two objectives was real. And their reward for 6 weeks of guarding a boy in a hole was 3 days with the original weapons registry. Yu Long shouted something in the corridor that got him written up. Central Command has training halls the size of districts, and Shui Hua started me on stance fusion, and I started fusing during the explanation. Would you mind stopping while I talk? No, go on, I'm only playing around. She informed me later that she coughed blood internally at that moment, and I believe her. Don't grab at everything, she said. A man who studies everything becomes second-rate at all of it. I know, that's why I'm fusing at random. I had 4 of them running. How am I supposed to find out which ones I need without going through all of them first? Zhao Changfeng, from the doorway. You cannot measure him with the ordinary stick. Your realms are called heart and concept. As I recall, those mean following your heart and doing as you please. Then I put in my resource request, and it is the request I am proudest of. Tier 8 marrow. Not the largest quantity available, 1 of every species. You could have the entire Tier 8 allocation of a front, Shui Hua said. I don't want quantity, I want variety. I need traits, and every species has different ones, and 40 barrels of the same animal teaches me one thing 40 times. He opened a dedicated supply line from the extraterritorial battlefield for it, which is a thing that had previously been done twice. And somewhere in that conversation, Sui Hua mentioned, in passing, as though it were common knowledge, that the Glory Alliance is a department of the Divine Character Camp. The tournament. The clubs. The 100 million contracts. A subsidiary. In Yan country, she said, there is no power above the 5 camps. There is no second thing to be a fan of. She took me to the Mirror Lake map to show me the technique I had been carrying around badly for a year. She went up. The water molecules over that lake came together into black storm heads, layer on layer until the sky stopped being sky, and then she brought her spear down. A river fell out of the 9th heaven. That is the only way to describe it. Millions of tons of water in a column, and the waves it threw off it were 1,000 feet. That, she said, is my rain waterfall. Then she did it again and put cold into it on the way down, and what arrived was a mountain of ice 10,000 feet tall that caught and finished in the same movement. I collected my own clouds. Mine came to well under 1% of hers, and I was not embarrassed about it. And then, standing in the spray, I comprehended a stance I had not been looking for, not from her rain waterfall, from the ice peaks she had thrown in as an afterthought, from the way something enormous simply arrives and is not negotiable. Mountain. Rain plus mountain gave me rain waterfall, falling 1,000 mountains. I need to explain why it is better than what I copied it from, because that is the only interesting part. Her water column is a monolith. It hits once, and once from a mountain is enough. Mine looks like a monolith and is not. It is drops, with microscopic gaps between them, and every drop gets its own run-up and lands separately. It is not one impact, it is several thousand impacts arriving inside the same half-second, stacking. Shui Hua looked at it for a while. That's more complete than mine, she said, which cost her something. We sparred afterward with her level pressed down to match mine, which is a courtesy and also a trap, because a half-step emperor at concept realm is still a half-step emperor who knows exactly where you are going to put your foot. I met her reversed rain-flying curtain with falling 1,000 mountains, with concealed force layered through it, which is the 5th movement of the spear, and which I had not shown anybody in 6 months. Her technique came apart. Mine kept going slightly. You put hidden force into it? She had not lost to the technique. She had lost to the design of the exchange, which she said out loud, immediately, without any face saving. That is when I decided I liked her. Then I stopped in mid-air and did not answer her, because her reversed rain flying curtain had a heat effect on the edge of it, and I had just gotten fire stance out of it. I have shown you, she said, to a boy floating 20 meters away with his eyes shut. One technique. Zhao Changfeng went back down the stairs under the capital that night with a report he did not enjoy writing. Yi Tian possesses the same force you do. The Spirit Dragon Emperor did not ask for evidence, but Xiang gave it anyway. 18,000 first years on their knees from one technique with a strange faint wave running through it. Tens of thousands of sea beasts, the same wave. And a report from Duan Xuan in which a Heart Realm boy inserted himself into a battle between 12 kings and changed its outcome. The body is yang, said the Emperor. The soul is yin. He has subdued his own shadow, and through it he has taken hold of yin force. Then he admitted something. In the abnormal sea I reached for his soul. I intended to guide him out of it. And? He refused me. He was Qi realm at the time, and the hair had never only been a gift. The factor in it carried a yin coloration. The depth of the transformation it produced would tell him whether the recipient had any command of yin force at all. He had expected 2 or 3%. He got very nearly all of it. I want him as a disciple, he said, and then, before Xiang could answer, no, not yet. His yin is already at king level, and his yang is not. That is not talent. That is a fracture waiting to happen. Let him bring the yang up. Let him become a king in the ordinary way first, and then he refused flatly to arrange a breakthrough opportunity for me. Matters are already decided. Do what can be done and leave the rest to fate. He turned the paper figure over in his fingers. Go and get him the other 4/5. Meng Renjie came into that office within a minute of being called. I have thought about that minute a great deal. He was the strongest man on this planet. He was 60 seconds from an order. He had been sitting somewhere with nothing to do. What's the mission? Give the order. He has no family. His wife is dead. His son is dead. His daughter-in-law is dead. His grandson, Zhao Yuan, the best of his generation, is dead. He plants a tree that will not grow in a courtyard and looks at it. The work is all there is, and it is not enough. He takes every assignment because in the quiet, it eats him. I need you to die, said Zhao Changfeng. There was about a second of silence. How am I to die? Not what, not why. How, in the voice of a man asking which door. And then, before anyone could speak, he apologized. He had concluded, instantly, that he had failed the mission. He wanted to be told exactly where the failure was so that he would not repeat it. When they explained about the passenger, he took it in and nodded once. I planned for everything I could plan for, he said, and the man still got past me. Then, it is deserved. He asked for a pen. In the event that the death turned out to be real, he wanted 2 things recorded. Burn the body. Do not put it anywhere with a name on it. And every asset, every merit, every commendation earned in 51 years of service, transferred in full to Ye Tian. Zhao Changfeng looked at that for a long time before he said anything. He turned you down. He did. I offered him my succession, and he told me that when he became a king, he would be a royal line himself, and asked what he would want with another man's surname. Meng Renjie looked at the window. I thought he was arrogant. I have had some time to think about it, and I was the one being short-sighted. My puddle is too shallow to hold him. He won't be your disciple, Xiang said. He will absolutely let you teach him. Those are not the same thing, and I think you know it. He let that sit for a moment. You weren't looking for a successor, old friend. You were looking for a grandson. Not everybody is willing to be one. Meng Renji did not answer that. Back at Central Command, in the middle of an ordinary exchange, my technique disappeared. Xuehua's own account. The incoming attack simply stopped existing for about 1/10 of a second and then arrived behind her. She turned, because behind is the obvious place, and she was fast enough. What caught her was her own opening technique, which she had thrown 11 seconds earlier and forgotten about, coming back the other way and putting several tons of water over her. The trick is electrolysis, more or less. Thunder Stance dissolves the attack into the ambient chi so that there is nothing to perceive, then pulls it back together somewhere else like iron filings finding a magnet. It defeats perception because perception has nothing to perceive. I was trying to separate about 1% of it, I said, wringing out a sleeve. I lost control of the rest. Is that supposed to make me feel better? She was still standing in a puddle. You very nearly caught me on the first attempt. Then I asked her to stop rationing the cold. You've been feeding it to me in measured amounts because you think I'll be hurt. Estimate the total volume and give me all of it at once. I'll absorb it in advance. She started the flow, a trickle, then a stream, then a river, and the snow persona came out to meet it, reaching forward the way an infant reaches for a bottle until it was practically standing against her hand. The snowflake became a lump the size of a head. The lump put out limbs. The snow persona has formed an image of itself. Having no reference of its own, it has modeled the image on the object most familiar to it. What ended up standing on the training floor of Central Command was a figure made of heavenly cold that resembled Xuehua by roughly 70%, including the way she stands with her weight on one heel. Xuehua looked at it, then at me, then back at it. Are you, she said, doing this on purpose? Then it started climbing, and it climbed the way a person does. The 9 heavens of the body. Chi realm, art, heart, concept, power, celestial phenomenon, celestial human. In about 40 minutes, my snowflake went up the entire ladder I had spent 1.5 years on. Then it stopped dead, the way I had stopped at the 50 Beasts realm outside a wall in a farmhouse pit. And that is when I found the mechanism nobody had explained to me. Because nobody in this world has ever had to explain it. My first 5 personas are parts of my body, my technique, my organs, my shadow. Everything they achieve flows into me because there is no boundary for it to cross, which is also why not one of them will ever stand up and walk around. The snow persona is not part of me. It is external. It grows on its own account, and what it earns stays where it lands. I had spent 100,000 fragments to hire an employee instead of growing a limb, and it took me about 10 seconds to decide that I did not mind at all, because a limb cannot be sent somewhere. Your spiritual force isn't the constraint, Shuihua said, when I asked her to keep the flow going. Producing heavenly cold spends spiritual force. It doesn't spend my realm. A torch burns its battery, not its capacity. She kept feeding and pulled heaven and earth chi in to cover it. Zhao Changfeng ran the check himself. He asked her to increase the volume, and the excess did not go anywhere useful. It dissipated. The room temperature dropped 11 degrees, and my persona did not move an inch, which meant the problem was not fuel. There's no opportunity, he said. It has the energy. It has nothing to break through against. Then he looked past me at the door. Meng Renjie, this one's yours. We went 2 kilometers above Dragon City, which from that height is a circuit board somebody left the power on in. Here is how King Realm is actually taken, which no textbook prints, and which every king will tell you the same way. You take it between life and death. Instinct drags the potential up out of you because it has no other option left, and comprehension is what lets you remember what instinct did and repeat it on purpose afterward. Without the first, you never see it. Without the second, you see it once and never again. The Battle King drilled my snowflake for an entire night, and she fought him in Shuihua's style. Ice shields, ice spears, cones, the freezing attempts, the specific angle of the shoulder. Are you doing this deliberately? Shuihua asked me at about 3 in the morning. No, I told her to fight in whatever way she does best. She was a piece of you for 20 years. She copies what she came from. By dawn we had the problem. You cannot frighten a construct with death. You break her into powder, and the powder gathers itself up and reforms and looks at you politely, waiting for the next repetition. Because she has never once had a reason to be afraid. Zhao Changfeng sent Meng Renjie 3 words on a private channel. Strike at Ye Tian. The gold staff grew into a pillar. He turned it 3 full revolutions, which he has done in public perhaps 4 times, and each revolution loads the one after it, breaking evil, manifesting truth, toppling heaven in a single strike. At my head, now. I knew there was an emperor standing 11 meters away. I knew there was a half-step emperor next to him. I knew with the reasoning part of my brain that these people had spent a national budget on me over 6 weeks and were not about to write it off for a training exercise, and every cell in my body went into the same animal terror I had felt in a hospital room in Shudu with an old man sitting on the end of my bed. Reason is not in charge of that. Nothing you know is in charge of that. So I stopped waiting to find out and hit first. The shadow under my feet went hard and fired itself upward like a shell, straight into a technique that could take the roof off a mountain range. Natural predator, natural disaster, judgment out of the sky. Fine, whatever it is. My life is my decision, and something lit in my chest that had not been there a second earlier. Meng Renjie recognized it instantly, because it is his. It is the aura the whole continent knows him by. I fight heaven and earth, and it is not a technique. It is a posture the entire body takes toward the universe, and it cannot be taught, and it cannot be given. He had tried to raise it in his grandson once. He pushed too hard in a sparring session, at exactly the wrong moment. He broke it, and Zhao Yuan never grew it again. Zhao Yuan went to defense after that, and spent 4 years building 4 spirits protection instead, which is why that technique exists, which is why I know it. So the strongest man on Blue Star, mid-swing, with a mountain-breaking technique already committed, found himself holding a problem. Complete the strike, and he shatters it in a second boy, the same way he had in the first one. Abort the strike and the plan dies and there is no second attempt. And while he was standing there, something cold came up his spine. He described it to me afterward as an ice snake going up his back 1 vertebra at a time. He is the first ranked king in the world. He has not felt a threat to his own life in 19 years, and it arrived from behind, from a construct he had been swatting like a fly since sunset. Crack. The world stopped. The Battle King was sealed inside a block of ice mid-swing, arms up, staff still standing as a pillar over Dragon City, expression unfinished. The snow persona sensed that its master was on the edge of death. It despised its own weakness. With a single thought to save its master at any cost, it broke its own restraints. King Realm. And then, out of the ice, out of the frozen body of the strongest human being alive, a thread of dark crimson came up. That was the passenger. That was the fraction of the Rakshasa king that had been sitting inside my country's best weapon for 6 weeks. And a feigned death is still a death. The moment his host stopped being alive, he had no host left to be inside of. A small red dragon came out of my shadow, opened its mouth, and took it. 2/5. Everybody was so pleased that it took Xuehua about 90 seconds to point at the sky. Have we forgotten something? The Battle King was still up there, frozen, in the pose. My snow persona snapped her fingers, exactly the way Xuehua does it, and Xuehua made a noise. There was a crack, and then Meng Renji finished his own interrupted swing on inertia and came out of the ice already mid-strike, gold staff descending on nothing, entirely uncertain about which minute he was in. He asked for one thing as a reward. Permission to return to the extraterritorial battlefield. You've just come back from it. I don't want to lie on old merits. Zhao Changfeng refused and gave him the reason, and it is the only reason Meng Renjie would have accepted. 3 squads had gone out after 3 keys. The Fighting King squad is the reserve for all 3 of them, and a reserve that is somewhere else is not a reserve. Wait until the secret realm closes. Then go wherever you want. Then he added without looking at me, in the meantime you have a student who did not ask to be one. I'm aware, said the Battle King, so teach him. I intend to. Afterward, on the ground, the 2 of them explained to me who exactly had been living in my basement for 6 weeks. I had thought of them as babysitters, prestigious babysitters, but babysitters. If the Fighting King squad is the strongest group of kings in this country, Meng Renjie said, then the Kanglan King squad is the most stable. They will never top a kill board. They have never once failed an assignment, not in 11 years. And then he said the sentence that took the floor out from under me. In that engagement, if they had not been spending their attention on keeping you alive, the White Elephant King squad would not have lasted 5 minutes. I sat with that. I remembered the beginning of that fight, He Tianchi standing in my basement instead of in the formation, because a walking bomb was in the sky and I was the thing it would be aimed at. 5 kings fought 6 with 1 hand each all night because the 6th hand was holding me. Commander, I said. I am never going to be luggage again. Xuehua arranged the next 6 weeks in about 30 minutes. I have never seen logistics performed as a martial art before. Zhang Ying and the rest of the sisters went out to the extraterritorial battlefield with an order for Tier 8 beasts, one of each species, quickly. Then she walked into the Divine Character Camp, which is also the Academy of State Scholars, and used the Supreme Commander's name on Director Chung from the doorway. Director Chung is himself an Emperor-grade specialist, and he still ended up nodding along. A larger room, a pool dug into the floor of it. A waterproof virtual battlefield capsule at the bottom of the pool, resistant to infusions, essence, and marrow. That, he said, is using a nuclear device on a chicken. It is a matter of the 100-year plan of Yan country. He had it done in half an hour. He put 2 more capsules beside the pool without being asked, because he had correctly worked out that she and the Battle King would be spending time in that room. They filled the pool with an emerald infusion made from plant-type ferocious beasts, which is to those species what marrow is to ours. And it was the most pleasant thing that has ever happened to me. That is the problem. For a year and a half, every gain I had made came through pain, and here I was lying in a warm green pool full of pure life energy, feeling like a seed in spring, growing measurably, second by second, with nothing hurting at all. Concept realm first stage to second in a night. And my blood cloud persona said nothing the entire time. Not one new trait, not one, because plant-type beasts at the 7th level are simply weaker than I am, and their traits are worse than the ones I already own. A plant's concealment is not in the same profession as an animal's, so I climbed out of the most comfortable place I've ever been and got into the capsule instead. And Xuehua, who had spent an entire evening calculating that infusion to sit exactly at the edge of what a person can stand, heard me say, it was too pleasant. I nearly got stuck in it. Do you, she said, hear the words that come out of your own mouth? The rule I took out of that pool is the only piece of advice in this whole story that transfers to a normal life. The material has to be 1 grade above you, not 2, or it kills you. Not equal, or it teaches you nothing you do not already know, which meant Tier 8, and Jiang Ying was already on her way back. I asked for one more thing before I got in. Senior, I'd like to try a king-level fight. The snow persona came up behind me and put her arms around my shoulders and stepped into my body. My hair went the color of ice from the roots out. My realm started moving and did not stop. Concept, 2nd stage, power realm, celestial phenomenon, celestial human. And then, in a training hall under central command, standing between the strongest king in the world and a woman half a step from emperor, a 19-year-old put out the aura of a genuine king. Nobody in that room said anything for a while. 8 months earlier, I was standing on a school field in 41 degrees with a rock on my shoulders and a needle in my arm, and a friend telling me to give up, and a bar in the corner of my eye that had not finished moving in 18 years. 6 weeks earlier, my entire team had been hiding in a fog bank, playing dead, buying me minutes I was not there to use. And now I was wearing King Realm like a borrowed coat. I want to be honest about that word, because it was borrowed. It came off a construct I paid 100,000 fragments for. My own Yang was still concept realm, and everybody in that room knew it, and so did I. That is the part nobody tells you about getting what you wanted. The coat fits. It is still not yours. Two other things were true that night, and I did not enjoy either of them. The first is that there is a list. The aliens keep it, they update it, they hand it out to their own the way a company hands out a sales target, names, realms, and a star rating for how badly they want you gone. 10 stars has been issued 3 times in the history of that list. Meng Renjie, Xuehua, and a 19-year-old from a provincial city who was Heart Realm when they wrote it down, which means somebody typed my name onto that sheet while I was still lying in a hole in the ground being babysat. The second is worse, and it is the reason I have not slept properly since. Every scrap of information about me was classified personally by the Supreme Commander of Yan Country at a level that fits inside one room, and it was on their list within days. Which means somebody in that room went and told them. They looked. They are still looking. They put the ghost unit on everybody who had ever stood near me, including a rector, a deputy head, 2 kings, and a 4th-year student in a hospital bed, and they turned up nothing at all. So somewhere out there is a person who knows my name, my realm, my address, and what I am worth alive. And in about 5 months, the distant sea opens, and everyone who wants my key will be in one place at the same time, including him.